Welcome, everyone, to Election Night 2024, the final showdown. We in the red corner, we have what some would call Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini all wrapped up into one. And on the other side, we have what some people would call a low IQ establishment shill. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, we're here. What's that? Is that your music, Steve?
No music here.
Wow. Okay, great. Anyway, I want to welcome everyone to this election night broadcast. I'm just kind of kidding about the red corner and the blue corner and so forth, but we all know what's at stake tonight. We have the Republican Donald J. Trump, who's running for the third time now. He won back in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, and he lost last time against Joe Biden, against the current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. And tonight is going to be, I think, a wild night. Last time, if you were here, I don't know, if you're in chat right now and you were here last time we did this 4 years ago, please post in chat that you were here. Steve was here. Yes, Steve was here. Actually, Steve and I became friends basically right around that period of time, and he was in chat just like everybody else, and started chatting with him. And so let me introduce the panel here, as we call it at Uptime. Over here is Steve, the co-host from Iron Sharpens Iron. Anyone who's seen the Iron Sharpens Iron series, Steve is my co-host on that, and I definitely recommend that you check those videos out. 10 of them are on my channel, and I think, Steve, you have all 10 plus.
I have all of them.
Plus one more, which was a live one. So we did an 11th episode because backed by popular demand, we just couldn't stop. They keep on asking for more. So maybe we'll do another one if we're still around for much longer. We don't know. But and also post in chat if you thought this election was not going to happen today. Just post it in chat because okay, there you go. Another guest that I have here is Shane from Black Swan Revelations. Everyone, welcome Shane. Shane is a member of Uptime Panel sometimes, and he likes to go on for 3+ hours by himself. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and invite Shane to this possibly 10 to 20 hour broadcast. So Shane can go a long time. So at least I know that he's going to come back, and he's actually going to do a thing on his channel while this is going on. I think it starts at midnight Eastern. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, midnight Eastern. So he's gonna bail out of here for Uptime, I think, as well, between 8:30 and 10:30 Eastern. And actually, I may just jump over there a little while and tell people to leave. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. But I may jump over there for a little while and say hi. Do I need coffee? No, I do not drink coffee, and I don't like coffee. But hope that doesn't offend anybody, but I don't drink coffee. However, I do have, I'm not even going to say what I have in regards to coffee. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink anything with caffeine either, and I'm not on speed or drugs or any alcohol. This is just me, raw. So anyway, yeah, I mean, hey, you guys are probably used to me by now. We'll see how it goes. Bob Barber is going to join us. I'm not exactly sure when, but he is going to join us. He was here for the broadcast 4 years ago. And as you can see, this is a much more professional broadcast than what I had last time. Last time was kind of a disaster, to be honest with you. I was using a thing called OBS, and it was not playing well with my computer and everything like that. But this time, we're looking good. We're powered by StreamYard, as you can see the duck up there. And we should have a really good broadcast tonight. we are going to be showing cool stuff here. We are not just going to be talking the entire night like this. We have all kinds of really good things to show you. We have, I'm just going to go ahead and show you a couple things. Take a look at that right here at the stage. We got ourselves presidential map. What do you know? And so this is a really cool map because this map is actually going to show us state by state. How's it going? And actually, even every county. Look at all those counties in the United States. So in addition to that, we'll see the presidential hot races here. And these will be live election results coming in, and we'll see all for the entire state, all the states. So this will be a map that we're going to refer to a lot as the night goes on. Just as a reminder, the very first polls close in about 54 minutes at 7 o'clock Eastern time. And the first polls to close will be Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. So those will be the first polls that close. Take a look at this tab. This is for the Senate. So we have 33 seats up for grabs here in the Senate. Wait a minute, 34 seats up. So we have 34 seats. You notice that the ones that are grayed out, those don't have any elections going on for senators, but the ones that aren't grayed out, those will be ones that we are watching. And here's the Senate seat breakdown right now as it stands. There's 38 Republicans and 28 Democrats. And here are going to be the hot races in Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. You can see some of those are called battleground states, right? Like Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Those are all battleground states. So those should be really interesting. And of course, we're going to be able to take a look at all the states as they come in as well, just to see what the breakdown is. We're going to talk about kind of what we think is going to happen here in a second. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you here. We have all of the House here. So as a matter of fact, it looks like they've already started calling some races even before the polls in, and that's because they're running unopposed. So it's not because you've missed yourself a vote. It's just that person's going to get 100% of the vote. So so far, 2 Republicans and 0 Democrats.
Yay.
Well, hold on a second here. We're not going to be that partisan. You can cheer, but I guess, but you know, I kind of want, I mean, I think that a lot of us are probably rooting for Republicans to take the House, rooting for Trump to be the president, and rooting for the Republicans to take control or flip the Senate. Mainly, not necessarily because we think they're the greatest things since sliced bread, but because the alternative we've seen is, well, just straight up ungodly. Let's be honest. So if you have to decide between the two, that's where we lean. It doesn't mean that you have to leave, because we're not going to be like cheerleading, except for Steve apparently. But I'm not going to be cheerleading. I'm just going to basically be showing everything that's going on. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of really great hot races and stuff. There's only 8 that's shown here, but we're going to be tracking 50. So yeah, well, those ads are just ads. So anyway, yes, here's that. And then we have, of course, the last thing that we're going to be looking at in terms of maps are going to be the governors. So the governor races, there's really only 4 that that look like that are somewhat competitive here. So we're going to be tracking that, but we also are going to be tracking all of them. But it looks like we got a little bit of the vote in already in Indiana that they started to put out there as a result. So the Republicans up by 39 points. So that's too early to call, I would say, right now at this point.
Call it.
No. And then so back to kind of where we're at here. Let me go ahead and just remove that. So back where we are it's very possible that we could not see an election called tonight for the president. That is a possibility. It really depends on how close it's going to be. And hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. And it all really depends on how close it's going to be on one hand. Because the closer it's going to be tougher for all the networks and the papers and so forth to be able to call it one way or another. On the other hand, it also, even if it's not very close, we still may not have a winner because it's going to be very tough for the mainstream media to call this race, especially if Trump is leading by a lot. They're going to delay calling it as long as they possibly can. And if you recall back in 2016, they actually didn't call the race until Hillary Clinton conceded it to Trump. And actually they got verification that she did and that Donald Trump said that she did. And then they called it. And if you go back and take a look at the videos on the screen, they don't even have Trump at 270 yet. They didn't even call the states in order to get him there. So they delayed it big time in order to wait until the very last moment, which I believe was right around between 12 and 1 a.m. the next day when she conceded. So look, it could be a long, long night. The maximum that I can stream here is 20 hours. So the maximum that I'll go on is until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Shane, I doubt will stay up that late. And Steve, I know that Steve's going to stay up a long time because he took tomorrow off.
So funny.
Yeah, well, you never know how long. Let's put it this way: 4 years ago, we were on until 2 o'clock in the morning, and unfortunately, that wasn't long enough because an hour later, a whole bunch of votes came in, and we missed that. And when we signed off after an hour and a half of having no new results, and so we felt like, that we're probably not going to get anything more tonight. It looks like Trump is doing very well. He's ahead, and he's on projection to win. But we have to sign off, and we did. And then we woke up the next morning, and the world had changed. So, in some respects, it was a good wake up call to us to say, well, we just need to stay on longer. So we're going to stay on as long as it takes. And see if they do whatever it takes, like they said they would. So there's a bunch of scenarios that are going on, and we're going to get into those in a bit. But I want to have Steve and Shane give their, just a brief introduction and to say a couple of things, and then we'll move on to where we were in 2016, where we were in 2020, and where it is today, especially in regards to aggregate polling. Steve?
Yep, indeed, as Kevin said, I was here with his first broadcast, but I was just in chat. I think I may have called him, not sure. I definitely emailed him, and I was online. He was asking people, should I keep going? I was like, yeah, I'm here. I think almost everybody else left, but I encourage him to stay. And I see you, Fred. Hello, Fred. I'm doing well. I am in Wisconsin, one of those battleground states. So I am in for the long haul. We'll see how well it goes. I did not have a good night. I went to bed early, but did not have a good night last night. So we'll see how I do. And nice to meet you, Shane. Shane?
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. Yep. Yes, sir. So
You're from Canada?
Yes, sir. I got my dog sled all ready to go just in case.
Well, I'm not too far from you. Wisconsin's not too far from Canada.
Yep. I've been to Wisconsin. Nice place. I'm looking forward to listening in on the results tonight. Kevin and I shared a little bit yesterday, and lots of stuff. Like, Kevin is very knowledgeable, so this will be fun. This will be an education experience because the way we run things in Canada, it's a little bit different. But for me, I'm looking forward to kind of seeing later as the results start coming in and all this stuff, and guessing. I think the idea behind this is to actually document, at least that's what I do on my channel, document what people are thinking at this point in time, which is November 5th, 4 p.m. my time. What are people saying? If you go to the media, everybody's saying that Kamala is in the lead. But if you really start digging deep, there's another story underneath. So I like to document and go, what are people thinking right now? A lot of people are thinking it could be the end of the world for either way. Democrats get in, end of the world for the Republicans. If Trump gets in, end of the world, vice versa. So that's kind of the pulse that we're feeling. And in Canada, all ears, man, we got popcorn, we got everything. Like we're watching this stuff. This is entertaining to us in Canada.
Take myself off mute and let you know that Bob Barber has contacted me, and he will be here in about an hour. He's going to come between 7 and 7:30 Eastern. So, but that's okay because we have plenty to go through here. And Steve has seen this. There's one surprise though that Steve hasn't seen, but Shane hasn't seen this. Well, actually, he did see a little bit of it last night. I did show it to him. But yeah, so we have a perspective here from Steve from an actual, battleground state, Wisconsin. Last election was only decided by 0.63%. It was one of 3 states that was decided by less than 1%, Arizona and Georgia being the other 2. And so it was a very close election last time that actually decided the presidency. Now, the electoral vote was kind of spread a little bit, but between those 3 states, it was less than 50,000 votes that actually decided the election. So even though Joe Biden won the popular vote by 4.5%, less than 50,000 votes, which it would have been, a very small amount of that electorate, would have actually changed the Electoral College vote, and Trump would have won. So that's how close it was. So this morning at 12 in the morning, the very first votes were basically tabulated in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. They have a little tradition there. Back in 2016, there were 7 people who voted. 7 people who voted. 4 were Republicans, 2 were Democrats, and 1 was an undecided. And Hillary Clinton won that basically 4-2. So 2 Republicans voted for the Democrat. In 2016, there were 5 votes that were cast, and 3 of them were from Republicans, and 2 of them were from Democrats, and Joe Biden got all 5 votes. This year, there were 6 people who voted, and again, there were 4 Republicans and 2 Democrats, and this time it was tied 3-3. So for the very first time that Trump has run, he actually tied his opponent. So that's probably means nothing. But what it could mean though, okay, but what it could mean though is that Trump is in a better position than he was in the last 2 elections. I mean, that's the very first tabulation of votes from a county, and right off, I don't know if they're a county or just a township or whatever, but the point is that the first votes were tabulated, and he's in the best position so far. He's not behind, in other words. So maybe that's a portend of things to come. We don't know, but what I can tell you is I'm going to show you what the polls looked like in 2016 and 2020 and how the final results actually came out so that you can see the errors in the polls, and then we'll show you what the polls are today. So anybody here like to say something while I pull that up?
No, I feel like you are like a kid in a candy store. You love this stuff. The idea that you can go to 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon is amazing to me. and without losing any energy or no coffee. Like, man, that is a miracle in itself.
Kevin did all the work that we're going to see too.
He loves this numbers.
Yeah, well,
man,
look,
it's amazing.
I like math a lot.
I could tell.
like-
He gets giddy. When he
do.
sees
I mean,
percentages.
I do have a degree in math, and so it's not just a hobby, but it's something that I really enjoy. I enjoy data and math and logic and things like that. But what's interesting is being a believer in Christ. I also have this spiritual nature, and I believe that I benefit from both of those things, to be able to put the logic and all those things together with the discernment of the Holy Spirit. And that makes me kind of a formidable foe for anybody who's coming against me. So I put the full armor on, and I have the sound mind and the logic and stuff like that and reason. And I'm able to make very good arguments on things. And people normally don't like to debate me on things like that. They usually, yeah.
Steve, are you a math guy?
Nope. But I am a lot.
What's your shtick?
I do a little bit of computers. I had a website before I was on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel. Yeah, I know you're not familiar with me, but I've been on YouTube for about 4 years. Before that, I ran a website, a Christian website, for 20 years.
What's your YouTube channel called?
You can see it right here.
Oh, Steve L. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I'll subscribe to your channel.
Oh, thank you.
Keep talking, you guys.
Keep talking.
Yeah. So
I just want to take. I don't want to take over the whole channel.
No. Let me give you a topic. Perspective. We'll go to Shane. Please give us your perspective as a Canadian. And I know you've shared this on your channel, but please share it here. A perspective as a Canadian of what you think about politics in the United States, way that we do our voting, the Electoral College, all those things.
For sure. Like in Canada, like I don't know how many people are Canadians watching this channel right now, but how it works in Canada is we actually vote for ridings in our area. So in Cochrane, there could be 3 or 4 or 5 political parties, and you vote in whichever political party in that riding wins. They actually take off to Parliament and they represent our area. It's a little bit different than you guys, because you guys have like 2 senators for every state. And then if somebody wins in, let's just say, a swing state like Arizona, if they win, if Joe Biden wins, he gets all those electoral votes. Like they all go. It's not so in Canada. But what we're running into kind of a similar thing with Trudeau. Like he can't read teleprompters. If there's a glitch, he freezes up. He doesn't know what to say because he's being fed all the time. And it's the same thing with Kamala. She's being fed constantly by her twin, Barack Obama. Constantly say this, move your hands like this, look left, look right, nod, smile, repeat the sentence, break it up in half, start the sentence at the end and bring it to the beginning, and just keep doing that. And they'll start believing what you're actually saying. That's our guy, Trudeau. Same thing all the time. It gets tiring. It gets fatigued. We get fatigued anytime our prime minister shows up to say something, because we don't buy anything. We don't buy it. So our difficulty is their political party, for the Liberals, they have to remove their leader. I can't vote him out. The political party has to remove him. So that's the difficulty with hearing this guy all the time. So it's a little bit annoying, but our charts, our systems, everything is run a little bit different than you guys. You guys are crazy with your stuff. You're crazy.
Well, let's put it this way. Having 50 individual states with rights that are endowed to them within the Constitution is a crazy government to begin with. It is the most unique government in the history of the world. And so because we have sovereign states and commonwealths, we actually have a very unique system in order to elect our president. Now, see, you guys haven't shackled, haven't taken off the shackles of your king yet, but we did long ago, 248 plus years ago.
Yeah.
So we didn't like being ruled by a king. I don't know if you like it, but we don't. So what we decided that we didn't want that anymore, and we declared our independence. I know this is kind of a history lesson, but I'm sure there's some people who don't even know about this, because actually, if you ask somebody who fought in the War of Independence, they would say, well, which one? You'd say the one that involved the United States. I'll give you one side of it, and then 80% or so, 70 to 80% actually can't name the other side.
Wow.
That would be England, or as we know, the United Kingdom. So that's who rules and reigns over Canada right now with an iron fist. No, I'm kidding. They rule and reign over Canada, and we do not have that. So we have to elect a leader, and our founding fathers decided that a president would be the best way to go. And so in order to elect a president, though, they didn't want it by pure democracy. The states mainly didn't want it. They wanted to have specific representation for each state. And it was basically a contract that was made. That's really what the U.S. Constitution is. The contract between the Federalists that were in the state and the Republicans, I suppose you could call them, in the state, that liked their independence and sovereignty, but they knew that they could not form a nation and be powerful unless they came together on a whole bunch of compromises. And that's what you get out of the United States Constitution. So we have a unique system here. It's based off of the Electoral College, and the Electoral College is basically based off of two things. One, how many senators you have in your state, and that's an easy one because every state gets 2 senators. And you will say, oh, well, wait a minute, that's not on population, is it? No, it's not based on population. Senators are based on state boundaries. So you have 2 senators, and then you have something based on population. So what the Constitution says is that we have 435 members in the House of Representatives. So what you do is you take the total population of the United States, and the total population is a definition that can be defined in many different ways. Citizens, people who live there, and there's a constant battle on that all the time on how many people actually should be counted. And then you take that total, you divide it by 435, and that's how many people each one representative represents. That makes sense? Okay. Yeah. So each state has a different population, right? So each state is given a certain number of representatives for that state, and they go into the House of Representatives. And that number plus the 2 from the senators equals their Electoral College votes. Okay. So let me just show you on this spreadsheet. We're going to go down the line here, and I'm going to show you what electoral votes each state gets. Okay, so that we're all on the same page regarding that. So the final aggregates here, for the polls, this is what they predict. Okay, for the aggregates, the polling's predicting that Alabama, 9 electoral votes will go to Trump. Alaska, 3 electoral votes will go to Trump. Arizona, 11. Arkansas, 6. They all are predicted right now, due to the polling, will go to Trump. Next to it over here are my predictions based on my model. My model is going to be a little bit off for some states. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's going to be off a little bit, not too much, but a little bit, depending on which state it is. But it's going to be pretty close to what the final aggregates are, because the final aggregates this time around are not too bad. And I'll show you why. Before I go through all these, by the way, there's 538 total electoral votes up for grabs. Okay. 435 for members of the House of Representatives, 100 for members of the Senate, and then Washington, D.C., since 1961, gets 3. Okay? So that, Shane, can you mute when you type? That'd be great.
Oh, for sure.
Well, all right, or I'll do it for you. But anyway, I mean, it's
I'm
just,
a loud
I
keyboard.
don't know. You must have your mic sitting on your keyboard because it's pretty loud. But anyway, so 538 are up for grabs, which means that you need to have 270 electoral votes to win outright. Yes, there is a possibility of a 269 to 269 tie. In the case of a 269 to 269 tie, the vote actually goes to the House of Representatives, where each state gets 1 vote. So the representatives from the state will vote either Harris or Trump, and then that will be 1 vote for each state, and the one who gets the most wins. You ask, well, what if there's a 25 to 25 tie? Well, then they vote again. What if it's a 25 to 25 tie again? Well, they vote again. So so in other words, if that happens, there will be a compromise, and that actually occurred before in our history 2 times, in 1878, 78, I think it was, or 76, one of the two, and then in 1800. 1800 was actually the one that was like the most, like the closest. There was nothing they could do about it. In I think it was 1986 or 1976, sorry. And then later on, they actually had a 14th Amendment, which kind of helped out a bit. But so that's for the president. Right now, there wouldn't ever be a 25 to 25 tie because the Republicans, even after this election, will still control more states than the Democrats will. So in the event of a 269 to 269 tie, it is about 100% that they will elect Donald Trump in the House of Representatives. Okay. Now the vice president goes to the Senate. Right now, the Senate is at 51 to 49 Democrats. Okay. So 51 to 49 Democrats. I can show you here on this tab of Excel that right now we've got a 51-49 split in favor of the Democrats, 49 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 4 independents that caucus with the Democrats. So that's why the Democrats hold power. However, that's not actually who's going to be voting, and they'll get 1 vote apiece. So they have 100 votes. That's actually not who's going to be voting in the if it's a 269 to 269 tie. The new Senate, Congress will be the ones who are voting. That's why this Senate election is extremely important, just in case it does go 269 to 269, because they will be voting for the vice president. You see? So right now, it appears as though there's going to be at minimum a 51 to 49 Republican Senate at minimum. And that's pretty much guaranteed because Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, who became an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats, he is not running for Senate this time. He's out. So the Republican is going to win West Virginia by a landslide. He's going to win that by at least 30 points. The other one who's going to lose and flip is John Tester in Montana, and he is going to lose to the Republican there. So there's going to be 2 flips for sure. All the Republican seats are safe. They're not going to lose any of those. So it's going to be at minimum a 51-46 or 41-49, and it could even be bigger than that. So we'll see how that goes over the course of the night. But back to the Electoral College. I'm not going to go through every single state, but I'm going to scroll down kind of slowly here so you can see that in these columns right here, Trump and Harris, they will be getting Electoral College. Now, this is from the aggregate polling from RCP and what they have. Now, there are some quirks. You probably noticed a couple of things that are a little strange. What's this Maine AL, Maine 1, and Maine 2. Well, there are 2 states that actually split their electoral votes. All other states have a popular vote, and they basically give winner take all. So whoever wins that state, all electoral college votes goes to that candidate. However, in Maine and in Nebraska, they have an at-large, which is a popular vote for the entire state, and that gives 2 electoral votes. And in Maine, there's 2 districts, Maine 1 and Maine 2, and each of those give 1 electoral vote each. In Nebraska, there's also a Shane. Can you mute your thing when you type?
Oh, sorry.
Really? No? The answer is no?
Let me see if I can.
I mean,
No, I cannot.
There's a button down
I
at the
cannot.
bottom called mute. I mean, it's not that hard. Okay.
I cannot.
You cannot?
No, not on this channel.
Okay.
I won't type. I'll just send in a
that's
message to
fine.
my
I mean,
dad.
that's it. Boom, you're muted. How's that? I can control it, but I mean, I would prefer if I didn't have to go back and forth and do that.
I won't type anymore. I'll be a good boy.
It's just pretty loud. That's all. If you could type
Yep.
quieter. All right. So back to this. Nebraska has, I'm kidding, by the way. By the way, everybody in chat, we're friends. We have a good
Oh, yeah,
time.
for sure.
We always joke around. I am not being serious, and I'm not giving them a hard time. I'm just trying to say that it would be better if it didn't. If no
Yeah,
one
I'm just shocked that my mic picks it up so crystal
Yeah, no
clear.
worries. No
It's way
worries.
far away.
Okay. Anyway, we joke around here a lot. For people who are easily offended, this is probably you're at the wrong rally. Nebraska 3 is a district here. By the way, for those who didn't get that joke, Kamala Harris was
Yes.
doing a rally, and
Yep.
two people yelled out, "Christ is King, Jesus is
Yep.
Lord," and she said, "Oh, you're at the wrong rally."
wrong rally. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So you're at the wrong election night broadcast if you're that easily offended by me telling
Oh,
Shane
for sure.
quiet
Yeah.
down his typing.
You need to.
All right. Well,
you
anyway,
need-
in the yeah, so mean. Yes. All right. So anyway, back to this. On the RCP aggregate polling right now, they have, and if you go to the RCP website, they have Trump at 287 and Harris at 251. Okay, that's what they have right now on their map as the aggregate polling for each state, what it would be if the aggregate polling actually stands as is. My prediction and my model is I think it's a little over optimistic. However, it's possible that I'm actually underestimating Trump and that Trump could win 344 electoral votes to Harris's 194. That's if everything goes red and great for Trump. He really can't get more than that. I mean, what if he gets more than that? We're talking about New Jersey, and we're
Right.
talking about New York and places like that, which are if they go red, it is going to be a landslide of epic proportions. It'll be it'll be as close as you can get to like Reagan Carter or Reagan Mondale that you can get today in today's polarized society. So basically, right now I have in my prediction without the model itself, my prediction is that 312 for Trump, and you'll see right down here are my predictions: 312 for Trump and 226 for Kamala Harris. Okay, that's what I'm predicting. I think is the most likely result tonight. Again, here's the 287 to 251 with toss-ups. They have it at 219 to 211 right now. So to explain some of this stuff and how I kind of come up with my predictions and so forth, we're going to take a look at the 2016 polling and the results of what happened and kind of compare how close these people were. All right. So back in 2016, the final aggregate had Trump at 43.6% and had Clinton at 46.8% and had 9.6 going to either undecided or others. Well, the actual result came out at Trump 46.1, Clinton at 48.2, and others at 4.7. So what they did is they underestimated Trump by 2.5 points. They underestimated Clinton by 1.4 points, and they overestimated the others by 3.9 points. Now, of those others, how much of those others went to either Trump or Clinton? Well, of those others, 64% of those others went to Trump, and 35 or 36% actually went to Clinton. So you can see that from the last polls, these are the last polls of these people right here. Bloomberg, YouGov, ABC, WAPO, Fox, Monmouth, the NBC, and Wall Street Journal did polls together, CBS, Ipsos, CNBC, CNN, and then 538, which is also an aggregator at that time run by a person by the name of Nate Silver. That's another aggregate poller. So these are one-off polls, and this is an aggregate. And and again, this Clinton 3.2 was their aggregate for the RCP. So we have two different aggregates here, 3.2, and on this one, they had Clinton by 3.6, okay? So the one aggregate had Clinton by 3.2, the other aggregate had Clinton by 3.6, and the final result was Clinton by 2.1, okay? So they were both overestimating the Democrat candidate and the Democrats. You'll see here that it was different for one-offs. Bloomberg was at 3, so was the ABC. They both said that Clinton was going to win by 3, so they were only off by 1%. That's not too bad, but you can see that it gets progressively worse until you get to CNBC, where they had Hillary winning by 10 points in the popular vote. Well, obviously that was off by about almost 8 points. So that poll was terrible. And that was like their last final poll before the election. Just really, really bad. 538 aggregate had Trump at 44.9, which underestimated him by 1.2. They had Clinton overestimated by right down here 0.3, and they had the others or undecided or whatever overestimated by 0.9. Now, of those others, 133.33% went to Trump. You'll ask, well, how in the heck did that happen? How do you get more than 100% going to somebody? Well, they overestimated Hillary, and so Trump took some of that from Hillary as well as all of the others. So that's how far off that aggregate was. Now, that's for popular vote. Let's take a look at where they were for the Electoral College, because that's really what matters. Popular vote doesn't decide who wins the presidency. The Electoral College does. So again, like I said, they had Trump at 164 and Clinton at 203 with 171 toss-ups. For the Electoral College without toss-ups, they had 266 going to Trump and 272 going to Clinton. The actual result was 306 to 232, which was a margin of error to Clinton by 40 points. So they were off on the Electoral College error. Basically, Trump gained 102 from the toss-ups. Clinton only gained 69 from the toss-ups, which basically was a 60-40 split. And this right here was the true number of toss-ups, true percentage number of toss-ups. 83% actually went to Trump on that. So that their margin of error was huge. But look at the margin of error from 538. They had Trump losing 221 to 317. They were off by 85 Electoral College votes. That is really, really bad. I mean, just awful. It's almost exactly the opposite. It was 306, right? He got 306 to 232. So they were almost in exact reverse. I don't know if that was just hopium or what it was, but it definitely was bad polls, or not possibly bad polls, but not adjusted properly. See, that's the key. You can get a poll in like they just had in Iowa that said that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa by 3 points, 47 to 44. But if you actually looked at who was polled, 58% of all responders were women, and 80% of those women said that abortion was their number one issue. So if you're going to poll a whole bunch of liberal women Democrats who think that, abortion is the most important thing of our time, you're probably going to get Kamala Harris coming out on top. The fact that she only came out on top by 3 is probably not a very good sign for Kamala Harris. So a poll just came out the following day and basically said, oh, no, Trump's got this by at least 10. So that was an outlier poll that all the Democrats started going, yay, this is going to be fun. We're going to win Iowa. Well, no, you're not going to win Iowa. It's not even close. It's not even actually going to be close. So let's take a look at 2020. What happened in 2020? So the final aggregate with toss-ups had Trump at only 125 and Biden at 216 with 197 toss-ups. Remember, it was a pandemic year, and so there was a lot of just crazy things that occurred regarding the election. And without toss-ups, they had Biden at 319 to 219, and the final result was 303 to 235. So they were only off by 16. That was much closer here. So they were much closer when they polled last time. However, RCP, the 538 was even worse. They said Biden was going to win 418 to 120. They were off by almost 100. So again, the 538 and Nate Silver, people sing his praises, but I'm telling you, it was way, way off. Nate Silver has been way off 2 times already. Now, let's take a look at the 2020 aggregates here. The final aggregate had Trump at 44.0, and he came in at 46.9, which was an underestimation of Trump by almost 3%. Biden, they pretty much called exactly 51.2. Final result was 51.4. They underestimated him by 0.2. For the others, they had it at 4.8, which was an overestimation of 3.1 because last election, if you remember, there really wasn't a strong third-party candidate. So only 1.7% of the population voted for a third party. Now, of those others, though, 93.5% went to Trump. Only 6.5 of the others went to Biden. So again, they really underestimated Trump. And in the Electoral College, they had, we just went through that, and they actually got that fairly close. But in the popular vote, they had Biden winning by 7.2 when he actually only won by 4.5. So they were off by 2.7% there. And let's just take a look at some of the one-off pollers here. So you have the ones that are marked in gold. They're like the gold standard. Emerson, Tip, Monmouth, and The Hill, that election did very, very well, as well as Atlas. Atlas Intel was the best. And you can see there that they were only off by 0.2%. They had Biden win the popular vote by 4.7 when he won by 4.5. So they were very, very close. You'll see some of these other ones, though, that were way off. ABC and the Washington Compost had Biden winning by 12 points, and that was off by 7.5. YouGov had him at 10. And then NBC, basically NBC, ABC, and CBS were all very, very far off.
There you go. There you go. Right there. That shows you what's happening.
It shouldn't surprise you.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're historically not very good. So you can see that Quinnipiac is also a really bad one here, who had Biden by 11. They were off by 6.5 points. Our favorite, the Clown News Network, here was at 12 points, and they were off by 7.5. So the Clown News Network, along with the Washington Compost, both were off by 7.5 points in the popular vote. So that's got to show you cannot trust some polls. Now, I say the word some because you can trust some because they actually adjust accordingly and give you a good result. But what the networks do is they do not adjust anything. They just give you it and say, hey, look, Biden's going to win the popular vote by 12. That's what the CNN viewers told their audience that night. before the election, before the results started coming in, that Biden was going to win by 12. Well, obviously that didn't happen, but that just goes to show you how far off they were. Now take a look real quick. I'm just going to scroll. Look at the blue. Blue. Everybody was blue. They thought, oh yeah, Clinton is going to win the popular vote, which he did by 2.1. Biden's going to win the popular vote, which he did by 4.5. But take a look at where the polls stand today. Oh my goodness. We are seeing red here, are we not?
Wow.
We are seeing red. For the first time ever, aggregate polls and one-off polls are actually showing that Trump is leading in the popular vote, not the Electoral College, the popular vote. Now,
Interesting.
the way that things work with the states and how the Electoral College and the votes are distributed, if a Republican wins the popular vote, they have less than a 2% chance to lose the Electoral College. That's just how it works.
Wow.
The Democrats need at least a 2 to 3% popular vote win in order to be competitive in the Electoral College.
Right.
So right now, as it stands, with all the errors that these people had last time, it's looking like this is a Kamala Harris 0.5% popular vote win, all the way up to 7.5 points for Trump. So we have and CNN, of course, is right there. This time, instead of Biden up by 12, CNN has the popular vote dead heat, even.
Wow.
12 points different from last election. Okay. So if their polls are off in the same amount, Trump would win the popular vote by 7.5. I mean,
Wow.
That would be just crazy. Actually, it's 7.5 minus 4.5 because of what Biden won by. So Trump would win the popular vote by 3. Now, you'll notice that there actually are a couple of one pollster, Wall Street Journal, actually has Trump winning the popular vote by 3. Take a look at the one that was the closest last time. They were off by 0.2. They overestimated Biden by 0.2. And right now they have Trump winning the popular vote by 1 percentage point. So if you put their error in there, then you'd get it by basically 1.2. Trump would win the popular vote by 1.2. Here are my predictions. My predictions are that Trump right now and Harris are pretty much at a dead heat for the final aggregate for RCP polling. Okay. Remember last time, Trump's the first time Trump's ever had that. So my prediction is that Trump is going to win the popular vote by 0.84%. Now, it could be more than that, but it also could be less. It actually could be a lot more than that. Trump could win the popular vote by 3, or Harris could win the popular vote by half or 1%. So probably not more than 1%, though. So the Electoral College, right now, I have them winning 312 to 226. And what that really is all of the swing states go to Trump. Okay. And the swing states are the following. We'll pull up here. Let me go ahead and just, I'll go ahead and I'll stop sharing that screen. And then I'll go ahead and present that back to that web page. And then I can show you there. So here you go. This is, let's go to this one here. This presidential election. We'll take off the counties to make it a little bit easier for you to see that. By the way, no polls have closed yet. So we are still on time for those who are interested. There's no votes coming in just yet. You'll notice here that the battleground states are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, home to Steve, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are the battleground states. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina are known as Sun Belt states. You'll hear that term where I'm going to use that term quite often tonight.
Mhm.
Up here, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are known as, Steve?
At the blue wall,
Rust Belt states.
Rust Belt.
Steve, you
I
live
like
there.
mine better.
Sorry, I was
like mine
muted.
better.
You were going to say Rust Belt. Right? Okay, you were going to say Rust Belt. Just say you. All right, so those are Rust Belt states, right? So what my prediction has is that Trump will sweep all 7 of those states and then win an Electoral College 312 to 226. Now, I will show you what that looks like on the map here. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the Rust Belt. Also known as, Shane?
The blue wall.
The blue wall. That's correct. The blue wall. That's known as the blue wall. And the reason why is because, especially with Obama, all of these states basically flipped to blue. So before that, they would go back and forth, but then they started voting in a block. In 2016, Trump flipped it, and back in 2020, Biden flipped it back to blue. So that's what they call the blue wall. The blue wall is very important for Democrats because they can't win the Electoral College without Pennsylvania.
Mm.
There's really no path for them to win it without Pennsylvania. So if Pennsylvania goes blue, well, Michigan and Wisconsin will also, because they vote to the left of what Pennsylvania votes most of the time.
Interesting.
So if Pennsylvania is blue, it's almost 100% chance that Michigan's going to be blue, and Wisconsin, it's probably like a 90% chance that it would be blue as well.
Hmm.
So that's just how it works. Now down in the Sun Belt, North Carolina went to Trump the last 2 elections, and Georgia, as we all know, flipped last time to blue, as did Arizona. Nevada's been blue since 2004. So if Trump were to flip Nevada, it would be the first time it goes red in 20 years. And Georgia has been red a lot. Basically, last election was kind of an anomaly. I wonder why. And then North Carolina is just pretty much solid red. Arizona has been solid red pretty much until this last election in 2020 as well. But here's the scenario that if Trump sweeps the Sun Belt and Harris sweeps the Rust Belt, then it will all come down to one district to decide it. Nebraska second.
That's so crazy.
Nebraska second. So if that happens without that Nebraska second, Kamala Harris is at 269 electoral votes.
My goodness.
Trump would be at 268 electoral votes. If Nebraska second went to Kamala in that scenario, she would win 270 to 268. If Trump were to win Nebraska second, it would be a 269 to 269 tie. So Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania going blue, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada going red. It's going to be decided by one district. And that district actually was decided by one person. Believe it or not. I know it sounds weird, but Nebraska second is this little blue dot. They call it the blue dot. It showed up for the very first time when Obama was elected in 2008, a blue dot in the middle of all this red. And that encompasses the city of Omaha. And the Nebraskans, a lot of Nebraskans wanted to go to a winner take all because Nebraska is a very red state. It's a very Republican state. They were tired of giving away one electoral vote. So they wanted to change it to a winner take all system. There was a Democrat who defected to the Republicans in their state Senate. And they were going to put up a vote in order to change it to a winner take all. However, he said that he would not support it, and therefore a filibuster would have been able to be enacted. And so instead of actually having a vote for a winner take all, he said no. And so now they still have that district. So if she wins that district, sweeps the Rust Belt, Trump sweeps the Sun Belt, she will win 270 to 268. If he would have supported it, then that vote would have gone through and Trump would have taken 5 electoral votes from Nebraska, and there would be Nebraska's second district. And it would have been 269 to 269. And we talked about that earlier, that that's a sure bet for both Trump and for J.D. Vance. It is 7:01, which means polls have now closed in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. So we have our first polls closing. And as you can see, with 6% of the vote in, Trump has a 70 to 28 lead in Kentucky. And I'm basically sharing Fox News's election results, and they have already called that state for Donald Trump.
Wow.
Donald Trump is going to win that state tonight very, very easily. Back in 2020, he won the state by a whole bunch. He won the state by 21 points. I'm sorry, he didn't win by 21 points. He won it by 25.9%. So tonight, I have Trump winning Kentucky between 21 and 34 points. Okay, so that's where we stand right now with Kentucky. He is going to win that. He's going to win that state very, very easily. Okay, so let's move on to the next one they've already called. Indiana, home to Bob Barber. That is that and home to Feed My Sheep Today. Indiana is going to go red again right now with 12.7% in, 61% to Trump, 37% to Harris. That's 11 electoral votes. So right now, that's been called. Taking a look back at 2020, in 2020, Trump won the state of Indiana very easily. He won the state by, let's see here. He won the state.
Bob's going to be here soon.
What's that?
Bob's going to be here soon. He's in chat.
Oh, he's in chat. Okay. Yeah. Bob's going to be here very soon. He said he's going to join us between 7 o'clock Eastern and 7:30 Eastern. So that's he's going to be here any moment. So back in 2020, Donald Trump won Indiana by 16.1%. Right now, he's up in the state by he's up by 20 almost 23%.
Wow.
So he is going to win that state. Just know though that he's probably not going to win it by 23% because a lot of the urban vote goes Democrat, and those are usually one of the slowest places in order to provide election results. Whether we like
this
it or
is
not.
way better than CNN, by the way. I'm
Well,
surprised you don't have like 1 million views right now.
Well, I mean, come on now. I mean, no.
He invited me. That takes away some of the people.
No. It's because it's mainly because look, my channel isn't promoted by YouTube at all. They don't like to promote my channel, not even one bit. They don't provide a recommendation to anybody on any of my videos. So that's just the way that YouTube is with me. They don't like my content because I talk about biblical things sometimes, and sometimes I play games. Sometimes I talk about biblical things, and they don't like it. All right, so back to here. We have another state that's been called, this time for Kamala Harris, and with 0% reporting, Fox News has called Vermont for Kamala Harris.
That's funny.
Now that shouldn't surprise anybody though,
Right.
because they may as well have just called it yesterday. Why wait till election day? Vermont is the home to Bernie Sanders. Last time, Joe Biden won that state by 35.6%. And this time, I have Kamala Harris winning it by probably about 40. So
When
it
will
could
we,
be less, but that's basically where we're at. So let's take a look at where we stand with the Electoral College. Right now, Donald Trump leads 19-3.
and then Florida, is there, when will we know about Florida?
Polls close in Florida at polls close in Florida at 8 o'clock Eastern. So that's in 1 hour.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's continue onward and see if actually we have anything from the Senate. Yes. Bernie Sanders, who I just mentioned, is running again, and they have already called him as the winner with 0% of the vote in. In Indiana, Banks is running against McCray, and with 13% of the vote in, Banks is leading 62 to 35%, which is about a 26% lead, and they've already called it for the Republican, which is no surprise. That is not a flip. That is exactly what it is. So you can see here they've got Indiana and Vermont over on the Democrat side. So right now we stand at 39 Republicans to 29 Democrats. Let's just take a look real quick because this is interesting. So we have 62.29% for Banks, and then in the presidential election we have Trump at 61.3. So the senator actually right now is outperforming Trump by about 1%. So it's really close. Basically, the people are voting there pretty much on party lines. So there's not one candidate that's really stronger than the other there. Trump and Banks are pretty much the same. As soon as Bob comes in, maybe he knows something about Banks and can talk about him, about how strong he is. Because some of this, when you look at Senate results versus the presidential results, you can see sometimes if Trump actually is a strong candidate and has coattails. Coattails are basically you drag the people on the ticket along with you. So if Trump wins big, other people on the ticket could also win big or win by a small margin that they might have lost because Trump is basically carrying them across the finish line. That's what's called as coattails. Let's take a look at the House real quick. So in the House, we have some that have already been called here. These are, looks like that they've already called a few in Florida, which is kind of interesting. But this candidate's running unopposed. That's the reason why. Nobody decided to run against them. In addition to that, they've already called Florida 24 with only 7.55 in. It looks like part of Florida actually is closed. So Shane, looks like the eastern half of Florida has already closed, but the western half, the panhandle, is going to close in an hour. Okay. So we are going to be able to see some results come in from Florida. Also,
I might have to take off, brother. So I got to jump on to Uptime in a little bit. So I got a couple things to do, but I'll be watching this as well and paying attention to this. So I hope that's cool.
That sounds good. Well, okay, enjoy your time over there, and hopefully we'll see you back afterwards.
Yeah, I love this, man. This is so educational. I think everybody should take notes here because this is fantastic.
Awesome.
I'll see you later, brother.
Yep, see you later. All right, so in Florida 12th, we have a Republican who's the incumbent that has already been projected to win. Already, take a look at Florida. Florida redid their voting stuff since 2020. If we recall, back in 2000, Florida was a nightmare. The hanging chads, the dimpled chads, the voter intent. That was a ridiculous thing that happened in Florida. And so they have upgraded. Take a look at how many have been reported already. 55% already in. 55% in 9 minutes. I mean, Florida's got their act together, just straight up. They actually have their act together. Here's the incumbent, Wasserman Schultz. 73.8% of the votes are already in. I mean, that's quite something when you consider it.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. We're going to be looking at specific House races throughout the night. We can take a look at the hot races. Right now, they don't have anything going on for hot races, but later on tonight they will. We're also seeing in the House, Kentucky 5 is running unopposed, so Rogers is going to keep that seat. We're going to look a little bit more over here at Kentucky 4. Massey, as we talked about before, is running unopposed. He's the incumbent. So there's not going to be any issue there. But if you take a look at that district, look at this thing. It snakes all the way from here, all the way over to here. And the way they draw these lines, just look at these lines. This is what's called gerrymandering or redistricting. These counties do weird things, don't they? Because each state legislature are the ones who draw a line. Actually, some legislatures give it to an independent council in order to do it. So it usually favors the party that's in power. That's just the deal. So Indiana 8, Messmer is winning over Hurt. That's not a surprise. Indiana 8 goes Republican pretty much all the time. So back to the Senate. We will take a look and see if anything's changed there. Nope, doesn't look like it. It looks like that results haven't been updated, and that's pretty much where we stand. So we're going to go back to the presidential election, and we're going to take a look at what's going on there. Again, there hasn't been any updates, so those are still the same as it was before at 19-3. We can take a look and see if some results have come in from Florida, and we'll also take a look at the other three states as well. Florida here right now with 39.5% of the precincts reporting. We have Trump up 51.42 to Harris at 47.77. So about 40% of the vote in, and Trump is leading by about 3.5. All right. So going back to Virginia. Virginia has closed its polls, and it's very, very early with only 0.02% in. Trump leads 477 to 405. So he leads by 8% in Virginia right now. That state is probably going to go to Harris, but in a red wave, that state has a possibility to go to Trump. It would have to be a pretty darn big wave, but it's possible, much more possible than, say, something like New Hampshire or Massachusetts or Rhode Island or Connecticut or Delaware or Maryland. And Washington, D.C. is going to vote for Kamala Harris by 80 points. So no chance to win those. But let's see. The last state that we have out of all those is South Carolina. That's closed their polls. And we haven't received any data in yet from them. So that's right now where we stand. Steve, your thoughts on the first bunch of results that have come in?
Well, first of all, I want to tell everybody, I might get excited about these things. If you voted against what I choose, I'm okay. All right, you vote by your conscience, but I will get excited. And seeing Trump winning in some of these places, really cool.
Yeah. So these predictions or these calls so far are not surprises. This shouldn't surprise anybody. Here, I'll blow up this map just a little bit for you guys, so you can see a little bit easier on phones and so forth. But these actually are solid red states. These were never going to get flipped. Vermont had absolutely no chance to ever get flipped. It does look like now we started to get some results in, though. In Vermont, Harris is up by 54 points. Wow. I would expect that to shrink a little bit to maybe about 40. I have Vermont going to her between 41 and 54 points. So that is not a surprise. Let's take a look and see if Florida has any updated. Yes, with 42%, Trump has actually widened his lead and now is up by 5.25%. So 5.25%, Trump is ahead of Harris. And last time we looked at it, he was just over 3%. So just in 3% coming in, Trump took 2% away from Harris. So I have Florida tonight going to Trump very easily, actually. Boy, 2020, I think George Bush won that by 500 votes for the entire state. Went to the Supreme Court, all that stuff. But tonight, I have Trump winning Florida between 8.5 and 15 points. So I would expect that Florida is going to continue just to go up and up and up for Trump in the lead. If we kind of zoom in here, if you remember 2020, these along the coast were Democrat strongholds. Miami-Dade, you remember that? Miami-Dade, Broward County, remember Broward County?
Yeah.
And Palm Beach County, remember? They all had 3 people all looking at ballots and so forth. Well, those were very, very heavily Democrat strongholds. Right now, the only one thing that we actually have in is from Broward County, and it's pretty much a 61-39 split, which is way less than it used to be. Back in 2020, it was like a 70-30 split. So even that county has shifted to the right by 10%. That's with 70% of the population of the precincts reporting. Take a look at how close Hillsborough County is. Hillsborough County right now, 71% in.
Wow.
236.7 for Trump, 257. So it's less than 1% there in Hillsborough County. Pinellas County, which is basically where Tampa Bay and so forth. That's where Hillsborough and Pinellas are. This is the Tampa Bay, St. Pete type area, including Indian Rocks Beach. And north of that, look how close that one is. Harris is leading by 0.08%.
Wow.
So that's how close. And those used to be pretty good Democrat strongholds. So, yeah, Osceola, I believe, is where I think that's where Disney World is, in Osceola County, or is it in Orange County? One of the two. But this is pretty much like Disney area up here. So no surprise where that vote's going. Shouldn't surprise anybody. But it's going to be very interesting. Now, over Panhandle, like I said, the polls haven't closed there yet, but that is pretty much red, solid red. So the fact that Trump is leading right now in this state by 5% or more without the Panhandle,
yeah,
I think that my prediction of 8 to 15 points is going to stand up. So for those who saw polls that said, look at this, we are already over 53%. For those who saw polls that said that Florida was going to be close or that Florida might be tight this time, you can just see right here that Trump has taken a 7.7% lead with 53% of the vote in. So he's continuing to build on that lead. Let's take a look and see if South Carolina and Virginia have anything new. So in South Carolina, nope, nothing has come in yet. And in Virginia, we've got the first stuff that's come in that aside from those 400 to 400. Now we're at 10,621 to 8,188. And Trump has a 12.7% lead, 12.8. So now it's very early. Don't get all excited that Trump's going to win Virginia. He might, but this is not an indication necessarily of a final result. These are very, very early votes that are coming in. We'll take a look at Vermont. Now they have a 1.63% in, and Trump did fairly well in that batch of votes. He's only down now by 16.5%. So not too bad. But that again is going to be a wipeout. Indiana, Bob Barber needs to get in here in order to talk about that. He's got 10 more minutes until I'm going to call him tardy. Anyway, in Indiana, we've got 15.58% of the vote in, and Trump is leading handily by 25%. And as I said, I've got him winning Indiana between 16 and 25%. So he's actually at the top of what my margin says right now. In Kentucky, I mean, with 11% in, Trump is winning by 45%. So we can take a look maybe and see where those votes are coming in. Like, take a look at some of these counties down here. Clay County, Trump is winning 90-9, and that's with half the vote in. He's winning the next county over 84-15. He's winning Floyd County with almost 80% of the vote in. He's winning it 78-20. In Harlan County, it's 80. You know what, Steve? These numbers are extremely large for Trump. These numbers are very, listen to this. This one is done. Almost done. 99% in. Trump has won that county by 56.7%. That's very big, very big. So it's looking like the Republicans, I mean, that's 99% in. That's almost every single vote that's going to be counted is counted for that county. So we're seeing some pretty big numbers here for Trump right off the bat. Yeah, it's looking very positive for Donald Trump right now in these red states. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a landslide or a red wave or whatever, but but it does show that Republicans are coming out to vote on election day. Many people thought that it might be a problem where hey, there's so many Republican votes that have come in early or via mail, right? That all the Republicans have voted early. They're not going to vote on election day. Well, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, that there's going to be more Republicans, and historically that's true. More Republicans vote on election day than Democrats. That's just how it is historically. And it appears as though that is going to be the case again this time, that Republicans are going to come out on election day more so than Democrats. If that is the case, the mail-in and early votes that came in were actually pretty bad for Democrats. In urban areas, 1.7 million less Democrat ballots were received than last election. 1.7 million less. 1.4 million less ballots were received from women early than last election. 300,000 rural voters more than last election. And normally Republicans do much better than Democrats in rural areas, and Democrats do much better in urban areas than Republicans. That's a general rule. It doesn't mean every single city is like that, but it's pretty much like that. So let's go back to some more of these results. Let's see if we got anything more from Virginia. A little bit more. So Trump is up by 18% there with 0.73% in. So really not much. I will tell you what I have the prediction at. Oh, do we have a yes, there he is. We are going to bring in the legend, Bob Barber.
No. Legend? Are you serious?
In his own mind. No, Bob Barber. So glad to have you here. As you can see, I'm wearing the exact same shirt I wore 4 years ago.
Yes, you are.
I don't know if that's a good omen or a bad omen, or even if you believe in omens, which I do not, and I'm sure you don't either.
No.
But I'm wearing the same shirt because it's really the only red, white, and blue shirt that I have. So I mean, I just decided to go for it again. It has been washed since then, and I actually haven't worn it once since then. So really. But yeah, Bob Barber was here with me 4 years ago as my co-host on this broadcast. And Bob, tell us your thoughts about how 2020 went when we were on that broadcast, and then give us your thoughts about how you think things are going to go tonight.
Well, just like everybody else, I thought Trump had it in the bag back in 2020. And we got to the point we were tired. Like, it's good to go. Let them finish it off, and we'll celebrate in the morning. And of course, the following morning, after about 3:00, hello, the witching hour, they sent everybody home. Said, "We'll take care of from here. Everybody go home." And then they started counting. They're not going to be able to do that this year. They're having a hard time trying to do anything. Everybody's like, anything's out of place, man. People are grabbing you back of your shirt. What are you doing? Hey. What are you doing? It's bad right now, especially in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, we woke up the next morning, and like everybody else, I was shocked. I was like, how did this guy get the most votes of any president in presidential history with the least amount of turnout at any given rally in presidential history? So they really had their cards in order to beat Trump. But now they can't do the same stuff they did before. I heard they're trying to do power outages now for machines in Pennsylvania, of course. And they're claiming that I heard that they had to protect the people because the winds were high. So they got to shut the power down. I was like, come on, guys, knock it off. Turn the power on, idiots. Okay, we know what you're trying to do. No, turn the power on. So they're trying to do shenanigans already. But as far as I've been listening to you as I'm actually doing stuff with my kids with a set of headphones on while I'm listening, trying to.
How dare you? How dare you, Bob? How dare you?
Yeah. They're like, come on, Dad, put your headphones down. I was like, hey, this is a pretty important night. This is a very important night.
Yes.
Okay. One of my kids is 17 years old. I want to tell them, hey, this is going to determine whether or not you got to go fight a war in about a year.
Yes, it's very important, not only for us, but for your children as well, and for everyone's children. Now look, we may not much longer. We don't know. But until we are taken, we are going to be occupying this land until he comes. And so the simple fact is that your kids, yeah, let's just say you're 17-year-old, right, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what Trump has been running on is that no new wars with me, but if you elect Kamala Harris, you're going to get yourself World War III.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think that your son wouldn't be drafted for World War III?
Exactly.
Of course he would be. So basically what's happened here is we kind of had a shift. Back before, we had liberal Democrats who were like totally anti-war. Remember back in Vietnam era and also with the Iraq war and all those things, no war. Well, guess now they have Liz Cheney on stage with them campaigning. So they've changed. That's just simple. And now the Republicans are the anti-war party. Mm-hmm. We don't want to have war. We don't want to start new wars. We don't want to go into the Middle East and change somebody into a democracy or something like that. We don't want to do that. We want to stay out of that, those foreign wars that we just get hammered down in. Okay, take a look. We do have some new results coming in. The first results from Georgia, which is a battleground state, which Joe Biden won last time, where there was a leaky toilet. Remember the leaky toilet, Bob? Mr. Barber? No, he's not there. I'm sorry. I just took a look back. Okay, anyway, we'll go back to the leaky toilet later. Back to Georgia.
Leaky toilet. That's where now it went from a leaky toilet to the power outages now.
Yeah, so they changed it a little bit, but it's still the same result, right? Oh, we can't do that. We can't have this because, well, the pipe burst. They said a pipe burst. But then when it was actually investigated, it was one leaky toilet. So that just goes to show you what kind of things that they're trying to do. But anyway, aside from that, 6.1% in, Trump leads 187,643 to Kamala Harris, 140,157. So Trump is at 57, Harris is at 42.5. So Trump right now in Georgia has a 14.5% lead. Now, that's not going to hold. Because again, the urban areas like Atlanta and so forth, those areas are going to vote mainly, predominantly for Democrats, and those are going to come in very, very late. I actually have Trump winning Georgia by between 2 and 3, but I also think that that's actually on the low side. He could win it by even as much as 5 or 6 or 7. So right now, let's go over to South Carolina. That's going to be a Trump state. I don't think I said what my prediction is on that one. Last election for Georgia, by the way, Biden won it by, 1%. And then in South Carolina, it wasn't really very close. Trump won South Carolina by, final result, 7.5%? No, that was the aggregate. The aggregate said that Trump was going to win by 7.5%, but he actually won it by 11.6%. So they were off by 4% for him there. And in Georgia, they said that they basically had the final aggregate was at 1% for actually that was 1% for Trump. The aggregate had 1% for Trump in Georgia, and Biden won it by 0.3, which was the closest election in all the states. Is that kind of weird, Bob, that they actually had the aggregate to Trump, but then Biden actually won it? I mean, these aggregates are almost always in favor of the Democrats, are they not? So how did that happen? How did Trump go from 1 point up in the aggregate in Georgia to actually losing the state, Bob?
Well, because they cheated.
All right. Well, all right. Back to this 7:30, and the polls in the Eastern time. The polls have closed in 3 states. West Virginia is one of the states, and with 0% of the vote in, Donald Trump is projected to be the winner of West Virginia. You might say, how can you project a winner if no votes are in? Well, you base it off of history and the fact that it's projected that Donald Trump is going to win West Virginia between 27 and 51%. Now, I know that's a lot, but there's not a lot of polling that goes on in West Virginia. The aggregates have it at 39%. So he's going to just clean up on that state. That's why it's already been given to him. So let's take a look at the Electoral College. Electoral College stands right now updated 23-3 in favor of Donald Trump, with that extra 4 electoral votes going to him from West Virginia. The second state that is just closed is North Carolina. And we do not, as a battleground state, the polls are closed. No votes have come in to be told yet. But in the aggregate right now, they have Donald Trump up in the aggregate by 1.4%. In 2020, they had Trump winning by 0.2%, but he actually won by 1.3%. So they were off by 1.1. This time, I think they're going to be off even more than 1.1. I don't think he's up by 1.4. I think he'll win between 2 and 4%. And if there's a red wave or a lot of Trump supporters coming in, we can see that even as high as 6 or 7 or even 8 points in North Carolina. We'll see. We'll see. All right. The third state that has polls closed is Ohio. And Ohio used to be a state that Republicans had to win in order to win the presidency. It kind of still is. But that was like, if the Republicans don't win Ohio, they don't win the presidency. It was that kind of state. Now tonight, without Ohio, he probably wouldn't win, because Ohio is going to go to Trump tonight big time. Last time in 2020, they had Trump only winning Ohio by 1 point, but he actually won by 8.2. So, that right there is, a big difference. It wasn't even really close. They were off by a lot. Let's put it that way. They were just straight up off. So when you consider how much they were off in Ohio, well, you can just see that it's very possible that they have them in the aggregate up right now by 7%. Last time they had him by 1. So this time he's favored 6% more than last time, which in my prediction is between a 6 28.9 and a 16.4% win. So he is going to win Ohio very, very easily. Let's go back down to Florida, because Florida is actually coming in with votes very, very fast this time due to their changes in their electoral voting systems and so forth. You can already see, Bob, that 72.28% of the vote has already been counted in Florida. They closed the polls on the east side of the state. The panhandle goes at 8 o'clock in about 25 minutes, but 35 minutes ago, they've counted 72.28% of all those votes already. And Trump is leading by 9 points. 9 points in Florida.
So basically, it's saying that the average continues, he's going to win.
Yes, because he's
unlike
exactly
what happened with Biden, when that average continues, oh, he's got it, and all of a sudden there's like 500,000 votes came in just for him.
That's right.
So,
and as you said this time, Laura Trump and the RNC have a ton of people out there. 250,000 observers they have.
Wow.
Oh yeah, we're ready for these cheaters, man.
250,000. That's 5,000 per state. They have observers, and they also have lawyers on the ground, which they actually already used this morning, because there was an issue where people just didn't show up. They just didn't show up. They weren't there in the morning to open up the polls. They weren't there. And the lawyers came in and said, what's going on here? You guys need to get your act together. Call this guy. Get him out of bed. He opens the door. They were late by 40 minutes. And they basically are saying that precinct needs to stay open for 40 minutes more.
Right.
So they are
Mhm.
going through that process right now in order to ensure that everybody can vote. That's the Democrat mantra. Count every vote. Okay.
Yeah, that's
let's do
democracy.
That's
That's democracy, right?
Absolutely. 100% it's democracy.
Cheaters.
All right. So here we go back into Virginia. Virginia is with 10% now in. Harris is up by 19.5%. So Virginia is projected to go blue. So don't get all crazy about, oh my gosh, he's not going to win Virginia. Virginia has gone blue for the last bunch of elections. It used to be a very red state, but over the years it's become more blue. Back to North Carolina, battleground state, obviously, with 1.8% in. Harris has a 38.7% lead. But again, that's only with 1.8% in. I wouldn't read too much into that. It all depends also on where those votes are coming in from. You can see here in some of these counties, Wayne, Harris, a lot of those counties, it's a lot of blue. In some of the red counties, actually, there's quite a bit that are pretty much even here. And North Carolina is kind of an even state. I mean, it's not super red as it used to be. As a matter of fact, Trump only won last time by 1.3%. So it was a little bit close. So it's possible it could be between 1 and 4%. That's what I have it down right now, as between 1 and 4%. All right, let's take a look at. I wanted to go to Indiana, Bob, and I wanted to go to the Senate race. So let's take a look at the Senate race in Indiana. Banks versus McCray. Do you know anything about Banks at all?
Banks?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, got a dog in there now, ripping everything up. Hold on a second here.
Okay, sure. I'll keep on going until you're ready. So Banks is up 63.67 to 34% with 17% of the vote in. They've already called it for him. He's going to win that. We're going to take a look real quick, go back to the presidential one, and we're going to take a look at Indiana because we looked at this by county before. And we also looked at Kentucky as well. And there are many, many, many counties that are just going crazy for Trump. I mean, Trump's winning this county by 50. He's winning this county by 43. He's winning this county by 45. He's pretty close on that county, Delaware County. He's winning when he's winning counties, it's 81 to 17%. I mean, it's not even close. And actually, if I can zoom out here, I'll take a look at back. I think we were in Kentucky when we were looking at it. Look at some of these counties, Bob, down here in southern Kentucky, close to Tennessee. Look at 89.5 to 9.
Wow.
Wow.
That's what we need throughout the country. Kentucky gets it, man. They get it. It astounds me that there are people voting Democrat. It astounds me after they write everything they've done to wreck this nation, and yet people are still voting Democrat. Unless you are all about abortion.
Delusion.
Unless you want abortion and killing children. That's all. That's the only thing that's important to you. Then I see why you're voting. Or if you care about these precious illegal immigrants. Okay.
Well, there definitely
or
is.
if you hate Trump or hate Jesus or hate God.
Well,
then I see why
then you're at the wrong rally, right, Bob?
Yeah.
You're at the wrong rally.
That's why they vote.
So there is really kind of two reasons why people are three reasons why people are voting for Democrats. Number one is that their favorite celebrity is voting for Democrat, and so they always vote with whatever their celebrity votes because their celebrity knows best.
Yeah,
or number two, that they want to have a federal law for abortion up to the 9th month. So if you want a federal law, and it's not Roe v. Wade, they don't want to really reinstate Roe v. Wade. They actually want the Congress to pass a law for abortion up to 9 months. Or number three, you believe that Donald Trump is Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini all wrapped up into one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's for people who watch the Clown News Network and MSDNC. Those people heard this last week that Donald Trump wants to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. Well, obviously he didn't say that. They also said that Trump said that whether women like it or not, but if you actually watched his speech, he wasn't talking about women. He says, my advisors told me not to say this, but I'm going to protect women, whether they, the advisors, like it or not. I am going to say that I'm going to protect women. They didn't want him to say that. They didn't want him to say it. They wanted him to stay away from that, but he said, I'm going to say it, whether they like it or not, because I'm going to protect them from the alien invaders, from these bad people that are coming through our border, our open border. And so they said, oh, Trump's going to do things whether women will like it or not. And Kamala Harris actually said it was regarding abortion, which it was not. So again, they take them out of context. So if you believe and only watch those news sites, you are going to believe that Trump is the worst of the worst of the worst of all time.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. That's basically, if that's what they're voting for, then look at the numbers right here, 44, 36, 98.
Yeah, right here. So when we first started, remember our first time that we looked at this, Trump was only up by 3% in Florida. And that was with about 50% of the vote in. Now at 75% of the vote in, he's up by 9.5.
I'm saying these people voting for Kamala, they're bringing judgment on this nation. They are. They're voting for death. They're voting for hatred of Jesus. They're voting for the hatred of God in the Bible. They're voting for all that stuff, but they don't care. Basically, like I said before, in Uptime, even on Shane's broadcast, we're voting against the terrorists right now. All right, all of us believers and those who are patriotic and have half a brain cell, we're all voting against the terrorists. This is like a voting war between us and the terrorists right now. Okay.
So it's the body of Christ versus the tares.
Essentially.
Wow.
Yeah, the body of Christ and also patriots. And I believe that these people voting for Kamala, none of them, they're all going to be terrorists because there's going to be a lot of people left behind. But I believe all these patriots are going to become tribulation saints who are going to be left behind.
Yeah,
but if someone voted for Kamala right now, they're not going to become a tribulation saint. If they can't even get this election right.
Babylon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we have our first results in from Ohio that we can report with 3.72% of the vote in. Trump is leading 126,172 to 94,672, which is basically 14 points. So Trump in early returns, he's up by 14 in Ohio, which is a really good sign because, like I said, I've got him predicting to win Ohio by 7 to 16 points. So that's falling right in that zone right at this time. In Virginia, Harris now is up by about 13%, with only 15% in. In North Carolina, Harris is up by 38 or 37 and a half, but only 1.8% of the vote in. So you can't really glean much from that. South Carolina, will update that. Trump is up by 22 and a half points in South Carolina. And just to remind you, the aggregate had him up by 11 and a half. He won last time by 11.6. So the fact that he's already up by 22 doesn't necessarily mean all that much because it could be coming in from Republican areas. So always take that with a grain of salt for early returns that we don't know where they're actually coming. I mean, we do kind of know where they're coming because you can look in here, but we don't necessarily know. I would prefer if they actually put it on here of like what they voted last time. Otherwise, we'd have to bring that up, and that's that would have to go back and forth between that. But anyway, yeah, you can see here that these votes are coming in from all over the place in South Carolina. So it's not just one area; it's all over the place. All right, let's go down to who wants to look at Florida. Let's look at Florida real quick and see where they're at.
Didn't you have some questions for Bob on his city, on his state?
Oh, yeah, you're asking me about Jim Banks?
Yeah. Hold on one second. I just wanted to go to Florida real quick. I'm going to go to Florida and then Georgia because those are a lot of people want to know how those are going. Trump's almost up by 10 here.
You got
with
time.
Three-quarter. Yeah, we got plenty. We're going to be on for a long time. Georgia is going to Trump right now by 25 points, 25 and a half, but only 11.6% in. So let's take a look just up the coast. South Carolina, Trump's leading very handily. North Carolina, we just looked at. Virginia, Trump is actually closing in a bit here. So we're only down to 11.8, 11.7. West Virginia was called long ago, even though Trump's only leading by 0.9. He's going to win that by 50, 40 to 50. Kentucky, they've already called for Trump long ago. He's going to win that easily. And Bob's home state of Indiana, which is going to go to Trump very, very easily as well. It seems like the people in Indiana actually have it right as well, Bob.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean, look at these. Trump 71, Trump 78, Trump 72, Trump 72, Trump 73. That's actually fairly close, but it's close to a blue one here. Adams County. What city is in Adams County?
Adams County. Where's that? Right here on the map.
Over here between Illinois and Ohio.
Indiana. Oh,
I'm sorry, Indiana and Ohio. Sorry, Indiana and Ohio.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's probably there isn't much there. It might be a little, poor group of people who depend on the government for free money.
That's very possible because it looks like there's only going to be about 14,000 people voting there. 15,000.
Yeah, so, they're probably all. Hey, go up to the top left-hand corner.
Top left-hand corner, you got it.
That's
all right,
my county.
So over here, St. Joseph.
Me right there. So
is it what is it? Lake
County. That's where
Lake
I'm at.
County. All right. Nobody's voted there yet. No, I'm kidding. They haven't reported anything yet.
It's amazing that we had lines everywhere for early voting. I stood in line for an hour and 20 minutes to try to vote. Okay, then my wife goes and votes today, and just walks right in. 5 minutes done. I'm like, man. That's like, I guess it's good that everybody doing early voting, but man, I'm thinking next time, man, I'm just going to do it on the day of, man, because it's crazy because they have a whole lot of locations open, but the day of, man, the locations are all over the place. But Indiana, they always done a good job. Jim Banks, you know, he's done a lot of good for us. He's been around since 2010. He serves in
so I
the
wanted
third
to-
congressional district right now.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you about Jim Banks. It looks like Jim Banks is going to win fairly handily. And one thing that I was looking at was how much percent is Banks getting, and then how much percent is Trump getting? Because that will tell you sometimes of whether or not a candidate is stronger than another, or if a president actually has coattails and is bringing people along for the ride. It looks like Banks is an extremely strong candidate. You said he's been the senator since how long?
So he's been doing stuff here in Indiana since 2010.
Okay.
And he's in the third congressional district right now.
Okay.
And the thing about him, he's pro-life, he's pro-growth, pro-family, pro-veteran. He's just like Trump.
Yeah.
You know, so that's probably why he's doing so well. So I mean, I don't think what's that term you use, Kevin, when a Republican candidate needs Trump to push him over the finish line?
It's called coattails.
Coattail. Yeah, he didn't need that.
No, it doesn't look like
He did it
needs that
all on
at
his own, man, because that guy's been doing a lot of good for us here.
Yeah, so taking a look here, Trump's at 64.06%, and Banks, here's Trump, Indiana, 64.06%, 64.17%. He just gained a little bit. And then here's Banks. Banks is at 64.72. So almost identical, but Banks is actually outperforming Trump.
Yeah, he is. I voted for Banks this election too. So actually, what I do, I just vote straight Republican ticket. It's the best way for me to do it. And I say no to all the judges. All the judges, get somebody new in there. You stay in there too long, you get corrupt. Get out. I always vote in new judges.
They've called the race in West Virginia, which shouldn't be a surprise in the Senate. Right now, it looks very close, 49.7 to 46.9, but only 3% is in. But this is the state that Joe Manchin is actually representing right now as the senator. He defected from the Democrats as an independent, and he decided not to run again because he knew that he was going to lose. So right now, Justice, everybody, all the West Virginians apparently know Justice. That's kind of funny. Justice. No, that's his name, though. They know Justice, but they don't know who the heck this Elliott guy is. I mean, they think he's somebody from E.T. They don't even know. Justice is going to win by like 40 to 50 points ultimately, and that is a flip, as you can see. That is flipping from the Democrats, or basically an independent that caucuses with the Democrats, to Republican. So
Good.
There's going to be two of those that occur tonight for sure, at the minimum. Right here in Montana, Sheehy is going to defeat Tester. Tester is the incumbent senator, and he is going to lose in Montana. So we're going to see two flips, which means that the Senate is going to go to the control of the Republicans at the least 51 to 49. At the very least.
Right.
So that's all we have there. Let's take a look. We haven't looked at the House for a while. In 7 minutes, polls close in like 18 states. Okay.
So it's going to get real interesting here.
It is the biggest poll closing of the night in terms of how many states and so forth. So let's just show you here in the House, and you can see what Florida has done with their electoral systems and so forth, with their voting systems. They're reporting like up to 87% of the vote already tabulated. Look at Florida. I mean, this should be the model.
Yeah.
For every single state in the union to follow that model so that we can have election results on election night.
Unless you need somebody, unless you need a little extra hand in order to beat the Republicans. Unless you want to cheat, then you need more time.
So you're basically saying that the only reason why delay things and have no ID to check and stuff like that is for nefarious reasons. Shenanigans.
Right. Exactly. It was always done on election night until Trump came on in 2016. And they figured the machine would work. And then when they entered in all the data, it popped out the wrong answer for them. So now in 2020, they had to get messy in order to beat them, and they had to cheat so much that it was so evident that they had to shut down the polls and then continue doing what they're doing and all this nefarious stuff. It was easy to see what they're doing. Okay. Of course, then after that, when we tried to expose them, they gave me strikes on my channel. They took some of our videos down from Uptime, trying to protect the Democrats and their cheating habits.
I was banned for 1 week, Bob.
What's that?
I was banned on YouTube for 1 week.
Yep, same here. Yes, I was too.
You know what's interesting, Bob, is like a year ago, YouTube started allowing people to comment and actually have videos regarding the 2020 election. Just 1 year ago, 3 years after it occurred, they finally stopped banning those videos. And for those in chat, that's the reason why we can say these things, because if they wouldn't have changed their stance on it, we probably already would have been pulled by now. So
that's because the damage has been done, and now they're releasing this information to tick us all off. That's what they always do. Any information that's detrimental to them at that time, they'll hide it. Okay, they'll censor it. But once it's clear and it's no longer a threat to them, and they know if they release it, it'll tick us off and cause a civil war. Yeah. Go ahead, release it. Yeah. Talk about, please, percolate it.
Well,
thank you.
It just so happens that they did that right after Elon Musk bought Twitter and changed it to X.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that a coincidence, right? Because a lot of people were posting videos and stuff on there, not posting them on YouTube because X allowed it. So it's the marketplace. Take a look at these results. Already 80% in Florida, and Trump is up by almost 11.
There you go.
I mean, it is. Oh, we got a state that's just been called. South Carolina is called for Trump. 9 electoral votes. Let's take a look and see what that does here. 32 now, 32 to 3.
Let's have all the states go red. They haven't gone red yet.
So that's what's going on right now. And as you can see, Trump is closing the gap in Virginia. At one point, Kamala Harris was up by 20 something. Now she's up by less than 8. North Carolina, Harris is still up huge, 26 points. However, only 3% of the vote in. So North Carolina needs to look at Florida and do what they did. Because seriously, those polls, North Carolina closed their polls a half an hour before Florida did. North Carolina's at 3% in, and Florida's at 80.57. I mean, come on, North Carolina, get your act together. Seriously.
I was born there.
Yeah, well, that explains it all then.
Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
I don't know what that means, but it explains it all, Steve. How dare you?
It's a Marine base.
I had a connecting flight through there one time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh. How was that?
On my way to Florida, which never happens.
Was it Raleigh, Durham?
I don't remember. That was like 10 years ago.
All right, yeah. Well, a lot of stuff's happened since then.
Yeah, a lot has happened in North Carolina. And you know what? As far as what has transpired now in North Carolina after the hurricane, have you heard of, are these elections, are they doing it well there? Are they having issues, or do you hear anything about North Carolina?
No. Is anybody in chat from that area and can talk about that? Because what I've heard was that the Republicans basically cleared out a whole bunch of stuff, made it so that people could go vote, opened up 5 places there 2 weeks ago, and that a lot of people were getting their vote in because it was really difficult to maneuver through that area. But there was a lot of volunteers that came in and helped out. Anybody here from North Carolina? Anybody? Okay. Anyway, let's go back to this because I just want to show you something. Look at Georgia. In Georgia, we have almost 31% of the vote in, and Trump is up by 12.5 points
Wow.
in Georgia with 30% of the vote in. Now, of course, a lot of that still could be coming in from Atlanta area and so forth. That's just it's the urban area. It's going to be a while. It's going to take some time for them to actually get in. Here's your county, Fulton County. Remember Fulton County from 2020? Fulton County.
Yep.
So Fulton County is reporting just over 51%, almost 52%, and Harris is up 71 to 28. I'm curious to see what the Fulton County final vote was last time. So, Steve, could you pull that up on a web page to check the Fulton County election results for 2020?
That's Georgia?
Fulton County, Georgia. If you just type probably Fulton County 2020 election results in Google search, you'll probably get right to the page. So 7107 to 28 is what's going on right now. We have states that have been called because guess what? It is 8 o'clock Eastern. And look at all these states that have now come in and been called.
Man, look at all that red.
None of these are
too bad for Illinois.
Yeah, none of these are surprises. None of these are surprises.
You know, I had hope for Illinois, man, but you know what? Even when I just crossed over the border right there, man. As soon as you cross over the border, everything just turns gray and dark. You just see death in that state.
All right, now that you offended everyone from Illinois, well, let's move on to.
Hey, it's the truth.
All right.
Do you want the summary or the
That sounds like
scroll
what Trump would say.
results?
It's true. It's true. It's true. It's all death. It's true. All right. What do you got there, Steve? Go ahead
You
and
want to
share
hear the
your-
summary? Or...
No. Go ahead and share the window. Do you have the window?
Okay, hold on.
Share the window, and then I'll pull it up. Okay. Check this out. So with the new calls that we have, Trump is ahead in the popular vote, 9.259 million to Harris, 7.958, or I guess 59. But Electoral College is what matters. 105 for Trump, 72 for Harris. Let's go through what was just called. So what was just called, apparently, it was Maine's 1st district. No reporting, but Maine's 1st district, Harris is going to win that by quite a bit. I actually have her winning Maine's 1st by between 17 and 26 points. The aggregate actually has her winning it by a ton. I think it's like 26 points. So we'll see if that's actually the case. But I have her actually winning it by 17%. So that's a no-brainer. Right here in Vermont, that was called long ago. Massachusetts is you want to talk about a Democratic state. Massachusetts has 9 representatives, and every single one of them are Democrats. And every single one of them are safe, solid Democrat seats. So if you want to know a place where you probably don't want to live, unless you want to go into the lion's den, which some people don't mind, that's your state. Rhode Island, no reports, but she's going to win that state fairly easily, but I would say less than what Biden won it by. Rhode Island's just a tiny little state. It actually has more population than Delaware, but the state itself is actually smaller than Delaware. But Biden won it by 21 points last time, and the aggregate has her at 20. So fairly close, but still trending a little bit to the right. So that's Rhode Island with its 4. Joe Biden's home state, although I think he was about ready to say that he was from Puerto Rico. No, I think it would say he's from Scranton Joe, right? But I think this last week when he was talking about floating garbage, he almost said that he was from Puerto Rico.
Well, that's because you know why? All his the body doubles. I believe Joe's gone. I think these are all like fakes wearing masks and stuff like that, and they just think, "Oh, I'm from here," and they just let it slip.
Yeah, well, he almost did it in that speech. He was saying, "I can't believe the Puerto Ricans that I know where I'm in Delaware, my home state." He started the F. He was where I'm. in my home state of Delaware, he was about ready to say that he was from Puerto Rico. So yeah, that was very interesting. And that's the next line after that was the only floating garbage that I see are Trump supporters. That's your president. That's our president. Okay. Our president called Trump supporters, not without an apostrophe, by the way, Trump supporters floating garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that whole thing about floating garbage had nothing to do with the people there. The joke that was made at Madison Square Garden by the comedian was in regards to the landfill issue that they have on the island and have had on the island for years and years that the mainstream media reported on 3 years ago. They said that Puerto Rico has a garbage problem. It has a landfill problem. And so he said a floating island of garbage to call out the administration for not fixing it. Again, completely taken out of context. And oh, well, who knew? So anyway, on to
the results shared.
All right, give me a moment. I'll tell you when I'm ready. Okay.
All right.
Because I'm going to go back to Georgia, but I'm calling all these states. Okay, Steve, give me a moment.
Okay.
Maryland with 10 electoral votes goes to Harris. Maryland's going to go to Harris by at least 20, possibly even up to 26 points. That is a solid blue state. Over here, Illinois, another fairly blue state. Chicago area, notorious for being blue.
It's just Chicago. The rest of the state, all red.
Yeah.
But all these morons that live in Chicago that screw it up for everybody, though.
Right. Last time Biden won the state by 17 points. This time Harris is going to win between probably 12 and 15. So that one's been called. Missouri, another very solid red state. The only places that aren't are the big cities, of course, like St. Louis. That one's pretty. That place is pretty blue. Home of Ferguson, Missouri, if you remember that whole hands up, don't shoot crap that happened before, that kind of stuff. So, but Missouri itself is a very red state, and Missouri went to Trump last time very easily. By the way, he won that by 16.4%. And this time I've got him winning between 18 and 29, depending on how big this red wave is. Oklahoma, another very red state. No surprise there. 7 electoral votes go to Trump. Tennessee, Trump is up 81 to 18 with only 1% in, but Tennessee is a red state. That is absolutely going to go to Trump. Tennessee, he wins that. Marsha Blackburn is actually up for re-election in the Senate. She's going to win that easily as well. Last time in 2020, Trump won Tennessee by 23 points. This time he's going to win between 23 and 33. Alabama, also another very red state. 9 electoral votes go to Trump. And its neighbor, Mississippi, another very red state, goes to Trump with 6 electoral votes. And again, that puts us at 105 to 72. Now let's dig into Georgia. Actually, let's take a look real quick before we dig into Georgia. Let's just take a look at where we stand with Florida and so forth. With 87% in, Trump is now at 12.3% up. 12.3. Okay. Florida is going to Trump and that doesn't even count the panhandle. The panhandle just started coming in like 8 minutes ago. So yeah, it's going to be very, very easy win for Trump in Florida. For Democrats who thought that they had a chance in Florida, they don't. My max prediction for Florida is 14.7. He's up right now by 12.3. We're getting close to that max already. So that's where we stand there. In Georgia, we're going to take a look. That's a battleground state. In Georgia, Trump is still up now by 14.2. He's up by 14.2 with 36% of the vote in. North Carolina, another battleground state that, remember, Harris was just up by 28 points or something like that. Well, now she's only up by 10 with 7% in. Virginia, look how close this has gotten. 5%. Harris is up by 5% in Virginia. taking a look at, let's see what else. Maybe Pennsylvania. How would we go to Pennsylvania?
Oh.
Pennsylvania is a very critical state. The polls just closed there not too long ago, and the first results have come in. 5% reporting. Harris is winning 76-23. Only 5% of the vote in. The question is, where did it come in? Northampton? Philadelphia. Philadelphia, Harris is winning their 99,000 to 13,000 votes, 87% to 11. And Steve, that'll be the next one I want you to take a look at and let us know how Biden did. This is where Pittsburgh is in Allegheny, because they got the Allegheny River there that flows in there, and she's up 72-26. So we'll see. But basically, the big cities have reported quite a bit already. So that's what's causing this this huge lead for her in Pennsylvania. That will not stay that way. Believe me, that will not stay. Ohio, Harris is up 52-47 with only 33% in. And yeah, that's pretty much where we stand now. Does anyone, I want to ask the chat real quick. Does anyone in chat have a specific thing that you want me to look at? Please type it in there. And in the meantime, we're going to go to Georgia and we're going to go to Steve. And Steve has the results up here. We're going to add that one to stage. And there we have it. We're going to take a look at what the Fulton County, Georgia final results were. And Joe Biden won that 72.65 to Trump's 26.16. So that's a really good benchmark to take a look at. We're going to go back to Georgia, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the map back up. And then we're going to take a look. So let's recall, it was 72.65 to 26. Go to Fulton County, and let's see what Fulton County has in store for us this time. 71 to 28. 71 to 28. 72.65 to 26. So far, it's shifted to the right by 2 points.
Slightly, yeah.
By about 2 points. Okay. So take a look at that. We actually have a shift. Now, there's only half the vote in there, but we do have a shift of 2 points to the right in Georgia.
What did you want me to look up?
Yep. The next one I want you to look up is Philadelphia County in Pennsylvania. All right. Did anybody type where anybody wanted to see anything? No. Oh, Allegheny here. Okay. Yeah, somebody's in Allegheny. We just showed that. All the smaller counties are red in Pennsylvania. Of course, that's how it is on every single, almost every single state. There are some states that have even small counties that are blue, but most of the time, those rural counties are going to go to the Republican. Let's see here. Minnesota. Somebody wants to look at Minnesota. Okay, so Minnesota hasn't closed their polls yet. Minnesota polls closed in 47 minutes. And that is saying that somebody needs to be blocked. Can you please type the person's name? Yeah, we don't really allow people to disrupt chat here. I am a purveyor of free speech and so forth, but if it actually is causing people not to be able to concentrate on this and enjoy it, then you will be blocked. Okay. So anybody have a name so far? No. Arizona polls don't close until quite a bit later. Arizona actually polls close in Arizona in 40 some odd minutes, 46 minutes. So there's no results. Okay, Maryland Senate race. Okay, that sounds good. Let's take a look at the Maryland Senate race. Come Lord Jesus needs to be blocked. Come Lord Jesus. Wow.
That's kind of Wow.
Farewell, fake
Jesus.
Christians who never shared the gospel. 1 Corinthians 15, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't see that being a problem. Farewell, rapture saints and trib saints who even shared the gospel during this grace period. 1 Corinthians 15, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the person? Okay, just type in what they're saying. All right, we're gonna go take a look at the Maryland Senate race. Okay, Maryland Senate race. We're gonna share that tab right here. Maryland Senate race. Here's the Maryland Senate race. There is 0% of the vote in. Okay, 0% of the vote in. Michigan's polls do not close for another 40 some odd minutes. Okay, the polls have not closed in Michigan. So that there was probably not much to share there. It's possible that maybe some of it has closed. I'm not sure if that's one of those states that closes some and doesn't close some part of others. So yeah, we do have 2% of the vote in. Harris is up 72.5 to 26 for Trump. Okay. Anybody else? No, I'm not going to make anybody mods tonight. I don't know you, and I don't know how. It's too much of a risk. The Senate race in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the Senate race in Pennsylvania. The Senate race in Pennsylvania has Bob Casey, the incumbent, with 6.6% in, up 74 to 24% over Bob McCormick. Okay. Anybody else have any requests?
How about Wisconsin?
Yep, Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. The polls don't close there until 9 o'clock Eastern, but let's take a look and see if they've actually have anything in there yet. Nope, polls haven't closed yet, Steve. People are still voting in the state of Wisconsin. All right. So we've been on here for about what? How long have we been on? 2 hours and 16 minutes. And so far, what we've seen, let's just recap it. There's been some states that have been called, no new ones since the last time we talked about it. Trump is up in the popular vote by about 2.2 million votes. Trump is leading the Electoral College right now, 105 to 72. These states, as you can see, have been called for Trump, the red ones, and the blue ones have been called for Harris. And what has really been astonishing is the expediency of the counting that's happened in Florida.
Yeah.
Florida has already reported 88.36% of the precincts, and that is in only 1 hour and 18 minutes. I mean, that is so fast. And the fact that Trump is up by 12.6% there in Florida, that shows you something. Take a look at Miami-Dade. If you recall, Miami-Dade used to be a Democrat stronghold. With 88% of the vote in, Trump is leading Harris 55 to 44 in Miami-Dade County. Just one up from there is Broward County, which used to be a 70-30 split. Now it's Harris 59.5 to Trump 39.5. And Palm Beach County, which used to be another 70 or 65 to 35 split. It is dead even in Palm Beach County. Florida has trended gigantically to the right. Even Osceola County, Trump is leading in Osceola. 50 to 49. And in Disneyland, Orange County, it's 55 to 44 for Disney. All right. So that's Florida. Florida is a lost cause for the Democrats right now. It is over and done with. We have some other states that we can look at that haven't been called that have polls closed in. So let's take a look at those. Real quick, though. Let's take a look at Georgia. Trump is still up by 12 points in Georgia with 43% in. Trump has closed the gap to 3.5% in North Carolina with only 9% in. Trump has closed the gap to 2.2% in Virginia, with 32% in Virginia, people. Virginia. Okay. In Pennsylvania, Trump is still behind Harris 26-73 with only 7%. New York hasn't got anything. New Hampshire is also a mini battleground state. It's not one of the main ones, but it would be the first one to flip if Trump is doing really well tonight. New Hampshire would be the first one to go red. And right now, with 16.7% in, he's up 44 to 50. He's down 44 to 55. He's down by 11 there in New Hampshire. All right, let's move on over to Texas. In Texas, 27% of the votes in, and Trump is leading by 8, 53 to 45. Kamala Harris actually did a rally in Texas, throwing her money away in order to get I believe that's where Beyonce did her endorsement. So throwing her money away for a rally to have Beyonce endorse her there. She has no chance in Texas. Texas is going to go to Trump. The Democrats keep on saying, let's turn Texas blue, but there is no opportunity for that. Okay. There is no chance this election cycle that goes blue. Trump is going to win Texas between 7 and 13 points. He won last time by 6. There's just too many people not happy with the border. That's all there's to it.
Hey, Kevin, I have a question for you.
Issue. Yes, sir.
What state do you predict will be the final one to call it tonight? Pennsylvania? What do you think?
The very last state that will be called tonight?
Yeah, because you have to look at it this way. That's where they're going to cheat.
Well, I don't think that Pennsylvania is going to be called tonight.
See, that's pathetic.
I don't think that Pennsylvania is going to be called at all tonight.
Why can't they do it?
Well, I think that they're going to say that there's just too many outstanding votes and they can't make a prediction.
So they need to cheat to win.
And plus, if they did make that, then it's probably going to put Trump over the 270 mark. And I don't really. The only way that the networks, and I said this like when I first came on, Bob, if you recall in 2016 when Trump won, the networks, when they called it for Trump, they still had the graphic with less than 270 electoral votes. The only reason why they called it was because Hillary Clinton called him up and conceded. But all the networks still had Trump underneath 270. They only put it up more than 270 after she conceded. So do I think that what I think the last state is going to be called tonight? I think the last state that probably is going to get called tonight is going to be Arizona.
Arizona?
I don't think that they're going to call, because I think that Arizona, they're going to win Trump's going to win by like 6 or 7 in Arizona. And so they won't probably, and Nevada is the one that's probably just a little bit less than that. And then Georgia's a little less than that. They'll call North Carolina before Arizona. It'll go North Carolina and then Arizona and then Nevada. And then they won't call Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
What if okay, so I heard you talking about the scenarios. If the Dems were able to cheat enough to get Pennsylvania and win it, what would Trump need to do to win the election if the Democrats steal Pennsylvania?
So do you have the Democrats in that scenario also winning Wisconsin and Michigan?
Sure.
Okay. So
worst case scenario, what could be like the scariest thing to watch here tonight, do you think?
The scariest thing of all is if Trump
with the victory for Trump.
Is if Trump sweeps the Sun Belt, wins North Carolina, wins Georgia, wins Arizona, wins Nevada, but Harris wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Nebraska's 2nd district.
So right that would still give him a victory still?
That would give Kamala a 270 to 268 win.
Okay. So basically, so everything's working out the way you have predicted it so far, and it looks like everything's working out. Because I'm watching a lot of other people who have done their analysis on this, and this thing's lining up perfectly with what their analysis have said. It's like there are no surprises here so far. I was hoping to see a surprise, but
Well,
there are no surprises there yet.
The only surprise is this, Bob. Take a look at Virginia. With 34% of the vote in, Harris is only up by 1.4. All right. The Virginia aggregate right now, the Virginia aggregate has Harris winning by 6.
You said not to trust that. Don't trust that poll.
Do not trust the aggregates. The aggregates are just a bunch of bad. They have good polls and bad polls, but there are more bad polls, and when they're bad, they're really bad. Steve, remember that poll that was in 2016 from ABC / I think it was it was New York Times Sierra poll in 2016 in Wisconsin. Do you remember that poll?
Nope.
No? Okay. Well, they had Hillary Clinton winning Wisconsin by 17 points. Trump won it.
Oh. Maybe I vaguely remember that.
They were off by 17 points. Okay. So that's how far off they were. Take a look at this, Bob. Trump has taken the lead in Virginia.
All right. Okay.
The aggregates, there's your first surprise.
Tiny lead, but still lead.
Whether or not it sticks around, we don't know, but that's really where it's at right now. Again, still 105-72, but for the first time tonight, remember she was up by 28 or something like that. Now Trump is up. Look at that. Now he's up by 0.05. So that could be, like I said to you, Bob, I said that would be the second state actually to fall. First would be New Hampshire, and the second would be Virginia. The third would be Minnesota. The fourth would be New Mexico. Those are the dominoes that would fall. Right now, 19% of the precincts in. Harris is up 54.5 to 44.5, 10-point lead over Trump right now. The aggregate has Harris winning New Hampshire by 4 points. But with the polls corrected for error, my model shows Trump winning the state by 1.2. So we will see if that count. But you can see now Trump's actually less than 10, or now he's actually 10.13% behind. So we'll see what happens. Connecticut obviously is going to go to Harris, and we already called that. New Jersey has been called for Harris. I think that might be kind of an early call, to be honest with you. I think that people in New Jersey or a lot of them are coming out to vote for Trump. It'll be interesting to see. Right now in the aggregate, they had it by New Jersey, Harris by 16. I have New Jersey going to Harris by 8. I think that their aggregate's off by 8 points, but it's still going to go to Harris unless, like what you were talking about, like the surprise of the night happens and all of a sudden the Trump voters just came out en masse and actually got Harold off the couch for once. If Harold got off the couch, then all of a sudden you could see something like New Jersey flip, but it's going to take a lot to get Harold off the couch that much. Not much has changed here in Pennsylvania. It's still 7.65%. They're slow rolling it there. New Hampshire, Trump is down by 11 with only 20% of the vote in. Let's take a look at Maryland. Maryland's a lost cause. That's just all Democrat country. Virginia, again, Trump is now up by 0.14. So that could be a gigantic surprise if he flips Virginia. Not a surprise necessarily to me, because in my model, I actually have, let me just take a look real quick. I have Virginia going to Trump by 0.08%.
All right.
0.08. And right now he's up by 0.25. So I underestimated Trump. We'll see if that sticks, though.
Yeah.
All right. North Carolina, if you recall, Harris was up by like 20 something odd points. Well, now she's only up by a half a point with 13% of the vote in. In Georgia, Trump is dominating with 51.5% in. He's up by 11.5 points. I'm sorry, 10.5 points, Kevin. Math. 10.5 points. All right. South Carolina has already been called. Back to Texas. Trump is up by 2.2 or 2.1 with about half of it in. A lot of the rural stuff will come in, and then that's when Trump really will shine. But let's go back to Fulton County because let's see how that one's going, because that's kind of an interesting little bellwether that we can use since we have the other one there. So Fulton County right now is going to Harris 71.5 to 27.5. And if you recall, we still have Steve's page up here. This is we changed it to Philadelphia. All right, let's go take a look at Philadelphia. I believe that was at 78.6%, if I remember correctly.
I can bring up Fulton if you want.
Yeah, just go back and pull it up real quick, because I think it was at 78.6, or 72.6. I think it was.
You got it?
Yep, you got it. Okay, there it is. 72.65. Yeah. So 72.65. And right now she's at 71.47. So it's trending to the right by about 1.2%, but not all votes have been counted. But it looks like Georgia's going to, at least the blue part of Georgia, is going to be fairly similar to what it was before. But that's still with only 70% in. So there are red areas of Fulton County, and if those are the ones that haven't been counted much yet, you could see that change. Let's go back up to Pennsylvania and go over. Yeah, go. There we go. So we've got, what was it, 81.4 to about 18. So we'll say 81.5 to 18. Let's take a look at Philadelphia County here on this map. I have to go back over here and add that. There we are. That's how you do it. All right. So we got, what was it? 81 to 18, 81.5 to 18. We're going to zoom in on Pennsylvania, and we're going to go to Philadelphia. We're going to take a little visit down to Philadelphia, and we're going to see that it is 87 to about 11.6. So 87.5 with only 14.5% in. 87.5 to 11.6. And we'll go back over here. And that was 81 to 17. So right now, Trump is underperforming what he did in 2020. But like I said, it's only very, very few votes have come in. So we can't really glean much from that. Really can't glean anything from that because we don't even know what precincts they're from or anything like that. So let's not get hasty and go crazy. All right, we just got another call. Arkansas has been called for Donald Trump because the polls just closed there 3 minutes ago. It's the only state that closes their polls at 8:30 Eastern, and immediately with 0% in, Arkansas has been called for Donald Trump, which puts the Electoral College at 111 to 72. Trump is leading in the popular vote by 2.7 million. He's leading in the Electoral College 111 to 72. So let's take a look at the battleground states real quick. I know we'll get into Senate and House races later on because right now I think it's more exciting for everybody to watch these come in. The Senate stuff, they come in as well, but we'll get to those. We got plenty of time. We're not going off the air anytime soon here, so no issue there. So in Georgia, Trump is up by 10.7%, with about 52% in, 10.7%, Bob. With and we saw Fulton County is going pretty big to Harris, but Trump is taking the other counties pretty well so far. In North Carolina, Trump is up by 16 votes.
16 votes?
Look.
You mean 16 points, right?
No, look. 400,475.
You got to share it.
400,000. I'm sorry. I'm
Can't
not
see the
sharing.
screen. Yeah.
Doggone it. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Here, I'll go back to what I was saying before. In Georgia, Trump is up by 11.6%, 11.7%. And in North Carolina, he's up by 16 votes.
Hey, your vote. That's why everybody has to get out and vote, man.
Yeah.
Right down to the wire, man.
Yeah, every vote counts. Harold and his family voted here. All right, here we'll go back to Virginia. And guess what? Trump has widened his lead in Virginia now to 0.39. So almost 0.4. Only 39% is in, but he is leading in Virginia. Back down to Florida, the amazing state of Florida that has their act together. Look at how many votes they've tabulated so far. They've tabulated over 10 million votes in an hour and a half. Okay? They've entered it into their system, over 10 million votes. And now it's actually closer to 10.3. And Trump is winning by 13%. In 2020, Bush won the state by, I think it was 500 and something votes. And now Trump is winning the state by 1.35 million votes.
Hey, Kevin, let's shoot over to Uptime for a little bit.
Yep, sounds good. Have a good time over there.
I'll be back.
Tell them.
I'm going to go back and forth. So I'm just going. That's why I'm going to be tonight. So
I'll just keep on looking for you down here, and when you come in, I'll throw you in.
All right, thank you, brother.
Thank you for coming here.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
You going to go over there?
Am I going to go? No, I'm not right now. At least, no.
Okay.
I mean, Uptime just started, so no. I'll probably go over there in like an hour or so. I mean, maybe when Bob comes back, I'll go over there, and then I'll come back. That way it won't be just you alone. All right, so let's go back. Anybody have any? We have an awesome Governor DeSantis here in Florida. Yeah, you know what's interesting? So we had those hurricane come through there, right? And actually a couple. And then what happened was Kamala Harris said that DeSantis wasn't returning her calls, right? He's not returning my calls. And then Biden said the same day that DeSantis is doing a great job. A great job. I'm in constant communication with him and basically just threw her under the bus. I mean, it's quite amazing how many times Joe Biden threw Harris under the bus. A lot of people were wondering, who did he vote for? Who did Biden vote for? The guy was wearing.
I heard that too.
The guy wore a MAGA hat twice. He took it. He took it from the guy and he put it on, and then he kept it, and then he went to the plane and he put it on again before getting into the plane. Who did Joe Biden vote for? Does he even remember? Anyway, all right. Enough of that. We're not supposed to disparage our leaders. I get that. But you know, it's tough. We're all sinners, falling short of the glory of God. Pennsylvania is, again, slow rolling it, only 11% in, and Harris is winning by, 42 points, 41 and a half points. So don't read anything into that. It's only 10.8% in. Don't read anything into it. Trump has actually made a bigger lead now. He's up by 0.4 in Virginia. And in the battle state of North Carolina, with 20.5% in, Trump is leading by 6.2%. 6.2. Another battleground state of Georgia, he is leading by just under 11. In Florida, he's winning by 13. In Texas, he's up by 5 with half the vote in. In Mississippi, that's already been.
Kevin, you there? Hello, Kevin. Oh, yep, Kevin's gone. Here he's back.
Back. No idea why. I have fiber. Okay. I have a 1 gigabit fiber connection here. There is no reason why that happened. So I don't know. There's also not bad weather here at all. I apologize. I have no idea why that happened. And all of a sudden it just came back. So, sorry about that. But that was not me turning something off or doing something. All of a sudden it just just wasn't connected anymore, but the stream continued. So even if I get booted, don't leave. And I saw that a whole bunch of people actually left. About 40 people have left, but don't worry. We're going to be on here all night. If I drop off, Steve will still be here, or Bob will be here, or Shane will be here. He's coming back later on tonight as well. So that's where we're at. Anyway, let's go. Let's get back to this. You know, we can't be messing around here. Come on now. Let's go. We got stuff to look at. We got things to deal with here. We got an election to cover. All right, we're back. I'm on Kamala's hit list, is what it said. YouTube is overloaded. That could very well be as well. That could very well be. There could be a whole bunch of things. So yeah, I don't know. It wasn't me. No, I didn't get raptured. I did get hijacked. Yes, that is true. All right. So anybody have, while we go ahead and take a look at a few things, we're just going to take a look real quick at what the Electoral College is. Nothing's changed. It's still at 111 to 72. So we didn't miss anything. Anyone have any requests? Shall we look at the Senate? We'll go back to the Senate real quick. Let's go back to the Senate and let's see what's going on in the Senate.
Kevin, I'm going to do a pause. Stepping away.
That sounds fine to me. All right. So in the Senate, we have some key races here that are in the Senate. And here's some hot races. Okay. So we're going to look at the hot races. Someone wanted to know how Maryland was doing. And Hogan is up right now. In Pennsylvania, Casey is up with only 9% of the vote. Maryland only has less than 1% counted. In Ohio, that's going to be a close race. Brown is up by 0.3%, 3.1%, and Slotkin is up in Michigan by 16% with only 6% of the vote counted. So again, very slow to come in for those things. That's just the way it's going to be. There have been things that have already been called, though, so I will go through those for you. Bernie Sanders is projected to win. No surprise there in Vermont. Pocahontas is going to win in Massachusetts. There's no doubt about that. In Rhode Island, White House is going to defeat Morgan there. In Connecticut, Murphy. I believe that Murphy actually is like probably the oldest, like the most terms in the Senate. Might be a different Murphy. Oh, it might be Patty Murray. Well, anyway, it's either Murphy or Murray is the Senate pro tem right now. But that will change in the next one. Okay, in New Jersey, they've called it for Kim over Bashar. In Delaware, Rochester has been called over Hanson. Let's see, anything else down there that I missed? Nope. West Virginia, that was called long ago for Justice. He's going to win that by well over 40 points. In Indiana, that was called Banks is going to win quite handily there. In Florida, Ron Scott is projected to win over Murkcell Powell quite easily by looks like 13 points or more. In Mississippi, Wicker is going to beat Pinkins without a problem there. Only 4% in, but that's already been called. Here's Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee. And Blackburn is, with 33% in, she's winning by 48 points. So right now, the Senate is sitting at 43 Republicans and 34 Democrats. And one seat has already been flipped to the Republicans. And like I said earlier, another one will flip later on, and that's Montana. That's guaranteed. There may be others that are flipping as well. So let's take a look at some of these things a little closer up. In Michigan, Slotkin is up by 15 with only 7% in. Casey is only 12% in, is up by 39. In Virginia, remember Tim Kaine? Anybody remember Tim Kaine? Yeah, I didn't think so. Tim Kaine was the vice presidential candidate when Hillary Clinton ran against Trump. And Tim Kaine is up by only 2.4%. He's the incumbent. That is a possible Republican flip. If things go well tonight for the Republicans, that seat would flip. So that's an interesting thing to look at. In Texas, let's go to Texas. Everybody wants to take down Ted Cruz, right? Everybody wants Ted Cruz to lose. Well, Ted Cruz is up by 2.5% with a little bit over half the vote in. He'll definitely go on to win that. He's not really in jeopardy. Here's another one that's going to be pretty close. Brown is the incumbent. Moreno is challenging him. And right now, Brown is only up by 1.6% with 43% of the vote in. So again, that could be another flip if things go well for the Republicans. You can see right there that, yeah, Brown is up by 3%. Slotkin, Hogan, Casey. They actually don't have Virginia as one of the hot races. Why? I have no idea. Fox, you've lost your minds. This is extremely close right now. It's only 2.3% apart with 43% in. No, Virginia is definitely a hot Senate race. That's all there's to it. Can you please tell us where we stand with the Electoral College? Absolutely. We stand right now where we stood before, no change, 111 for Trump, 72 for Harris. All right, 111 for Trump, 72 for Harris. That's where we stand right now. Now, Sanders is 110 years old. Yeah. Yep. Sanders is in his 80s, I believe, for sure. Might be mid 80s even. We're going to take a look real quick at, for the first time tonight, at the governor's map. All right. There's only a few states that are actually any kind of hot race or anything. No, it doesn't look like they're going to show any hot races down here. All governor races. Yeah, they don't show any hot races here anymore. But for anybody who's curious about governor, the Republican is winning in New Hampshire with only 29% of the vote in, winning by 2.3%. Let's see. In Indiana, Braun is winning over McCormick easily. North Dakota, Strong is winning. Utah. In 11 minutes, the polls close. And in Washington, the polls haven't closed yet either. Let's go real quick to the House. You can see the House is filling up with a whole bunch of red. By the end of the night, the vast majority of this map will all be red. Basically, just the major cities and some little pockets are blue. So just keep that in mind, that just because this shows a lot of red doesn't mean that the Republicans have taken the House by 400 seats. That's just not the case. Right now, it stands at 58 Republicans, 33 Democrats, 218 to win the majority. Let's see if there's any kind of hot races going on here with anything reported yet. Yeah, not much. I mean, just really nothing to talk about right now with those. Just not enough votes have come in. All right, let's go back to the presidential map here. So nothing's changed, still 111 to 72. However, that will change here in 10 minutes when the polls close in a bunch of states. I'll tell you which states they are. How about that? Arizona, a battleground state. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, a very big battleground state there, right? Minnesota, Tim Walz' state. Don't worry, he'll say that he was there. Wyoming, Nebraska, along with its 3 districts. New Mexico, which on a really, really good night for the Republicans, Trump has a chance to take Mexico, New Mexico, all Mexico. No, he's just going to make them pay for the wall. But New Mexico could absolutely go to Trump if it's just a very big night for him. New York, North and South Dakota, Texas at 9 o'clock officially closes on the west side. And Steve's home state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is a very important state. You know, Wisconsin is an interesting state because Wisconsin is right in the middle of like the demographics for the United States. Median income, it's at 50 percentile, right smack dab in the middle. It is a 50-50 state. You can't get much more 50-50 state than Wisconsin. It's got half and half. It's like, and the state is like, when it's urban, it's really urban. But when it's rural, it's really rural. So there's a huge disparity there. Steve, you're muted. Talk about Wisconsin for us.
I was saying we're a lot of deer hunters here. So people love their guns, but I have family who are very liberal and they're against guns. So you have a big mixed bag here. A lot of mixture here, but a lot of hunters, a lot of farmers. My family came from my great-grandfather. My grandfather had a farm. So I grew up on the edge of a dead farm because it petered out. That's where my dad grew up, on a farm. My grandparents had farms, so that's where I came from. But yeah, we have big cities here: Green Bay, Milwaukee, Madison.
So Fulton County, last election was Biden was at 72.6%. Now Harris is at 71.4%, so it's still about 1.2% less than what Biden was at. But remember, only 69.6% of the votes in. So can't really tell much from that, except it kind of is looking like it's probably a slight shift towards Trump in the urban area of Atlanta. Looks like a really tiny shift. So we reported that Trump took the lead in Virginia about 30 minutes ago, and now he's actually up by 1.2%. So we saw the very first time when he was only up by 5/100ths, and now he's up by 1.2% in Virginia. In North Carolina, last time we looked at it, remember it was 16 votes. Remember? Now Trump is up by 9.5% in North Carolina. Okay. So 26% of the vote in, only a quarter, but he's up by 9.4. That's pretty good to be up that much. He's up by 20 here in South Carolina. And then Florida. Florida has been called for Trump quite a bit ago. I mean, it was called pretty much right out of the gate. He's up by, 13.24%, 13.25%. I mean, he's doing very, very well. And that's with 93% of the vote in. Okay. So again, Florida has counted 10.45 million votes in an hour and 55 minutes.
That's just amazing.
I mean, they are just screaming through it. And yet Pennsylvania closed at the same time as Florida. I want you guys to realize that. Okay. Florida has 1.5 times the population of Pennsylvania. Florida has 90 some odd percent in. Pennsylvania has 14% in. What state is run by Republicans and which state is run by Democrats? Okay, look, it's obvious. I mean, it's pretty obvious that to get your act together in the state, use the Florida model. Use what they're doing. They're doing something right. They're at 93% in, and Pennsylvania is at jack squat almost. I mean, what, 18, 14%. I mean, Florida's beating them by 80% of the vote. I mean, it's just to tabulate them. It's crazy. Anyway, back to this. Trump is up by 1% in Virginia. He's up by a boatload here still in North Carolina. In Georgia, he's up by almost 5 with 64% of the vote in. In Texas, he's up by 8.5. So that's more than what we saw last time. With 54% of the vote in, he's up by 8.5. I predict that Trump is going to win Texas by probably about 10. So it looks like he's on track to actually do that. Because it'll keep on trending Republican. We got a call now. We got a brand new call. Delaware, three electoral votes with 44.58% of the vote in. Harris up 57-42 over Trump. That has been called for Harris. So we have a new electoral vote count of 111-75. Trump is up in the popular vote by 3.5 million votes. And things right now are looking like that the electorate is shifted probably a couple of points to the right in some states and possibly in other states even more than that. Here we've got 55% of the vote in Indiana, and he's up by 21. So that right there is a pretty big margin. 21 points in Indiana. That's Bob's home state. The final aggregate had it at 16.5. Last time Trump won by 16.1%. So you can see that in Indiana, it's shifted right now by about 5% to the right. Now, that's with, only 56% in. So take that with a grain of salt, but we are seeing some shifts here for sure so far. Missouri is to Harris right now, which that will not last. Trump will win Missouri by quite a bit. There's only 6% of the vote in. So don't get hysterical on that. Trump's up by exactly 1% up in Virginia. And in 1 minute, the polls close in all those states that I talked about before, including the battleground states of Arizona and Michigan and Wisconsin, Steve's home state. So we will see how that goes. But right now, in the eastern part of Michigan, Harris is leading Trump by 12 points. I'm sorry, 11 points, 54 to 43, with about 8.5% of the vote in. Harris is up. Very, very small number of votes in so far. Trump is winning in Ohio. And now we're going to start getting some calls because it is 9 o'clock on the East Coast and polls have closed. The first state to be called is the state of Colorado. Colorado with 10 electoral votes, with 0% in, it goes to Harris. We have a whole bunch now here to call. They are calling New York for Harris without any votes in. It's probably a safe call that Harris is going to win New York. The only way that Trump could win New York if it was about a 10-point shift to the right. It doesn't appear as though that's happening tonight. But Trump is definitely going to do better in New York than he did last time in 2020. That's a guarantee. D.C., Washington, D.C. is closed, and Washington, D.C. was no votes in. That's going to go to Harris and probably go to her between 75 and 85 points. New Jersey was called for Harris quite a bit ago. She's up by about 9.5 there. These were all called before. Let's see what the new ones that we need to call. Louisiana is a new one. With no votes in, 8 electoral votes go to Trump. Missouri has been called as well, even though Trump is we just looked at this, by the way, and they just called Missouri, even though he's down by 4.3%. He's going to win that state easily. Kansas has also been called for Trump, even though he's down right now by 4%. With 30% of the vote in, he's going to win that state fairly easily as well. Kansas is going to go to Trump by probably about 7 or 8 points. Missouri is going to go to Trump by somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 20 points. So figure about maybe 15 points. Let's see here. Texas has been called for Trump. That's a big one. Texas has been called for Trump. All the hopium that the Democrats had to attempt to take that state and make it blue. Trump is up by 8% with 56% of the vote in, and that state has been called for Trump with its 40 electoral votes. Woo! Huge win for Trump there in Texas. But it's even going to get bigger as the night goes on. He might, if he cracks 10%, that'll be, well, as he would say, huge. In Nebraska has been called for Trump. At-large has been called for Trump. He's losing right now by 16.5 points, but by the end of the day, he will win that very, very easily. Actually, I've got him winning Nebraska by about 17 points. Let's take a look real quick and see if they've called the other ones. Yeah. So Nebraska over here, the 1st district and the 3rd district have also been called for Trump. The 2nd district, though, they did not call for Kamala Harris yet. So the 2nd district, as if you guys watch this from the very beginning, if Kamala Harris sweeps the Rust Belt and Trump sweeps the Sun Belt, then it's going to come down to that district. And if that district goes to Harris, she wins 270 to 268. If it goes to Trump, it's a tie. And it goes to the House and the Senate to vote. And the way the makeup's going to be in both the House and the Senate next term is Trump and Vance would win those votes. So we're going to take a look at the Electoral College, and the updated Electoral College has Donald Trump up 178 to 113, and he's up in the popular vote by about 3 million.
That's good.
All right.
Anything in Wisconsin?
Yeah, let's take a look at Wisconsin. Nope, nothing in yet.
Wow.
Nope, nothing in yet. But you know what I want to do is we pretty much have a good status report where we're at right here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to share a little special surprise that I have for Steve, that I did a detailed report on just one state, and I picked the state of Wisconsin. So I will show you guys that, and you will be able to see what that is. And in the meantime, enjoy. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining, the polls just closed on the East Coast, 9:00 Eastern, and Trump right now is leading the Electoral College by 178 to 113. So
Bob says he's watching from Uptime.
okay, sounds good. And let's take a look, because there have been a couple of new calls. Both North and South Dakota and Wyoming have been called for Trump. South Dakota has less than 1% in. North Dakota has about 4% in. And Wyoming, all these states are going to go to Trump by 25 points or more. So no surprises there. But we have a new Electoral College update. It's 178 for Trump, 113 for Harris. That's where we stand right now. Before I show the Wisconsin thing, let's just go down here and take a look at the battlegrounds real quick. Florida has been called long ago. We want to keep track of that and see how it's going. It's 13.3%.
You gonna share that?
Trump. That's not sharing?
Nothing sharing.
I apologize. It's good with visuals. North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming have all been called for Trump. The new electoral count is now at 178 to 113, and Trump leads by about 2.97 million votes. Going down to the battleground, Florida's not a battleground, but they've already reported 93% of the vote in 2 hours. So in 2 hours, they reported 93%. That's pretty good. Trump's killing it there. He's up by 13%. In Georgia, with 2/3 of the votes reported, Trump is leading by 5.8%.
That's good.
In North Carolina, with 40% of the vote in, Trump is leading by 4.8%. And in Texas, that was called. He's leading by 8.5%. Going up to Virginia, Trump is winning in Virginia right now. He's leading by 1.5% with about half the vote in. In Pennsylvania, only 17.9% in so far. Florida's got 94% in. I'm sorry, 93% in. And Pennsylvania has about 18% in. Trump is down 38 to 61. But again, very, very low count there. Hardly any votes are in. A lot of these states actually up here. Massachusetts only has 4% in. It just closed there. So yeah, you're not going to see much. But those states are already decided. Harris is going to win all those states up there. The only one that's kind of in question is New Jersey, to see how close that comes. That would be kind of a good bellwether to see how well Trump's doing. Right now, he's down by about 10.4. The aggregate had Trump losing New Jersey by 16 points. Okay. The aggregate had Trump losing by 16 points in New Jersey, and right now he's losing by about 10. All right, let's go to some other ones. This is going to be called pretty soon. Trump is going to win Ohio very easily. Michigan has less than 10% in, and Harris is leading by 7.2%. Wisconsin, nothing's reported yet. In Minnesota, with only 0.05% in, Trump is leading by 37%, 36%. In Iowa, only 0.11 is in because polls actually close in that state at 10 o'clock Eastern. So not much is in on that one yet. Missouri, again, has already been called, but only 12% in. No surprises there. All these guys close later on. So we've pretty much gone through everything that we need to go through for the presidential race. Let's take a look at the Senate, because the Senate obviously is pretty important as well. Right now, we're sitting at 43 Republicans and 34 Democrats, 51 in order to take the House. As you can see, all these have been called so far. The new calls are Kramer in North Dakota. In the second seat of Nebraska, that's been called for Ricketts. He's the incumbent. The other one, though, that one hasn't been called yet, and that's Fisher, the incumbent, versus Osborne. However, we'll see how that goes. That one might get a little tight, so we'll see. New Mexico has already been called for Heinrich over Dominici with no votes counted. Amy Klobuchar up here is losing, but again, only 0.05, but they already projected her to win, and she will win. In Wyoming, Tom Barrasso is going to win. No votes in, but he's going to win by, I don't know, 50. I mean, that's the kind of, if you want to run for Senate and you're a Republican, run for it in Wyoming. I mean, you are a sure bet to win there. I mean, as soon as Barrasso retires, you take his seat. I mean, that's just all there's to it. But I'm sure there's going to be quite. You still have to run against other Republicans. That's not going to be, you know. So, but if you want the best chance to win a Senate seat, go to Wyoming. And if you want the best chance for a House seat, go to Wyoming and run against Liz Cheney. It's true. All right. Banks is still winning very handily by 22 points. Justice is, like I said, is going to win by probably 40 or more. Marsha Blackburn's not going anywhere anytime soon. She's up by 35. Ron Scott, not Tim Scott. Tim Scott's right there. He's up for election in 2028. He's got a long way to go. Ron Scott is here, and he is winning by 13%. So that race is over, done with. Republicans are looking strong in the Senate. They're definitely going to take the Senate for sure, because Montana is going to flip. He is going to beat Tester. So the Republicans have, at the very least, 51 to 49 after all is said and done. Let's go to the House and just take a look real quick on that. The House is sitting at 58 Republicans and 33 Democrats. More red has filled in regards to like these guys. You can see hardly any returns are in. So there's really nothing to report there yet. The House will probably be the last thing that we discuss ultimately. So we'll go back to the presidential election results. And again, we're at 178 to 113.
How about governors?
Okay, yep. So on to governors, you're going to see that there's really not much to show there. Here's the governors. We do have a call here. Armstrong is going to win in North Dakota. No surprise there. They're probably going to win by like 50 points. In Vermont, Scott. The governor is Scott in Vermont, Republican. He's going to win very easily. Ayotte in New Hampshire, the Republican, is projected to win, even though he's only up by about 2%, but he's a popular guy there. In Delaware, Meyer is going to win over Ramon from the Ramones. Kidding. North Carolina, Stein and Robinson are in a pretty good battle here, but they have projected Stein to win in North Carolina, mainly because Robinson is just a disaster of a candidate, scandal after scandal after scandal. So that's not good for him. Stephen Morrissey of the Smiths is going to win in West Virginia. I'm kidding, by the way. It's not Stephen Morrissey. It's somebody different. In Indiana, Braun is going to win the governorship there. In Missouri, Cahill is going to win there. And that's it so far. All right. So we'll take one look here. 178 to 113. No change. We'll take a look at these battlegrounds again. In Georgia, with almost 70% in, Trump is up by about 6%. We just got a call, by the way. Did you notice that? We just got a call. Doesn't look like it's updated up here. Yep, just updated up there right now. And it was the one that I predicted that was going to fall next, and that is Ohio. So Ohio has just been called for Trump. I was leaning towards, I was thinking it was going to get called maybe about 5 minutes ago when I said it, but it took him 5 minutes more. Fine. But Trump is winning by almost 10. He's going to win that state easily. Trump is now up in the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Trump is 75 electoral votes away from winning the presidency.
Wow.
75 electoral votes, and he wins the presidency. It is 9:16 p.m. Donald Trump is 75 away. Who won the governor in North Carolina? I think we just went through that.
Are you sure you didn't change your clock? I have 8:15. Is my clock wrong?
It's 9:15 Eastern.
Oh, you're talking about Eastern. Gotcha.
I'm always going to say Eastern.
Gotcha.
Okay. In North Carolina, the race has been called for Stein, 54 to 41 with only 41% in. But that race has been called. Stein is going to win in North Carolina, mainly due to Robinson being a disaster of a candidate. Probably one of the worst governor candidates you could ever hope for. The Democrats are extremely happy that Robinson decided to run there. Just awful. You can see that Trump is winning the state by 5%. Trump is winning North Carolina by 5%. And the Republican Robinson is losing by 13. So that's an 18-point switch between Robinson and Trump. All right. So it's terrible. It says your browser has lost connection to the screen share audio. Is that true?
I can hear you.
Restart your browser if this becomes a problem. Can everyone see and hear? Okay.
I can see and hear you.
Okay. Well, then I guess probably everybody can. Okay. Let's take a look real quick where we're at.
Oh,
What?
Bob's in.
No, he's not.
Oh, no, he's not. Sorry.
Okay. So we've got 195 to 113. Everybody's good. We can all hear and see. 195 to 113. Trump is 75 away from winning the presidency. The recap here on the Senate, Republicans are up 43 to 34. Like I said, the minimum it's going to be tonight is 51 to 49 for Republicans. We'll see if they can get some more. One of those races would be in Virginia. And right now, Kaine is up by about 2.7%, pretty much where he was last time. We got about half the vote in. And Tim Kaine, who nobody knows who he is, even though he was vice presidential candidate 8 years ago, he's in the Senate. In Ohio, this could be a flip. You see, Brown is the incumbent. Marino is going after him, and this could flip the House to 52-48. I'm sorry, the Senate to 52-48. So that is a very possible flip. Next door in Pennsylvania, for those who are interested, Bob Casey is beating McCormick by 19 or so, but only 21% of reporting. So can't really read much in there. Again, with Michigan, only 10.66% in, 1066. Wasn't that the Battle of Hastings? Slotkin is up 54 to 43. And over in Wisconsin, we actually have 3% of the vote in. Wow. And Republican Hovde is winning or leading Baldwin, Tammy Baldwin.
We got to get rid of her. We got to get rid of her.
All right, hold on. 61 to, just let me say this and then you can say 61 to 37% with only 3% in. That could be another flip. In other words, Ohio, Pennsylvania, probably less likely for Pennsylvania because Casey's a pretty strong Democrat there. Slotkin, again, strong. Baldwin is probably one of the, like, Brown's the most vulnerable. Slotkin or Baldwin is the second most vulnerable. So, yeah, that's where we go. Steve, talk to us about what you think about Tammy Baldwin.
Oh, she's horrible.
Can you expand upon that, please?
I remember when this was a few years back. You've heard probably about this. It was a national problem that veterans were getting bad care in the VA hospitals, and there was some stuff with her involved in that, if I remember correctly. But they turned that around. But she's known for really left policies. They even have commercials that she's more left than most lefties. So that's why there's probably going to be pushing her out, because she's too far left.
Yeah. So basically Wisconsin, if it's shifting just slightly to the right from last election, because Biden won that by 0.63. So if it shifts slightly to the right and Trump wins the state, Baldwin could absolutely be in jeopardy of losing her seat. The only one I think more left than Baldwin was Kamala Harris when she was a senator. Kamala Harris is more left than Bernie Sanders in terms of voting, how she voted in the Senate. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
More left than a person who says they're a communist. All right. Or socialist, I said. You didn't say communist. He says socialist, but
yeah,
whatever. All right. So here's Florida for those who are interested. 94% now are in. Trump's almost got 6 million votes. And he's up by, 13.5%?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close. 13.5%. My prediction on Florida was that he would win between 8.5 and 14.7. So he is actually on the high side.
I actually lived in Florida for a while.
Did you? By the way, I don't know if you know this, though. I don't know if you know this, but the aggregate had him winning by 8.5 in Florida. Okay? 8.5. He's winning by 13.5. They were up by 5% to the left.
I like Florida.
Trump is almost up by 10 now in Texas. He's up by 50 in Louisiana with only 2% in, though, 3% in. He's up by 20 in Mississippi with 17% in. He's up by 37 in Alabama with 8% in. But those were already called a long time ago. Those are important states, but they're not going to be contested. Let's take a look at the battleground states here. Georgia, with 74% of the vote in, Trump is winning Georgia by almost 5%. In North Carolina, with half the vote in, Trump is up by 2.3%. And the surprise of the night so far, with 53% in, Trump is winning by 1% in Virginia. Michigan is still only 11.65%. Harris is winning by 9.4. Wisconsin with 6% in, Trump is winning by 12. Woo! Steve's happy about that. It's his home state. And so, yes, he's winning by 12 with only 6% in, though.
Yeah.
So,
early, very early.
Very, very, very early. Let's go to New Hampshire. New Hampshire counting slowly. Only 37.5% of the vote. You guys need to look at Florida and see what they do, because they're doing it right. New Hampshire, Trump is down by almost 10 points, but that is going to tighten up big time. Just FYI, it's gonna tighten up big time. So again, Colorado, all the liberals from California decided to move to Colorado and take over that state. It used to be a very red state. Now it's as blue as New Jersey, maybe even bluer than New Jersey. That's just what it is. And then in New Mexico, 11% are in, and Harris is up by 4. I have New Mexico going to Trump by 1.6, but that's like best case scenario. I have worst case scenario going to Harris by about 6. So that's a huge gap there, but New Mexico is not polled. The polling has been very sparse. So it's really hard to know which way it's going to go. But it could go all the way from Harris 6 to Trump +1, really. So how things are going in the night will really tell us, but it's certainly looking like Trump is doing a little bit better this time than what he did in 2020. And as you know, that election was only decided by about 50,000 votes in 3 different states. Here's Fulton County with about 3/4 of the vote now in. Harris is down by about 1% from last time. So it was like 73.6, right, Steve?
I still have it up if you want me to share it. Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, go ahead and share it. Let's take a look, because Fulton County is where Atlanta is. We want to see detailed numbers in New York. I'm not sure what you mean by detailed numbers, but I'll basically go to New York here and we'll zoom in and we'll see. So we're going to go to New York. So here's detailed numbers of New York. I guess we have to pretty much do it by county at this point. So let's take a look down here in Queens. We'll just take a look at some of these counties here. So here's Richmond County, 66 to 33. Kings County is Harris up by 74 to 25. Queens, Harris is up 63 to 36 with half the vote in. New York County, 69.46 in, and Harris is up gigantically. In the Bronx, about half the vote in, and Harris is up by about 50. Nassau, nothing. Suffolk County has got nothing so far. Westchester's got nothing. Rockland, I've been to Rockland actually. 65-34 to Harris. That makes sense because a lot of liberals live up there. I saw it from my own eyes. Putnam, Dutchess County, Columbia, Rensselaer, all for Harris. Madison, they're all going there. Trump is getting some smaller ones here, very small ones. Livingston, that's only got 7,000 people so far. Niagara Falls, slowly I turned, and that's going to Trump right now. So he's got Niagara Falls at least. He's got Niagara Falls. I mean, if you want some, I guess that's not a bad place. I mean, Niagara Falls. So Franklin is going to Trump. Jefferson County is going to Harris so far. But overall, Harris is up in New York with only 30% of the vote in by about 30 points. That is going to shrink over the night. All right. So New York City, you asked about New York City, and yes, we went through that. New York City encompasses all of these right here: Kings, Queens, Nassau. This is Long Island, Bronx, New York. Okay. So that's New York.
Ooh.
All right. Zooming out, let's take a look at and see if New Jersey has gotten any different from where it was before. New Jersey is at Harris is up by about 8. So yeah, Trump is gaining on her. I would love to see New Jersey flip, but I just don't see that happening tonight. But I think it's going to be a lot closer than what people thought. And I think we're starting to see that. They have New Jersey up in the aggregates by 16. And right now he is at 8. He's down by 8. Okay. Let's go back here. Virginia. Trump is widening his lead. He's almost up by 2 full points now in Virginia. In North Carolina, with about half the vote, a little bit over half the vote, Trump is up by about 3 points there. In Georgia, with about 3/4 of the vote in, Trump is up by over 5 points now in Georgia. In Florida, they already went home for the night because they've counted all their votes. 94.24% in. Trump's gone over the 6 million mark, and he is up in Florida by 13.5.
Wow.
In Texas, Trump is now up by about 10.3%. With 3/5 of the vote in, 60%. Back to the Electoral College, it hasn't changed. 195 to 117. Donald Trump is 75 electoral votes away from the presidency.
I got Fulton shared if you want to go to that.
Yep. Let's take a look at Fulton real quick over here, and then I'll come back to that one. So let's go to Fulton. Fulton is right here, right there. 72-58 to 26-54. Let's take a look at Fulton. 72-58. Last time it was 72-65. So it's actually almost exactly where it was last time. Almost to the vote. 26.16. And then now Trump has 26.54. So, I mean, literally like 0.3% better than last election. Not much difference. So it's looking like Atlanta in Fulton County itself is really going to be about the same as what it was last time. But it looks like other counties are actually making up for it. And that he is, because right now, even though that is exactly the same, Trump is up by 5% in the state. Okay. Yeah. So that vote really hasn't changed. But Trump lost Georgia by 0.3%. But he's up in the state by 5 now. What does that mean? It could mean that Republican ones are coming in faster than Democrats in other parts of the state. Okay, could be. Or it could be the parts outside of the urban areas, suburbs, exurbs, and rural are all voting shifted to the right by 5 points. And I think that's probably more the case.
Yeah.
All right. They reelected Fannie Willis. Yeah, well, I mean, you got to look at who the electorate is there and who they vote for. And if somebody looks like something, then they're going to vote. I mean, that's just the way it is. And if they have a D next to their name, they're going to check mark the box. And that's just what it is. And look, Republicans do that too. Just vote straight R's and D's vote straight D's. However, in this election, it appears as though there's more D's voting for R's than R's voting for D's. And that's because what you hear from JFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Jeff Van Drew, who defected a while ago, They basically said, no, I didn't leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party left me. And Ronald Reagan was very famous for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
They basically just go too far to the left, and they leave people behind, like blue dog Democrats that are for the working class. How are the Democrats for the working class anymore? Can you say that they're actually for the working class anymore? You're already getting to the point where unions aren't even endorsing them anymore.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Right? So are they really for the working class, or are they for the coastal elites? Which one is it? It appears as though it's for the coast. They're for the coastal elites. That's why you see all the blue here, and then in the urban centers, and then you'll see, and then here on the West Coast will just be blue. All right, let's go take a look at the Senate. The Senate is still sitting at 43 to 34, so there's no change here in the Senate. But let's take a look at a couple of these races that are kind of important. Tim Kaine, his lead is shrinking. It's shrinking. He's only up by 1.8 with 56% of the vote in. Let's go to Pennsylvania. With only 27.65% of the vote in, Pennsylvania is just slow rolling it, period. Casey is up by about 11.5. In Ohio, look at that. 60% in, and the incumbent Democrat is down by 4 points. That could absolutely be a flip. In Michigan, Rogers is down by about 11.5. There's only 58% in. In Wisconsin, Baldwin is now taking the lead.
Oh,
with 17.55% in. Don't panic just yet.
yeah.
Abdi is down by about 3 points. It actually probably could end up exactly like that. 3-point victory for Baldwin. I hate to say that, but it looks like that's kind of what's on track. Sorry. Not because of these numbers, but because of what I've looked at before. It just he's got the most uphill climb, I think. Well, maybe Rogers does over Slotkin, but Baldwin does. Baldwin has been in there for a while. I mean, how many terms has Baldwin been in there?
A few.
Yeah.
I don't know how many, but she's been there for a while.
Too many.
Yeah.
Too many. All right, let's take a look at some other ones here. Josh Hawley is losing with down with only 20% of the vote in, but he's going to win that by about 10. So don't worry if you're a Josh Hawley fan. Ricketts is now taking the lead. They already gave it to him a while ago, but now he's actually officially taking the lead. And in the second one, because this is the only state that's actually electing 2 senators this time. Nebraska just always does that. They always do them together. Fisher is losing. Incumbent is losing. And what that tells me is that it's possible that Nebraska 2nd District is probably going to go to Harris. That's what that tells me. Don't ask me why I say that, because it's too long of a complicated of an answer. Ted Cruz. Let's look at Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, they have called it for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is up by 7 points with 62% in, and they have called the Senate seat for Ted Cruz. All red is all blue. Did you get that joke? No? Steve? Are you there?
I got it.
Oh, you just didn't like it too much. All red is all blue. He ran in the blue and he lost, so that he's blue. He's sad. All right, so all red is going down. The Democrats wanted to take Ted Cruz out once again. They thought they had a chance. They said all red's very close. But like I said, when we looked at this much earlier, Ted Cruz is probably going to win that by between 7 and 10 points. Right now, he's up by 7.3. So Cruz, it's over. It's over for all red. 43 to 34. All red is toast.
Taking
All right.
a pause.
What?
taking a quick pause.
Taking a quick pause. Oh,
Yeah.
You got it. Go for it. Take a quick pause. Okay. On to the House real quick. We've got the next time polls close is in 21 minutes. That'll be Montana, Nevada, Battleground State, and Utah. That'll be coming up here in 20 minutes. Let's take a look at the House and see if anything's going on there that's interesting. All I see is a whole bunch of red. That's what I see right now because those are big counties here, and they only have one representative. You can see here in Los Angeles, they've got all these ones here. They're tiny, and they're all going to go blue. And the same thing goes here in New York. Down in here, there's just all these counties, all these districts here, and all those are going to go blue. But the big counties go red. All right, so let's take a look. Right now, we're sitting at 58 Republicans, 33 Democrats. Some key races, again, very slow to have these come in. Let me just do a refresh of this page and see if that actually changes some. Oh, it did. So here we go. We have a little bit more than before. 70% of the vote in. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is up by 38 points. She's going to win that very easily. For those who thought that they had a chance, they did not. Other ones are just really, 57% Cartwright. Pennsylvania, 8 is up by 10%. McDonnell-Ribbit is up by 4.6%. We'll get into the House races later on much, much more, okay? We're going to get into it much, much more. We're going to take a look at by state and such, but right now we're really kind of focused on the presidential one and the Senate for the most part. The Senate's still sitting at 43 to 54. No new calls have been made. Looking over in the presidential map, 195 to 117. No new calls have been made. We're going to take a look at the battlegrounds. Again, Pennsylvania is finally up over 31% reported, and Harris has a 5% lead, 42-15. to 46.96. Real quick in New York, Harris is up by almost 30, about 29 points. In New Jersey, though, Trump is only down by 7.4. Harris is up by, about 7.4%. In Virginia, Trump is up by 1.6% with 58% of the vote in. In North Carolina, Trump is up by 4.5%, give or take 0.4. Reported 62.6%. Trump is up by 4.4%. 4.5% in North Carolina. In Battleground, Georgia, with 77% of the vote in, Trump is up by 5.4%. So he's up by 5.4 in Georgia, and he's up by 4.6 in North Carolina. 5.4 and 4.6. Okay, those are the battlegrounds. They're very important states. Trump must.
Kevin, you've glitched out.
Nevada's going to him. Let's look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire would go to him. Well, they've already called it for Harris. I think that probably is an early call, but they have called it for Harris. And that was the 113 to 117. So 195 to 117. They've already called it for Harris in New Hampshire. I wouldn't have called it if I were them. I don't think so. I don't know. It's possible. You can get really tight. We'll see. Michigan, a very critical state, only 13.5% in, and Harris is up by about 6.8. Wisconsin, 23.77% in,
Close.
and Harris is up by 1.14%. Now she's only up by 0.99. Yeah, it just changed. She's actually up by less than 1% right now in Wisconsin. In Minnesota, less than 1% is in. They just don't want to count their votes there, apparently. They've been polls closed there 45 minutes ago, and they've got less than 1% in. I guess Tim Walz is not there. Or maybe he is, and he just says he is. And he says he is. I don't know what it is. Anyway, that's what's going on. That's the updated Battlegrounds. And that's where we stand. Does anybody have any questions I froze again?
You did for a short time.
Oh, Bob Barber. I'm sorry. I don't know why why this thing is freezing. I have fiber. Okay. I have fiber. I'm looking at my memory consumption right now, and it's sitting at 50% of RAM. So, and CPU's at 23%. It is not my computer. It is the internet connection, and I have gigabit fiber. So it's not the actual connection itself. I think it's YouTube.
How's everything going here? I'm still watching you on when I'm at Uptime, so I'm kind of jumping back and forth right now.
Yeah,
So
totally.
I got a monitor watching you the whole time. So evidently we have a few more victories here over here in the Midwest over here.
Yeah, exactly. So since you've been gone, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, plus its first and third districts, Kansas, Texas was called as well.
That's a big
Missouri was called
right there.
Yeah, that's a big 40, isn't it? Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Look how much he's up by, though. I mean, he's up by 11.5 right now in Texas. 11.5. Okay. I mean, that is, they thought they had a chance. Kamala Harris went to Texas and had a rally. Okay. That's like Trump going to Colorado and thinking he's going to win there. She just threw away her money, which is fine. Look at this right here. Florida is at almost 95%, and Trump has a 13.5% lead.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to win Florida by 13.5. In Indiana, he's winning by almost 21.
Very good.
In Ohio, he's winning by almost 12. I mean, it's really not much. It's not really not very close. So 34% only in Pennsylvania, and Harris is up by about 4.2.
Yep. Here we go. My question is, explain to me and everyone listening right now, why is there so much weight in Pennsylvania compared to all the other states in the Electoral College? It's just because it has a lot more people per county and a lot more counties and stuff like that. And
well, it's not about the county. It's about the state population. Pennsylvania has more population in it than Michigan or Virginia or North Carolina. It has more than Georgia. It doesn't have as much though as New York.
okay. So there's a lot of people there's a lot of people there per county.
No,
so that's
not necessarily per county. There's more people that live in the state than in another state.
Okay. Well, the state overall then. Okay.
Yeah, state overall. So the way that it is you take the total population of the United States and you divide it by 435. Okay? And that's how many people each representative represents. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if the United States for example, has, I'm going to do a little quick calculation here on my calculator, 350, we'll say 350 million people. You divide that by 435, and each representative represents 804,000 people. Okay.
Okay.
And then you multiply that by 19, and you figure the population of Pennsylvania is right around 15 million. Okay, but it's actually it's only 7. It is 19. So you figure it's like 15 million people live in Pennsylvania. Steve, can you take a look and see how many people live in Pennsylvania? If you could just pull that up and see. But that's basically what it would be. That's what it would be. In Indiana, do you know what the population of Indiana is, Bob?
Nope.
Okay. So I can tell you approximately what it is by just doing the calculation. So 350 million divided by 435 times 11. Well, actually, it's not. It's not times 11. It's times 9 because I have to subtract 2 for the Senate because it's representatives. So 7.2 million. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, 7.2.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds really high, but yeah.
Sounds a little high.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, the population of the United States, it could be smaller than 350 million, even though we know that it's 350 million, but they would only report what, 330 million or 320 million, right? And we know why, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. So we take.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's like 6.862 million.
Okay.
That was in 2023, but I'm sure we had a mass exodus from Illinois to Indiana. So you're probably right, around 7 million. Yeah.
Well, if it's factored on 6.9 million is it's factored on a population of 335 million for the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana would have 6.9 million. And you said how much? What it is?
6.8 according to Google 2023. So
there you go.
We had a mass exodus. I mean, the real estate agents love being right on the border of Illinois here, man. They got people bidding on houses over here, and they're bidding over the value of homes here.
Right. So this is what I'm going to
great for me.
This is what I'm going to guess the population of Pennsylvania is, Steve. I'm going to take a guess and say that it's 13 million.
Wow.
What say you, Steve?
Pennsylvania is 12.96. Sorry, I was muted.
So I was off by 40,000 people?
Yeah, you were close.
All right. So I said 13, right. It's 12.96. So I was off by 40,000. That's a really easy way to figure out how much population the United States has in each state. You basically take the Electoral College minus 2 from it, and then you basically multiply that by 335 million divided by 435. And then you get yourself the population of the state to within 40,000. That's not bad. All right, so let's take a look here. The polls are going to be closing in 3 states in 7 minutes: Montana, Battleground, Nevada, and Utah. Montana and Utah will immediately be called for Trump. That's a no-brainer. They'll go red immediately. Nevada is going to be the one that we're going to be watching for quite a while to see how that goes. So right now, as a recap, right before this, the other polls closed, we haven't got any new ones, 195 to 117, and that's mainly because, guess what? These states are slow. Not necessarily Virginia so much, but in North Carolina. But look at this. Pennsylvania is still struggling, coming in at 37.63. However, take a look. Trump is only down by 1.8 now. He's only down by 1.8 in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, Trump is down by about 5. But look, they're even worse. They only have 14.5% in. Michigan takes the cake for the worst of the worst now. Before it was North Carolina, but it looks like they kind of got their act together a little bit. But Michigan, come on now. Look at even Wisconsin. Wisconsin's now up to 33%. They're doing something right there in Wisconsin. And Trump has closed the gap to be behind by only 0.6. So that is very close indeed. Georgia, Trump is doing extremely well in Georgia. With almost 80% in, he's up by 5 points.
Mm.
It's going to become to a point where they're actually not going to be able to, they're going to have to call it sooner or later in Georgia.
Yeah.
Because the reason why is because the court ordered that they cannot accept any new ballots after Election Day.
He did the same thing in Pennsylvania. A judge tried to, one judge, Democrat judge appointed by Obama, tried to say that, oh, it's okay, count all ballots, even though the dates are wrong, even though the dates are late, even though the signatures aren't there, count them all for Biden, or not Biden, count them all for Kamala. Don't count the Republican ones, just only count the ones that are for the Democrats that have the bad dates and stuff. And he tried to do that, and it actually caused a ripple effect for everybody voting in that state. And the media, they just pushed out everywhere there. So try to discourage people, suppress the vote. But what happened that exact same day, within like an hour or two, was the Supreme Court stepped in and said, nope, you can't do that. Sorry, judge, you're unconstitutional. You should be arrested. You should be arrested.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Okay, that judge will be dealt. That judge is going to be dealt with when Trump gets in. But be it as it may, the Supreme Court stepped in, said no. But here's the thing: they did not report that in mainstream media. So everybody in Pennsylvania was like freaking out about that, but they didn't hear about what the Supreme Court said. You had to hear about it in like alternative media news sources. But you see what they're trying to do?
Oh yeah,
They're trying to play these games where it's like it's not completely illegal, just negligent,
right?
And everything they're doing, and they make these negligent move. Oh, I'm sorry, we should have done this. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have made the ballots a little easier to read, because the ballots also in Pennsylvania, they're having trouble with the ballots where it was skipping over the Trump portion of the vote on the ballot. And if the scanner didn't pick it up because the squares are too close together, then it'll just cancel out the vote. So the votes wouldn't go to Trump. But the Democrat votes on that sheet were perfectly okay. All right. And it's funny because I saw a guy talking about this on another video today, and he was really worried about it. This was like early this morning. I was like, I hope that's not a problem. He was really worried about it. And then like later on this afternoon, actually around 5, 6 o'clock this evening, it was coming out that those ballots have become a problem in Pennsylvania, and they only caught it like 3 or 4 hours since the election started today. So it's I don't know how much damage was caused from that. I mean, just shenanigans, but they're making it look negligent, not purposely cheating like they did last time. I don't think the purposeful cheating is going to work this time. So I think they're trying to do negligent things, and they think they could do enough of it everywhere that it will land them a victory.
Yeah, I agree with you that it does appear that like the blatant show the Senate seat for a few more minutes, please. Okay. All right. So I'll show the Senate seats. So it's 43-34 right now. Here are the Senate seats that are up for grabs. In Maine, that's not even up for grabs. King is going to win that seat easily. He is an incumbent that basically caucuses with the Democrats. That's a no-brainer. He's going to win that. Here's Casey versus McCormick in Pennsylvania, only 40% in. Casey's up by 2.2. In Ohio, this could be the flip. This could definitely be a flip because in Ohio, Moreno is up over Brown by over 5 points now with 68% in. That's not too big of a surprise. Brown was definitely in the hot seat there. So if this does flip, that's not a huge surprise, but a lot of Democrats didn't want to think about that. They said, no, we're going to keep the Senate. But how could you keep the Senate when Manchin's not running in West Virginia? Look, Justice with 73% of the vote in, he's up by 41. I mean, that was just a pipe dream. Here, it's close too. Tim Kaine, who nobody knows who he is, even though he ran for vice president, he's only up by 1.9%. So, yeah, I mean, it's close there. In Michigan, Slotkin is up by 6.5 with only 15% because Michigan apparently doesn't know how to count. Wisconsin, Baldwin is up by 0.96. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's correct. 0.96. So she's up by less than a point, Steve. Did I black out again? Anybody hear me? Anybody?
I'm sorry. I was sorry. I was muted.
Oh.
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So we got 1 point here for Ball. Actually, now it's down to 0.8. Baldwin's up by 0.8. All right. We just got the polls closed here in Utah. The Senator Curtis, they projected, is going to win. This should update here pretty quickly. We'll be at 44 to 34 very quickly here. But let's go over to the president. I hope that satisfied you in regards to the Senate. I think we did enough there for now. Let's go back over here and let's take a look because the polls just closed in 3 states: Montana, which has been called for Trump; Utah, which has been called for Trump; and Nevada, which is not going to get called anytime soon. All right, so here we are at 10 o'clock p.m. and the electoral count is going to get updated here. Let me just go ahead and refresh this page. There's the updated. Sometimes you just have to refresh the page. It's supposed to do it in real time, and it does for the most part. But anyway, it refreshes pretty quick. Can you see this okay, Steve? 205 to 117?
I can see it fine.
All right.
Some people are asking you to invite Brother Rick. I don't know what that means.
Oh, is he in the chat?
I don't know.
I don't know. I heard that Rick was doing his own stream tonight. So I don't know. Anyway, Trump is up 205 to 117 in the Electoral College. He's up by almost, he's up by 4.6 million, almost 4.65 million votes at this point. He is 65 electoral votes away from winning the presidency. 65 away.
Oh, someone says he is in chat.
Yeah, I don't see him. All right. Let's see here. So let's take a look real quick at the battlegrounds here. I am on foxnews.com/elections. Okay. That's where I'm looking at. You might just need to refresh it because I had to refresh it to show the 205 because they just called Montana and Utah, which gave an extra 10 electoral votes and brought them from 195, which was 75 down, to 205, which is only 65 down from the presidency. If you get 65 more, he's in. All right, let's take a look at these battlegrounds again. We're going to go to New Hampshire, and Harris is up there by about 7.2%. In Pennsylvania, which is very, very slow coming in, is now at 43.95%, and Trump is down by 0.32%. He's down by about 9,900 votes. but that's less than half in. So,
Kevin, somebody's asking you, can you tell if he's blocked?
okay. I don't know, but I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to invite him in. Okay. I don't have the time to go through and do all and send email and all this stuff. Okay. I'm sorry. He did not contact me beforehand. And, not that he was supposed to, he wasn't supposed to contact me, but it's nothing against him personally. I'm just not inviting anybody more in tonight. That's just the way it is. All right, moving on. If Rick, you're free to go to your channel, and it's not that I see. Here we go. He doesn't want Rick. No, it's not. It's not about that, people. Let's have a little peace in mind here, okay? Rick, if you like, you can do your own stream on your own channel, and if you want to bring people over to your own channel from here, I have no problem with that, brother. I am not here to compete with anybody. All right, moving on. Here we go. We're going to take a look at some of the battlegrounds. As I just said, Trump is making ground up in Pennsylvania.
That's good.
He is now only down by 0.45. 0.45, okay? Actually, sorry. Trump is up in Pennsylvania for the first time.
Whoa.
He is up by 0.55. Okay, for the first time tonight, Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania, but only 45% of the vote is in. So, hey, it's got a long way to go. But for the first time tonight, we've witnessed it. He has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. In Virginia, Trump is doing very, very well in Virginia. He is still up. He is up by 1.73 and 61% in. So he is hanging in there in Virginia, a state that Joe Biden won last time by 10 points. 10 points Biden won last time, Virginia. In North Carolina, 2/3 of the vote in, and Trump is up by exactly 5 points. In Georgia, 81.45% in, and Trump is up by exactly 5 points. In Florida, almost 95% in, Trump is up by 13.5. In Texas, 2/3 of the vote is in, and Trump is up by 12.25. All right. Democrats thought they had a chance here in Texas, and he's up by 12.25. I don't understand how they thought they had a chance. I don't know. I don't get it. I wish that they would show Nebraska's second, but like if you hover over Nebraska's second here, it doesn't do anything. Oh, it doesn't do. Wait, I clicked on it. What does it do? Nothing. That's Iowa. No, didn't do anything. All right. Let's go ahead and refresh. All right, let's take a look up here at Michigan, Wisconsin. Michigan is slow rolling it again, 17% in. Trump is down by 3%. In Wisconsin, 40% in. Trump is now up by 2%. In Wisconsin, Steve. Thoughts?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Trump is up by 2.15% in Wisconsin. That is a very good sign, but again, only 40% in.
Yeah.
Trump is winning Tim Walz's state 57-40, but only 2% in. They're actually slower than Wisconsin. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, and then the poll that showed that Harris was going to win by 3 over Trump in Iowa. No, she's not. Trump is going to win by double digits, actually, in Iowa. So no problem there. Trump is down by 20 in New York with 60% of the vote in. In New Jersey, Harris is up by 6 with about almost 3/4 of the vote in. Again, the Electoral College is sitting at 205 to 117, and Trump is winning the popular vote by almost 5 million. Trump needs 65 more Electoral College votes in order to become the president. We saw just a moment ago that for the first time, Trump had taken the lead in Pennsylvania, and now he has widened his lead in Pennsylvania and is up by about 1.42. Almost a point and a half he's up now in Pennsylvania. He's up over 50. He's at 50%. You can't beat somebody who has 50.01%. It's mathematically impossible. Still in Virginia, he's up by almost a point. It looks like that's slipping away, which is not really surprising, but he's doing very well there. North Carolina, he's up by 4.91, and in Georgia, he's still up by 5. That just hasn't changed. He lost 0.09 since the last time we checked in on North Carolina, so it's staying pretty steady. In New Mexico, Trump is up 52 to 46 with about 22% of the vote in.
That's an important state.
What's that?
That's an important state.
Well, Harris is going to win that. New Mexico isn't a battleground state.
Oh, it's not.
No,
Okay.
it's D. But if things are going well for Trump, New Mexico is in play after Virginia's in play. So it's basically Virginia, then New Mexico.
Okay.
Right now, Trump is up by 5. Arizona is the key. This is the first time we've looked at it tonight, and look at that. 621,091 votes for Harris, 621,131 votes for Trump. Trump is in the lead by 40 votes. Now, only 34%'s in, but our very first look at Arizona all night showed a dead heat, and now Trump is actually taking the lead by about 1 point. So we just saw for the very first time Trump, actually get to a point up on her in Arizona. Nevada, there's nothing yet. Montana is a done deal already. It's at 0%, but we already know what's going to happen
Quick
there.
question for you.
Yep.
Do you think Harris will give up quicker before Clinton did?
It depends. It all depends. Michigan has all kinds of issues with voting machines, hoping they don't. Okay, yeah. Benson is evil along with our governor. Yeah. All right. So let's see. What do we got going on? Yeah. So do I think that Harris is going to concede earlier than Hillary? Let me just go back to this map and then just put the Electoral College up here so that people don't think they're missing anything, along with the popular vote. Well, it really all depends. And I've said this a few times. It all really depends on how obvious that it's going a certain way. Like if you only have so many outstanding votes and Trump is over it, it's going to be very tough for them to say we can't call it. We're going to wait. So it all depends on how big the margin is. It's looking really good for him right now. It actually is looking a lot better for him right now than what it looked like 4 years ago. So with that in mind, do I think that she's going to do it earlier? And the answer is no. And the reason why I say no is not necessarily because the outcome is going to be ultimately more for Trump than it was for him over Hillary, but that these states are going to slow roll it. Okay? They're not going to be able to tabulate them and release the data fast enough in order for someone to project that he is the winner and feel confident about it. So do I think that she's going to do it earlier? No. Do I think that she's going to do it? that's, I think, a 50-50 chance, like that she ever resigns or not resigns. Boy, that would be great if she just resigned. If she resigned and Joe Biden just resigned, I think that would be the best thing for the country. But she's not going to resign. No, that if she concedes, and at that point, I don't know. I think I would call it a 50-50 chance that she ever concedes. Because you have to remember that as soon as she concedes, then all the papers, all the MSM, all of them will say that Trump was won. Okay? So at that point, Trump is, I mean, when the population believes that a president has won, you can't go back from that. You really can't. I mean, remember, they called it for George Bush to begin with in 2000. Then they called it for Gore. Then they said, we don't know. And then they called it for Bush. They went back to the original. And there's a reason for that. Because when the population gets that in their mind that a president has been elected, you can't really take it back. So do I think that she's going to resign? I would say it's resign. I keep on saying that because I think I really want that to happen. No, concede, Kevin. Do I think that she's going to concede? 50-50 chance that she ever concedes. Because remember, they could go court battle it all the way out to January 6th. And on January 6th, if the Democrats get the House, they can make it very difficult to actually try to certify Donald Trump as the president. And Jamie Raskin already said that he would go into civil war conditions. I mean, his exact words were this. I'm going to quote him because I remembered it. He said, if Trump is to be certified as president of the United States, we will tell the Trump mobs, sorry, your candidate has been disqualified under the 14th Amendment. After that, we will get out the bodyguards and we will go into civil war conditions. Okay, Jamie Raskin is not a nobody. Jamie Raskin was the head of the second impeachment in the House. He's also a ranking member of the House on multiple committees. Okay, this guy's not a nobody. Those were his exact words. All right. So do I think it's going to happen tonight earlier than Hillary? No. Do I think that it's going to happen ever? 50-50. All right, let's see where we're at. We did have those polls closed. Nevada's not giving us anything. I'm going to go ahead and refresh and see if Nevada has given it. Nope, they still haven't given anything. So let's go through a recap here. We're still at 205 to 117. We're 65 electoral votes away from a win for Trump. Pennsylvania is now Trump is up by 2.25%, 2.25%, with a little bit over half the vote in. Trump is up by 2.25%. Remember, we saw it when it actually flipped from Harris to Trump. In Michigan, Harris is up by 2% with only 19.64% in. I just don't see that happening anytime soon, Steve. I don't see that being called tonight at all. I just don't. They're going so slow. It's too close and too slow to call. Here's Wisconsin. Trump is up by 0.4% with less than half the vote in. He's only up by 6,400 votes. In Michigan, Walz may or may not be there. No, I don't think he knows, but Trump is up, but only 2.46%. So Minnesota takes the cake for the slowest of the slow tonight. Iowa is going to get called here if they can get their act together and get over about 55, 60%. Then they'll get called for Trump. Let's take a look at Virginia. Trump is still ahead in Virginia by 0.68, 65% in. North Carolina, Trump has widened his lead. He's almost up by 6 now with 72% in. Trump is up by 5.9% in North Carolina. Remember last time we saw it was at 4.9. So he's gained a full point since the last time we checked. Harris has closed the gap a little bit in Georgia. Last time it was at 5%. Now it's at 4.55. So 4.5%. That's where the battlegrounds stand right now. Let's go back and look at New Mexico and Arizona. New Mexico, Harris is up by about 5 points, 5.5, only 30% in. And in Arizona, Harris is up by 15,500 votes. So 50.04 to 49.15 with just less than half of the votes counted. Anybody here have any kind of request to take a look at a certain race? Again, I'm going to put up the Electoral College so that people don't think that we're missing anything. It's still 205 to 117, and Trump is ahead in the popular vote by 5.1, almost 5.2 million. Who's winning? Take a look at the screen, Jeff. All right. California Senate. California has not closed their polls yet. California closes their polls in 40 minutes. In the California Senate, Schiff is going to win and probably win by about 17 to 23 points. Aaron wants to know if this tracks with my predictions so far. Yeah, pretty much. Let's be honest. I mean, I had Trump getting fairly close in Virginia, and he's fairly close in Virginia. I had Trump by let's just go kind of a couple of battleground states here. In North Carolina, I have Trump winning by 4.2. And right now, Trump is up by, I had him up by 4.2, and right now he's up by 5.16. So I'm underestimated him by 0.9 at this time. And in regards to Georgia, I had Trump at 3%, winning by 3%, and right now he's winning it by 3.32. So I'm off. I've underestimated him by 0.3 in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, I have Trump winning Pennsylvania by 3.5, and right now he is up in Pennsylvania by 2.6. So again, I'm off by 0.9, but this time I underestimated Harris by 0.9. So those are some key battlegrounds that actually have enough votes in to be able to see how close I am to my predictions.
Kevin,
so basically,
are you working tomorrow?
That's none of your business.
Okay.
He just like, yes, I'm working tomorrow. Yes. Absolutely. 100%. I have to. I don't have a choice. I'm needed too much. However, I believe I think tomorrow I'm taking half day. So I work in the morning, but not in the afternoon.
Oh.
Which is interesting because, if we have to go that long, then it's going to be interesting for me to continue the live stream and work at the same time, but I might be able to. We'll see. I never underestimated Harris. I just underestimated the people in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Well, look, Pennsylvania is doing just fine for Trump right now. He's up by 2.7. So that's not bad. Again, Electoral College hasn't changed, 205 to 117. The Senate, let's go to the Senate. We haven't looked at the Senate races for a while. We're going to go ahead and refresh this page. Republicans are at 49 and the Democrats are at 39. Okay. So we did call Ted Cruz before. He's up by almost 10 points now. That's going to be a walk away. Ron Scott is up big time in Florida. No issue there. Looks like that they've called the race for Kane in Virginia. Might be an early call, but we'll see. Kim is going to win in New Jersey. Kirsten Gillibrand is going to win again. Murphy is going to win in Connecticut fairly easily. Pocahontas is going to win without a problem in Massachusetts. In Minnesota, Klobuchar is down, but they only have 3% in because they just really don't know how to count their votes. Pretty bad there. That's going to take a while. But let's take a look at the ones that are kind of contested here. So McCormick versus Casey. Bob McCormick has taken the lead by 1% over the incumbent Casey in Pennsylvania. So that's interesting. Moreno is still ahead by 5 points in Ohio for another flip for the Republicans. Slotkin is ahead of Rogers by 2.75 with only 20% of the vote in, again, with Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin is winning by 0.7% with about half the vote in. And I know Steve is not happy about that, but what can you do? I mean, it's
still early.
Still only half the vote in, exactly. Sheehy is in, but at 0.65% in. But Sheehy is going to win that. That will be a Republican flip, which will put him at 50. And right now, Ruben Gallego is ahead of Kerry Lake by about 7.4%, with only about half in. Nevada closed, but nothing reported just yet. And again, former first baseman for the Los Angeles Dodgers, who, full disclosure, was my favorite player when I was playing baseball as a 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old. Number 6, Steve Garvey, is going to lose, unfortunately, to Adam Schiff, of all people. Adam Schiff, the guy who made up the story about the call to Ukraine. Montana, that is going to go to Sheehy for sure. So, yeah, the Republicans are going to have a pretty good night here in the Senate. That's just looks like Moreno's going to win. McCormick's got a good chance. Rogers has a little slightly less of a chance. Hovde probably has a little bit more of a chance than Rogers. Cantwell is going to win. That's obvious. That's going to happen. There's no way around that. Mazie Hirono, if anybody wants to take a look at Mazie Hirono and what she's said over the years, that's an interesting watch. Interesting meaning disturbing. Really, really low IQ. Just really. Poof. You think Kamala is bad. Mazie Hirono. Check her out. All right, so that's what's going on in the Senate. Let's take a look at the House and see how that's doing. Last time it was 102 to 72. Now it's 134 to 89. The map's starting to fill in. So far, we have 3 flipped seats to the Republicans. Republicans are now +3 on the flip. And before the election was today, it was 221 Republicans and 214 Democrats. So right now, with 3 seats being flipped, they would have 224 to 211. All right. Let's take a look real quick at go back. We're going to go back to the presidential just to make sure everybody's aware that still 205 to 117. In a half an hour, polls are going to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. All right. And then we only have 2 states after that. Hawaii is at midnight. Alaska's at 1 in the morning. But 11 o'clock, basically, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, California. So we're pretty much there. I mean, we already know that this is going blue, this is going to go blue, this is going to go blue, and that's going to go red. So there's not going to be any surprises for the rest of the night, because we also know that Alaska is going to go red and Hawaii is going to go blue. Okay, so there's no chance of it being anything other than that for those 4 states. For those 6 states. So if we extrapolate that out, Trump's going to get Idaho and Alaska, which is 7 more, which would put him at 212. Harris is going to get 20, 74, 78, and that'll put her at 195. Okay. So that's where we're going to stand after those things basically come up. So it'll be 212 to 195, and then we'll have all of this left. Iowa's going to go to Trump. That's a guarantee. So he's going to have another 6. So that will be 218 to 195. We'll see how Virginia and that all goes, but there's no other guarantee for Harris after that. So she's at 195 without any guarantees. And Trump's at, 218? Yeah, 218 without any guarantees. So as you can see, Trump basically has a 33 electoral vote lead right now, and everything else is a toss-up. All right. So anybody have any requests for, can I show Pennsylvania map for president? 100%, I can show Pennsylvania map for president. So let's go ahead and scroll down just a tad. And there it is. Trump is ahead by 2.79%. 56.5% of the votes in. Trump is leading by about 111,000. And he's up by 2.7%. Actually, now 2.79, so about 2.8. Michigan, again, they still can't count very quickly, but he's only down by 32.32%. He's only down by, what is that, 4,100 votes. In Wisconsin, he's leading Harris 49.92 to 48.60. So he's up by 1.3. He's up by about 23,000 votes there. In Minnesota, they'll be counting until next year. In Iowa, he's up by about 10, which is exactly what that poll said that he was going to be up after that 3-point poll came out. But I think he's even going to win it more than 10. North Carolina, he's now widened his lead to over 6 points. He's up by 6.2%. And now we just got a whole bunch of change that just came in. A big batch of votes just came in from North Carolina. And now 83% are reporting, and Trump is up by 2.6%. In Georgia, almost 88% reporting, and Trump is up by 3.2%. In New Mexico, Harris has now kind of flipped it, and so she's up by about 9% with 60% of the vote in. And in Arizona, it's as tight as ever. Only 4,000 votes separate them with about half the vote in. Trump leads by 0.24%. In Nevada, they haven't counted. They haven't started counting yet, even though the polls closed like half an hour ago. So don't know why they don't count, but they don't want to count. They like counting there. They can't count cards because you'll get kicked out. Pennsylvania, let's go back to Pennsylvania since people are interested in seeing that. 50.93 to 48.14. Electoral College still stands 205 to 117. And that's where we're at right now at about 10:35 Eastern. Is he really only up by such small margins? Abam, in which state are you referring to for small margins? Looks like Trump is massively ahead. Well, I mean, right now, let's just go through this. So right now, he is leading in battleground states. He's leading in Pennsylvania. He's leading in North Carolina. He's leading in Georgia. He's leading in Arizona. Nevada, we have no idea. He's leading in Michigan, and he's leading in Wisconsin. Okay? Massively as is the same as huge. I don't understand that. So I'm not sure which state you were thinking that Trump was going to have a massive lead in that he doesn't have, because in the states where he was going to have projected to have a massive lead, he absolutely does have a massive lead. So yeah, I mean, he's got gigantic leads. I mean, listen, they thought that Texas was in play. Kamala Harris went to Texas for a rally. Right now, with 71.5% of the vote in, Trump is winning it by 13.2%. Okay? So it's not even close in Texas. In Florida, which George W. Bush won by like 500 votes, I think it was like 538 votes or something like that in 2000, Donald Trump is up by 13.4%. with 96.67% of the vote in. He's winning Florida by 13.4, and he's winning Texas by 13.2. So if you don't call those big leads, I would say that I don't know what you were looking for. I mean, if you're looking for 20-point leads in Florida and Texas, you're just not going to get it. But 13-point leads are very big for Texas and Florida. I'll tell you why, because in 2020, Florida went to Trump by 3.3%. He's winning Florida by 10 more points than what he won it by 4 years ago. In Texas, he won Texas by 5.8%. So he's winning Texas by 7.5 points more this election than last election. So I'm not sure exactly what you were looking for, but I can tell you this. He is doing better than the aggregates as well. The aggregates said that in Texas, he would win by 7.2. He's up by 13.4. In Florida, the aggregate said that he was going to win by 8.5, and he's up by 13.5. So, again, my predictions, my model is better than the people that they pay millions of dollars to. I'm just a guy here with a laptop. I sound like Mark Price now. I'm just a guy here with a laptop. I mean, that's what it is. But you know what? All this stuff is data driven. It's all math, as you can see. It's all math. And if you look at the polls on face value and don't look at the crosstabs and see who did they poll, what was the demographic of the poll? Were they more college educated than what's actually in the state? I mean, if you do a poll and you get 70% of the people that you poll went to college and have a bachelor's degree, but in the state only 38% have bachelor's degree, How are you going to be able to get an accurate reading of how they're going to vote on election day? It's like that Iowa poll, 58% women. There's not 58% women in Iowa and 42% men who vote. Really? If that's the case, all men would go to Iowa and look for a woman. I mean, that's just not the way it goes. But and also of those 58% of those women, 80% of them said that abortion was their number one issue. You're telling me that in Iowa, that if I went to 8 out of 10 women, they would tell me that abortion is the biggest thing on their mind? That's the reason why you don't get good results. And that's why you don't listen to mainstream media regarding polls, because they just tell you the top level number and they don't do any research, and their people are so lazy. And even if they did do the research, they would see, oh, that's been overestimated by 6 points for Harris. Can we put out a poll that says Trump by 10 in this state? No, we can't do that. Okay, we'll just suppress. Okay, just give them the top level number. You see, that's how they work. That's why you cannot trust them. I went through it at the very beginning of this video, by the way, and showed how the polls have been so bad. The aggregate polling has been terrible the last 2 cycles. Just awful, way off. Like so far off that when they have undecideds and others, that not only 100% of those others go to Trump, but he actually steals from the other candidates some percent as well. So yeah, the polls, and I agree with you, Ricky, I think they do. I think they actually do make up the polls. They make them up. They just make them up out of thin air. They don't actually call anybody. They just make them up. All right, Georgia. Somebody asked for Georgia. With 88% of the vote in, Trump is up by 3.2%. Back over to North Carolina with 83.83% in. Trump is up by 2.6%. In Virginia, Harris is finally taking the lead at 49.63%. She probably won't give up that lead the rest of the night. The maximum I actually have her winning by in Virginia is, taking a look, Virginia 5.8. Right now she's up by 1.9. So I'm sorry, she's up by 0.9%. So she's got a long way to go until she gets to my max. I don't think it's going to get there, because that's like the max. So I think maybe a 3-point win for her, maybe a 4. Pennsylvania, obviously a critical state, only 60% reported, and Trump is up by 2.8%.
That's good.
2.8 there, 2.6 there, and in Georgia, 3.3 now. Okay, 3.3, 2.6, 2.8. Michigan, Trump is up by 1 point with only 24% in. Again, Michigan's not going to be anywhere close to being able to be called today, period. Wisconsin, though, Trump is up by 1.13% now. He's up by about 21,000 votes. And in Minnesota, there's only 5% reported, but Trump is beating Walz by 24 points.
Wow.
But I mean, Steve, 5.3% in.
Yeah.
All right. In New Mexico, Harris is starting to get the Albuquerque vote coming in. So the white liberals there that are living on ancestral land are voting for Harris. In Arizona, Trump is up by, looks like about, 1,046 votes. I mean, that's about as tight as you're going to see with about half the vote in. I mean, remember how many votes was it when we first came? Was it 16 votes or something when we first saw Arizona? It was very small margin.
Yeah.
There. It's tight, man. It is tight there. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts. Let's take a look at Maine at large, because that actually hasn't been called yet. Only 13.7% in. That's talk about passive deplorables. That is deplorable to actually have it for 13.7% after that long. I mean, that's really bad. They stopped. They closed their polls 2 hours and 44 minutes ago, and they've only gotten in 13.7. They closed at the same time Florida did. And look at what Florida got. Florida has 96.68%. And Trump is up by just 13.4, just a boatload. It's a lot. All right, we're going to refresh this just to see if anything's changed and make sure that the Electoral College is updated. 211 to 117. 211 to 117 is, yeah, that is actually 4 more than before. Yes, so they have made a call. Iowa, I'm sorry, 6 more than before. Iowa, as I predicted, would be called for Trump as soon as they got to about 55 to 60%. And with 57.74% in, Trump is up by 14 points. I mean, can you really believe that 3 days ago people were thinking that Kamala Harris had a 3-point win in Iowa? I mean, these people are deluded. They really are. They really are deluded. To believe that is just a lack of knowledge of math. It's just really sad. Anyway, they given Iowa to Trump, which updates the Electoral College to 211 to 117. And now Trump is up in the popular vote by 5.76 million.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah. Now, remember, the West Coast is still
Yeah.
The West Coast is going to basically be about 4 to 5 to 6 million for Harris net positive. So right now it's pretty much tied. It's pretty close to being tied. Maybe Trump's got a little bit of an advantage in the popular vote. So yeah. And so for my prediction for popular vote, I had Trump winning the popular vote. I know people will say, you're crazy. How could you have Trump winning the popular vote? Republicans don't win the popular vote. Well, I didn't have him winning it by much, but I have him winning it by 0.84%. We'll see if that actually stands up. All right, back to where we're at. Again, nothing's really changed there. Same numbers as before. In Virginia, pretty much the same, although it looks like Harris is widening her lead a little bit. In North Carolina, Trump is up by 2.5. In Georgia, Trump is up by 3.3. That hasn't been updated. Are we going to go through this again where things aren't getting updated again? Mm-hmm. Michigan, very slow, but Trump is up by 1.6 now, so he's widening his lead there. In Wisconsin, he's widening his lead there as well. He's up by 1.4 now. So he's up by 26,000 votes. In Minnesota, Walz is nowhere to be found. He's probably in China. He said it. In Virginia, yes, we saw that. We're going to go over here to Mexico. Harris is pretty much got this in the bag at this point. In Arizona, super close still. Trump is up by 2,200 votes. And in Nevada, they refuse to count the vote. They're on strike. They're on strike, just straight up. They just won't. Look, can I refresh this? What happened? Can I not see it anymore? No, come on. Let's refresh this. No, they refuse to vote. The polls have been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern. It's 10:49 Eastern, and they not counted one vote or reported one vote. I mean, they're all, I don't know. What are they doing? Are they shooting craps? Are they rolling the bones tonight instead of the election? I mean, are they playing Pai Gow? What are they doing over there in Nevada? Come on now. All right. Anyway, let's get serious. Not too serious, of course, because, well, who wants that? Anyway, here we are. Again, he's widening his lead in Wisconsin. He's widening his lead. He's up by now 2 points in Michigan with a quarter of the vote in. He's up by almost 3 points now in Pennsylvania with 62.69% in. He's down by 1.5 in Virginia. He's up by 2.65 in North Carolina, and he's up by about 2.9 in Georgia. Does anyone have any Senate, Michigan? We want to go to the Senate. Yeah, I was just about ready to go to the Senate. I was going to ask if anybody had any requests, but we'll go to the Senate because there's a bunch of good Senate races that are going on right now. So let's check these things out. They're pretty much all in the upper half of the country except for the Lake Gallego matchup. Cruz has already been called. He's already won. King is going to win this, like I said, very easily. Not an issue there. Here's Pennsylvania. Bob McCormick is looking good. I mean, he's up 62.54% in, and he's up by 0.8. So he's looking pretty strong. In Ohio, Moreno is up by 5 with not 85% of the vote in. They're going to actually be calling that pretty soon, and that's going to be a Republican flip. Republicans have already flipped one seat because Manchin, he defected from the Democrats and no longer wants to be in politics anymore. And so Justice, as I predicted, is winning by 42 points. Bob's very happy about Indiana. Where in the heck is Bob Barber? I mean, Uptime finished long ago. Does he not want to come back on? Is he chickened out? All right. I'm kidding, Bob. Hi. All right. Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin. Oh, wait. We're going to go to Michigan. Rogers is now pulled ahead, but again, only 26% of the vote. Rogers is ahead by 1.9. In Wisconsin, you really can't get much closer than this, Steve. Baldwin's up by 390 votes. So 1.85 million counted, and Baldwin's up by 390. So it's literally 0.02% difference in Wisconsin. And look at this. Okay, now Hovde is up by 110 votes in Wisconsin. He's up by 1/100%. If I don't know if you can get any closer than that. That's pretty close, Steve. I mean, you've got yourself a race up there, don't you?
Yeah.
And you were saying earlier, tell the people who weren't here earlier about Baldwin, what kind of person she is.
She's very, very, very left. So left that a lot of people in Wisconsin who are liberal don't like her anymore.
Well, looky here.
Well, you guess Uptime's over now.
Yeah. Well, look who the cat dragged in.
Hey, John the Watchdog said he would come on if you send him a link. Want to have him come on, so
yeah, no, I'm not, I don't plan on having anybody else coming on tonight. Maybe Shane if he comes back, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'd have to deal with my phone and the email and all. You know, I don't know. I'm kind of maybe. Well, let's see. Maybe in about 15-20 minutes we'll have a little break here, and then not necessarily a break from talking or whatever, or even showing this stuff. We're going to go to the governor race. Just a little break in terms of like me being able to do this, and you guys can start talking about whatever you want to talk about, and then and that will be the way to go. Somebody asked about the governor's race somewhere. So hold on a second. People want more people. People want them in here, I guess. People, and then some people say, no, just keep it calm. And so it's a split. So it's a 50-50 tie in chat, whether or not they want to have somebody in here. So more people in here. So I guess that's just the way it is.
I don't know. Let the Holy Spirit lead you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it all depends if people are going to get like bent out of shape. If I don't bring people in and start leaving, then I don't necessarily want that. The governor's race in North Carolina. Yeah, I'm sorry. You probably live in North Carolina. That race has been called long ago. A disastrous candidate in Robinson has had absolutely no chance to win that. He's losing the governor race by 15, and Trump is up in the state like by 2.5. So, I mean, literally went 17.5 points worse than Trump. That guy is just an absolute disaster, Robinson. So no, that governor's race is over. I just did it, Chris. I just did the governor's race in North Carolina. Stein has won. The Democrat has just destroyed Robinson by 15 points. Okay. And so it's not even close. It's not even close. All right. I agree with you. Too many people talking, but you know what? I don't need to talk all the time, but there are results that are coming in, and there's interesting results coming in. So I am reporting that, but it will slow down coming up here a little bit. So we will be able to do a few more things. I have a video to show of Steve's that I want to show tonight in regards to Trump at McDonald's, because Steve works at McDonald's. And somebody came in and Steve had an interaction with him. So that's going to be, it's a very entertaining video to watch. So yeah, it'll be short. It's like 5 minutes, but it basically talks about the guy who came into McDonald's and what he did. I mean, just an unhinged people. So take a look here. We're going to take a look at the House. The House right now is three flip to the Republicans. Bob, I don't know if you saw that. I think that was while you were away. But three flip to the
House
Republicans
and the Senate, man, and the president, executive. If there's a total, instead of having the Democrats control of everything, we control everything.
Yeah,
man, I mean, could fix some stuff.
Yeah, could. So again, in North Carolina governor, please don't ask about it anymore. That race is done, over, dead, and buried. There is no possible way that the Republicans going to win the governorship of North Carolina. And then the House is at 151 to 98 with 3 flips. That's the key, 3 flips. Later on tonight, we're going to really start digging into some of the really close House races. There's about 50 of them to look at. That's going to be for a later period of time tonight. Let's go to the Senate. The Senate is sitting right now at 49 to 40. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this and see if it changed. Nope. We already have one flip, of course, and that happened in West Virginia. And West Virginia is, not even close. Manchin's gone. Long live the Manchin. But he's gone. And so Justice is winning by 1 million. McCormick is actually up over Casey in Pennsylvania right now. In Ohio, Moreno is up even more now than before. He's up by 5.2. That's going to be a flip, it looks like. Pretty much guaranteed a flip there. It looks like Ohio's come through. The Republicans in Ohio have come through and pushed Brown, the incumbent Democrat. They're like, why do we have a Democrat senator here in Ohio? I don't know. Let's get him out. Guess what? He's out. Michigan, Rogers is up by 2 points, people. Now, granted, it's only 26.84%, but he is up by 2-point-something%. We're going to go to Hovde Baldwin, which is the super close race. But it looks like Hovde's kind of pulled a little bit ahead, like 5,600 now. So he's ahead by 0.28, which is probably the biggest lead he's had all night. We're going to go down here and take a look at Gallego versus Kerry Lake. Kerry Lake just can't buy by a vote. Apparently, she can't get in there. She wants to get in there. She tried to get in there. She lost the governorship. Looks like she's probably going to lose the Senate as well. People in Arizona don't really like her. I mean, they like her, but they don't like her as much as they like Trump. Nevada, again, they're shooting craps. They're just not going to tabulate anything tonight, apparently. All right. So back to the presidential election. And again, we're at 212 to 119. The last thing that has just been called is Maine's 2nd district for Trump. So Maine's 2nd has been called for Trump, and Maine at large has been called for Harris. She leads there by 5.5, only 17% in. So the new electoral is 212 to 119. So far, there's been no surprises. In other words, nothing has flipped from the last election. Everything is exactly the same as it's been so far. But Trump is up in Georgia. That would be a flip. In Arizona, he's barely up. That would be a flip. In Pennsylvania, he's up by almost 3% now. That would be a flip. Michigan, he's up by almost 4% in Michigan. Granted, only 27% in. That would be a flip. And Wisconsin, he's up by 2.25%, 2.19%, and that would be a flip as well. So right now, let's take a quick look at Maricopa County. Anybody know anything about Maricopa County? Bob, do you know anything about Maricopa County? He's not there. Steve, do you know anything about Maricopa County?
Nope.
So Maricopa County is the county in Arizona that goes Democrat, and it has the biggest amount of population by far in the state.
Okay.
Maricopa County is where all the shenanigans happened last time.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of different ones, a lot of different types of shenanigans as well. But right now, Trump is staying very competitive with Harris in Maricopa County. So you can see all the other counties are pretty small. 15,000, 9,000, 1,000, 12,000. This one, Pinal, is a suburb, but that's a Republican suburb pretty much. Pima is in the south where Tucson is. I believe that's in Tucson is in Pima County. Harris is doing very well there. Actually, very, very well. That's very interesting that she's doing that well right along the border.
Wow.
Right along the border. Doing great. Interesting. Not doing as well in Maricopa, though, is what you'd think. All right. Let's see here. It's 11:03, which means that the polls have closed. And just as expected, Idaho has gone to Donald Trump. Washington and Oregon and California have all been called for Harris. And so the new electoral vote is now Donald Trump at 216 and Kamala Harris at 193, with Trump up in the popular vote by 6.05 million, 6,050,000 votes. Back to the battleground states. Georgia, Trump is up by almost 3 with 90% in. He is up by almost 3 in North Carolina with 86% in. Harris is up by 1.5 with 3/4 of the vote in. Trump is up by 3.3 in Pennsylvania with 70% in. 3.3 in Pennsylvania, 3 or 2.9, and 2.9. 2.9 in Georgia, 2.9 in North Carolina, 3 in Pennsylvania. Trump is up by 4.6 in Michigan, but only 27.7% of the vote. Trump is up by 1.3 in Wisconsin with 60% of the vote. Minnesota, he's still beating Tim Walz in Minnesota by a lot, but only 11% because they're going to be counting there until next year. New Mexico is a lost cause. It's 7 points up for Harris. Colorado, just real quick, 12.2 for Harris, just in case people wanted to know about that. And then let's just take a look real quick at Texas. Texas, now he's almost up by 13.9% with 3/4 of the vote counted. And in Florida, they pretty much finished a long time ago. He's pretty much winning that by 13.5. So again, Nevada just doesn't want to either they don't want to report to Fox or they just don't want to report at all. And then in Arizona, Trump is barely ahead with about half the vote counted. He's only up by about 2,400 votes.
Yeah, we need to get Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Texas came through big, Karen. Texas came through huge. I mean, like I was saying before, the polling aggregates thought that Trump that Harris actually had a chance, and in Texas, and said that Trump was only going to win by 7%, only 7. Trump is up by just under 14, so double of what they said. I mean, it's not even close. Not even close.
I have a theory about Nevada. I think Trump is destroying her in Nevada because that's why they won't report it. If Kamala was winning, they would definitely report it because people are watching this stuff and they're still basing their votes on that. So that's why they're not reporting in Nevada, because Trump is annihilating her there.
Keep
what
talking.
I'm saying? That's why they're not reporting it, because Trump is just destroying her there right now. So that's why they're not reporting it. They don't want to discourage the voters. They want to keep the Democrat voters coming out. Wouldn't you agree?
I do. I absolutely do agree. And I just turned off my hold on. I just turned off my crock pot. I got some chicken in there with some potatoes and onion. So yeah, I just turned it off because it was cooked. It's been cooking in there. So I'm going to be able to eat something sooner or later, but I just turned it off. I don't need to eat it right now. I'm not really, I'm running on adrenaline, and I will be for a while. But yeah, do I think that? I do. I think that's a plausible argument, Bob, that they don't want to. I mean, look, Nevada would be the biggest flip, because it's been so long since it was red, right? And it's 20 years. So that would be the biggest flip of the night, to actually have Nevada go from blue to red. I mean, Michigan. I mean, he won that against Hillary, right? He had Michigan. He took Wisconsin. He took Pennsylvania. I mean, Georgia's been red. The only time he's ever anything ever lost was last time. North Carolina has been red the whole time. So Arizona was red until last time. So really, Nevada, if he does that, well, you're probably right. I think that one would take the wind out of the sails out of quite a few Democrats for sure, and could actually suppress. Well, there's not much to suppress anymore because the polls have already closed in California. It would just suppress votes in Hawaii, and there's not much. There's not very many votes there. But look, it all depends on how many Democrats come out on the West Coast to see if Trump wins the popular vote or not. That's really where we're at this point. I mean, right now he's up in the popular vote by 6,650,000. So, I mean, between California, Oregon, Steve, can you take a look and see what the final results were for in the 2020 for California, Oregon, and Washington? Presidential election final results 2020 for California, Oregon, and Washington. That would be interesting to see. So we're still here at 216 because I want to see how many votes more Biden had in those 3 states than Trump did, to see if Trump actually has a chance to win the popular vote. I think he does. You know, Bob, if Trump does win the popular vote, you know what would happen? What would happen is the Democrats wouldn't have their argument that the Electoral College should be abolished.
Yep. That's right.
We wouldn't have to hear that for the next 4 years.
At least not that.
Right. Yeah, at least that's just, I know. Yeah, there's 16,000 other things we'll have to listen to, but one thing we won't, and that is, well, he didn't win the popular vote. We're a democracy. You know, we won't have to hear that. So I think that a lot of people will be happy about that. Minnesota is at only 12%. It's way too early. Please check the Senate again. All right, let's take a look at the Senate. The Senate. We're going to look at the Senate. The Senate right now is at 50-42 with 2 flips. And you know why? Because they called the thing that I said they were going to call just a few moments ago. They called Moreno winning in Ohio. He's up by 5 with only 10% in. With only 10% to go. So we got our second flip, which means that Montana is going to flip as well for sure. So that means we are going to have, at the very least, we're going to have 52 because, and the reason why it's 52 is why. Let me see. Let me check and make sure that I got that right. Right now they have 50. Where are the ones that he's going to take without a problem? Now, this is going to be a tight seat in Nevada. Looks like Lake's probably not going to win. Sheehy's definitely going to win there. So, it's the other one here. Yes. Nebraska. In Nebraska, right now, Fisher is down slightly, only by a half a point, though. So he's actually starting to come back, 57.73%. The other incumbent that is there, he's already been called the winner, Ricketts. He's a longtime senator there, so he's already won it. But if Fisher wins and Tester's going to lose, Sheehy's going to win. If Fisher wins, that's 52 seats. Now let's take a look at the other ones. Right now, McCormick is up by 1.68%. McCormick is up over Bob Casey in Pennsylvania right now. Okay, so that is very good for McCormick. That's very good for the Republicans. That could be 53 Republican senators. In Michigan, Rogers is up over Slotkin, but only 30% is in. He's up by about 3 points. But again, only 30% is in. In Wisconsin, how did you pronounce that, Steve? Is it Hovde or Hovde?
Hovde. Oh, now I'm gonna have a. I think it's Hovde.
Hovde. Okay.
I think so.
Okay. He's up right now, actually, by 1.4%.
Cool.
So he's taking himself a little lead there. He's up by 28,000 votes. So only 64% in. But as you can see, Democrat incumbent losing. Democrat incumbent. Why does it say Slotkin's Slotkin is an incumbent? Oh, wait. No, Slotkin's not the incumbent. That's right. Slotkin is not the incumbent there. But Democrat incumbent losing there in Pennsylvania and Democrat incumbent losing there in Ohio. The Rust Belt right now, I mean, it's a little early, but it's looking very good for Republicans. It's looking very good for Republicans. Yep. That I think, and that will probably do it for the Senate. Is
I got
everyone
California shared if you want to see it.
All right, one moment. Is everybody satisfied with the what was my prediction again? My prediction that was that Trump was going to win the popular vote by 0.8. What was it? 0.83? Point what? Hello. Right here. 0.84. And that Trump was going to win the Electoral College 312 to 226. That was my prediction. Hovde is a California banker, a rhino. Do you know anything about him?
This is my friend Jason. I know him.
Disemboweled?
Yes. You can trust him.
Well, no, it's not about trust. I'm just asking you, do you know about Hovde at all?
Very little. He was on a local radio station this last week. He sounded good to me, but I don't know a lot of details.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. I'm not sure where Shane was. He said he was going to come back, but maybe he's not. I don't know. All right. Well, anyway, we're at this Electoral College of 216 to 193 right now. You know what though? Even if Hovde is a California banker and a rhino, he's better than Tammy Baldwin.
Yes.
Okay. You can't have it all, but he's better than. Look, not many people are worse than Tammy Baldwin. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's true. Is it not true?
I don't like her.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at the presidential stuff. We haven't looked in this for a little while. All right. So Georgia, Trump is up by 2.75% in Georgia with 90% of the vote in. In North Carolina, Trump is up by 2.7% with 89% of the vote in. So again, in Georgia, he's up by 2.6. And in North Carolina, he's up by 2.7. In Virginia, Harris is up by 1.7. In Pennsylvania, Trump is up by 3.2 with 3/4 of the voting. In Michigan, Trump is up by 5.5 with 31% in though.
Oh.
Yeah. In Wisconsin, Trump is up by 2.8 with 65% of the vote in.
It's good.
In Minnesota, they're going to be counting until 2032. I mean, literally, they got 13.62% in, and they've been counting for 22 hours now. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, it's just laughable. That's so bad. Look at Florida, 96.94. I mean, it's done. They've already gone home. New Mexico, Harris is winning there by about 6 with 68 in. Arizona still razor thin, 49.81. Let me go ahead and refresh this because I think it was 49.81 last time I looked. It is refreshing. Yep, still 49.81, Bob. Does this ring a bell to you? No new results coming in? Huh, wow, interesting. Nevada, again, Nevada just doesn't want to report anything. Apparently all the machines went down.
There you go. Yeah, they're I was just watching mainstream media here right now, and they're lining up what you're doing here, but when the guy clicked on Pennsylvania, he clicked red. He thinks it's gonna go red. But then his host is like, well, we don't know what's going to happen to Pennsylvania for days. I'm like, why? Why is it taking days?
Right.
Why is it so hard in Pennsylvania, guys? What do you do in Pennsylvania, Democrats? Why is it take you days? Everybody else is getting their stuff done. Why is it taking so long? Pennsylvania? What are you guys doing over there? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I like to know if anybody here, Kevin, did you go 8 hours on the last one? What is the guess on this one? Yeah, last time Bob and I, we went 8.5 hours. It's still on my channel. It's still there in the live section. How long are we going to go? Why is, I'll answer the question of why Pennsylvania is so important. How long are we going to go? We're going to go until either someone says that it's not going to be called tonight, like Harris comes out and says, I'm not conceding this race. And Trump says, I'm not conceding this race. We're going to wait until this thing goes and we're going to have our lawyers and blah, 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 blah. Well, then we'll probably wrap it up at that point. Otherwise, we're going to keep on going. The maximum I can go is until 1 p.m. tomorrow. All right.
That's how far this feed will go.
Oh, I actually give it a 50-50 chance that it's going to go even farther than 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, 1 p.m. Okay, I thought I heard you say that this feed that you're doing right now will only allow you go to 1 a.m. Never mind.
Oh no, 1 p.m. It's 20 hours. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the max.
Yeah, we'll be sleeping on our desk at that point.
Yeah, maybe. I'll be okay. I can go that long. There's really not an issue for me. I can probably go until, I don't know. I can probably go for another 30 or 40 hours, but I just don't know if we're going to even have anything to even talk about after a certain point. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, what is going on up there? Why can't they do what Florida did? Why can't they have 96%, 97% of the vote counted by now? What's the problem?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are people in Florida just smarter? Is that what it is? Are they just smarter people and they know how to count better? I mean, or is there something else going on?
Why? And that's never been an issue either. Really has not been an issue. When was the last time you saw Pennsylvania take this long? Not 2020, but I'm talking 2016, 2012. Does Pennsylvania always take a few extra days? No. Okay. So why did they need a few days? Now, I already seen them. They already had an issue with their ballots because they weren't scanning right. So they can blame it on that. Hey, everybody in Pennsylvania, just go out and vote again.
Right.
And
so Bob,
that's what's that?
Oh, and so Bob, I was going to ask you if you can actually answer that question. Why is Pennsylvania so important?
Why is Pennsylvania so important? Well, first of all, that's where our founding fathers established the Constitution.
Well, no. I mean, why? No. Why is Pennsylvania so important in terms of this election?
In terms of this election, well, because they have 7 million people there per. They have 7 million people in the state, and that's about all I remember.
I think it was 13 million people in the state.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's Indiana has 7 million,
right,
and Pennsylvania has 13 million. And because of the amount of people that they have in there, it's so they're packed in there like sardines, so it carries a lot of weight. So actually, how many electoral votes is that for Pennsylvania?
Yeah, right here, 19.
19?
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Is this map a little too small to see that number?
Yeah.
Is it? Well, here, let me
see it.
Look, here. Did that help at all or no?
Oh, yeah. I got a full screen though.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, this is about as big as I'm going to be able to make it. How's that? Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you can see that, yes, it has 19 electoral votes. Okay. Electoral College votes, 19. You can see which ones have more. New York, Florida, Texas, and California. Pennsylvania is number 5, tied with Illinois. Okay. So tied with Illinois, Pennsylvania is the 5th most populous state in all the United States, in all 50. So it has a very, very, has a lot of, it just has a lot of electoral power. That's really what it has. It's electoral power. 19 votes is a lot. And I mean, when you think about it, take a look at the map here. 19 votes is as much as Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Idaho combined, more than those states. That's 8, 11, 14, 17. Okay, 5 states. Pennsylvania has 2 more than them. So Pennsylvania is an extremely important state for either candidate to win. And plus, since it's not blue or a red state, it's actually winnable by both sides. And that's the key. Because if it's not winnable, they don't spend money there, right? They just say, oh, like Trump went to California, Trump went to New York for rallies, sure, but he didn't spend 10, 20, 30, $50 million in advertising there. There's no reason to. But in Pennsylvania, each side has a chance to actually win it. And so that's why it's extremely important to actually get it, because it's a 19-point. It's not just 19 points. It's a 38-point swap. You see, if you win 19 points, your opponent loses 19 points from that. You see, they don't get that 19 points. So you do it the other way around, then it's a 38-point swap. It's huge. It's like winning. California and New York have just been blue so much that those are just gone. Those are going to have to go to the Democrats every time. It's just the way that it is. It didn't used to be like that. I mean, Reagan won both of them. All right, so we're at 193 to 216. That hasn't changed. Just one thing to mention here, though, is that because Pennsylvania is winnable and it has that big of a electoral power, that's why everybody talks about Pennsylvania. Because for the Democrats especially, because since a lot of other states are Republican and go to the Republican all the time, she only has so many states that she can win. And if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she has to win a whole bunch of more states to make up for that. And those states are just not there. They're just not available to her. She has to win states like North Carolina, and it's just really not there. Oregon is not a toss-up. Oregon is already been called for Harris. So no, Oregon is Harris is winning by 13 with 58% in. Washington, Harris is winning by 20, almost 21.
I did pull up Oregon that you asked me to. If you want me to share it.
We are going to take a look at those. And California is only 17.7. California is notoriously slow as well at counting. And she's winning that by about 22. So let's take a look real quick at this guy right here. So as you can see, Biden won California by 5.1 million. All right. Now, Oregon.
Okay.
Steve?
Let me share it.
Okay. So 5.1 million. Well, Aaron, right now, no swing states have been called, so she hasn't lost. She hasn't lost any swing states yet.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
All right, so it was 5.1 million. Biden went over Trump by 5.1 million. Let's see how much he went over. He went over him. Okay, well, you're just taking too long. All right, let's go back here.
I got Oregon up there now.
All right. We're still at, okay, wait, 216. Yep, 216 to 193. That has not changed since the last time we saw it. All right, let's go to Oregon. Oregon, Biden is ahead by about 480,000. Okay, so 480,000 plus 5.1 million is 5,580,000. And Washington?
Oh, I didn't pull up Washington. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll get
All
it.
right. Yep, that sounds fine. All right, so we're at 5.6 million basically. And right now, Trump is ahead by about 5.2 million. But California and them have already started going. So we can actually see how much they're ahead already. So yeah, so Harris is up by 700,000 here, by about 180,000 here. So that's like 880, and then another 500,000 there. So about 1.4 million have already been counted there that they're ahead. So if we add that back in and subtract actually 1.4 from this, we get 50.1 to 56.7. So that's actually like about 6.6 million. 6.6 million. All right, are you up?
Washington.
Yep. Okay. So we were at 5.1 plus another 5 or 600,000. So we're at like 5.6, and then plus another, what is that, like 800,000? So it's 6.4 million. And we were looking at about 6.5. So, I mean, in reality, Trump has a decent chance to barely eke out the popular vote. So that'll be interesting. I'd like to see him win the popular vote by 0.84%. That would be exactly on my prediction. So we'll see. Nevada is just they all went to the casino. They have not reported anything. Can anyone go to any other site and see if Nevada's actually reported anything? I mean, it seems weird that they just haven't reported. Like, I mean, there's just zero. It's crazy. I mean, there's zero reported. I mean, is Nevada just like, did they lose all their money at the tables and they can't pay for electricity anymore? I mean, are they shut down?
I think they're just getting their butts kicked. They don't want to. They don't want to deter it.
Yeah.
Sway anything. They're just getting their butts kicked right now by Trump. So it's more likely going to Trump. Why would they hide a blue victory?
Have you also noticed that Arizona has not updated in the last half an hour?
Yep. Here we go, Kevin. We're not even at 3. We're not even at 3 a.m. yet.
Google says they're expecting results from Nevada soon.
Oh, that helps.
Oh, well, let's trust Google. They're so trustworthy, Steve. Yes. Let's put our faith in Google. All right. So anyway, we can look at some other ones where they're actually starting to actually count the votes. Arizona apparently just stopped counting. Minnesota is at 46% in, and Harris is winning by 13. However, Wisconsin's at 67% in, and Trump is winning by 3.3 now.
Ooh, yeah.
That's Steve's home state, by the way. Michigan, 36% in. Like I said, they're going to count Minnesota's actually gone ahead of Michigan. Okay, Michigan is the worst of the worst. So, well, no, Nevada is the worst of the worst so far because they haven't even had one vote counted. But Michigan is going to be going for another 6 days, apparently. Trump is up by 4.6%, though. In Pennsylvania, Trump is up by 3.5%, with 77% in. But apparently someone said they said they're going to count for days and days, right, Bob? Pennsylvania. Harris has got Trump by 2 in Virginia with about 79% in. Now she's got him by almost 3. In North Carolina, Trump is up by 2.66% with 89% in. 2.66% in North Carolina. And in Georgia, he's up by 2.7% with 91% in. 2.7 in Georgia, 2.6 in North Carolina, and 3.5 in Pennsylvania. $2.7, 2.6, 3.5. Michigan, 4.7. Wisconsin, 3.4. Arizona, I mean, he's up by 0.13, but they haven't reported anything anymore, so they're on the take. I don't know. I'm kidding when I say that, Google, but maybe I'm not. Nevada is just simply, yeah, they're at the craps table. They're trying to get they're trying to get ate the hard way. I don't know what they're trying to do. It doesn't look promising that they're going to be. They said soon, but soon's been TM'd. So who knows how long it's going to take. Anyway, we do have 339 people in here right now watching live. A lot of people actually have been here since we started 5 hours and 35 minutes ago. You people are probably crazier than I am because I'm actually like doing this and you're just watching it. So, but I'm sure you guys are doing other things as well. And I got to think this is a lot better than watching MSDNC or Clown News Network. So I appreciate this. I don't know if you like the stream. I don't care if you do or not because it doesn't matter to me one bit. But if you feel like liking it, great. If you feel like subscribing, great. If you don't, I don't care. I don't monetize anything anyway, so it don't matter. I just have a good time here. I guess Shane decided he had enough, which is all right. No problem there. Nobody has been clamoring for more people to come on. So, Bob, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think we should? We have a little bit of time right now because nothing's really going on. I mean, yes, they are updating things, but nothing's going to get called right now for sure. We can look at the Senate. Hold on. Let's go look at the Senate. I know there's some people that are very invested in what's going on in the Senate, and I am too, because the Senate's really key. Right now, the Republicans have 50 and the Democrats have 42. Right. And we saw that a whole bunch of these are being led by Republicans. So in other words, this one, 1.8% over Casey. In Michigan, Rogers has got a 3-point lead. Very low amount have come in though, 36%. In Wisconsin, Hovde is up by 1.6% with 68% in. And in Montana, Sheehy is going to start running away with it. Kerry Lake, unfortunately, they're just not reporting anything new in Arizona. And Nevada, they went to sleep. So that's where we're at with that. In the House, let's take a look at the House. The House is sitting at 165 to 115 with 3 flipped. Plus 2 seats. So that's interesting. 3 flipped usually would mean plus 3, but it looks like they flipped 3 and Democrats have flipped 1 seat. So yeah, that's been flipped. The map's really red for the House. Bob, check that out.
They're saying Shane's live on his channel and he'll leave at midnight.
I thought he was going to go on at midnight.
Well, leave his channel at midnight.
Huh. Okay. Well, he told me he was going to go
At least
on.
that's what they said. If they said that, I don't know.
Okay. If he's already on, then that's fine. I mean, he can definitely come back. That's not an issue at all. But anyway, yes. Hawaii reports at midnight and Alaska at 1 a.m. That is correct. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Speak of the black swan.
Oh,
He's
there he
here.
is.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, we're hanging in there. How you doing?
Good. I was just watching another channel, and
How dare you?
what are your numbers at right now for the electoral polls?
Yep. Electoral College, we're at 216 to 193.
216.
Yes.
Maybe hit refresh or something, because it seemed like it was like higher than that. Some of the other stuff I was watching, like they're almost starting to celebrate at Trump's place.
I don't know.
And I heard rumor that Kamala sent her people home, but that's just the media.
Well, they have a camera on it. You can see whether or not she actually did or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's interesting, real fast. I'm seeing these articles coming up now, and just make you think, makes you wonder, because it says opinion. If Trump wins the election, here are 3 things black folks can do. So they're starting to put the stuff out now already.
Interesting, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Someone says that it's 230 now for Trump. That would mean that 14 electoral votes went to him, which means that that's probably 14 electoral votes. There isn't a state that has 14. So there's no such thing as 214 to Trump or 230 for Trump.
Well, they're almost saying that Wisconsin is almost
One way is in the chat. Hold on, Shane. One way. You said it's now 230 for Trump. Can you please provide the site in the chat where it says 230 for Trump? Because that's not even mathematically possible to get that. But whatever, fine. But yes, yeah. Shane, take a look. I mean, it is. I don't know where you saw higher numbers, but it is 216 to 198.
Yeah, it was on Patrick David Bet, and they were looking at Wisconsin, and they said it was like 71% in or something like that, and it was
that can't be called.
No, it wasn't called, but it was like the predictability. It was like 71 or 73% for Trump in Wisconsin.
All right. Well, in Canada, they show 192 to 230. Well, it's not possible to have 230. So Canadians don't know anything about Electoral College. So I would expect them to be off. Yeah, I would expect them to be off on that. So
just off. No well, you got to convert to American to Canadian, right? So maybe that's the difference.
Yes, it's the conversion factor, right?
The conversion.
That's great.
Yeah, so what are they saying?
I'm watching NBC News right now, and they're showing the majority of Pennsylvania is red right now.
Yeah. Well, I can here. I'll show you that. I'll show you how the majority of Pennsylvania is red. Here, check this out. So we'll go down here and we'll click on Pennsylvania, and there it is.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Yeah. Interesting.
All that's red. But Philadelphia is up by 300 and something thousand votes for Harris. Okay.
That's important.
And Pittsburgh's up by 140,000. Okay. So you can have all that red, but look how small these things are.
Yeah. You don't have the cities.
They're tiny areas. 12,000, 18,000, 14,000, 28,000. And look at Philadelphia.
Yeah.
424,000.
Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that's where they're doing all the cheating right now.
And Montgomery is just north as well. And in Pittsburgh over here, they have 413,000 for Harris. In Philadelphia, they have 424,000 for Harris.
Yeah. I'm telling you what you have right now going on, Kevin. I've flipped to a bunch of channels. What you have right now going on is just, to me, it's just as competitive as any of the other channels. Like, you're learning stuff on here, you're watching it, we're monitoring it, you're giving your feedback, all this stuff. I would put this right next to any of the bigwigs.
Well, I don't have the flashiest things. I mean, I am using this, but I do have knowledge about these things, and I think that those people really don't know what the heck they're talking about most of the time. We did just get something come in, 232. North Carolina has been called for Trump. Trump is up by 2.8% there, and 90% have been reported. So the first battleground state of the night has been called North Carolina for Trump.
Oh, you can't
All
see
right.
it. That's
Okay.
Patrick David on his channel said 248 for Trump.
That would be another 16, and that would be Georgia would be the next one to fall. So they've already called Georgia, but they haven't called it here on Fox yet, but they've called it elsewhere, I guess. But that's pretty close to being called as well, with 2.7% Trump ahead, with only 9% remaining. That's going to be called here. I mean, because North Carolina was just in front of Georgia. So yeah, I think Georgia's probably going to get called here pretty soon. Taking a look at Pennsylvania, Trump is up by 4.7%. with 81% in. So if he continues to be up that high with another 10% in, they may be forced to call it, and that will probably do it. Arizona finally has reported something. So 50% in. So thank goodness, Bob, they're still reporting. Maybe they've seen the sign on the wall now, and they're just like, you know what, we're just going to finish this thing out.
Yeah,
we're gonna Nevada. Apparently, though, they're gonna stay up all night at the casino. They're just not gonna count.
counting.
Yeah. Oh, we got a good one here in Wisconsin. A good update here. Wisconsin now is at almost 70%, and Trump is up by 3.5. In Michigan, Trump is just destroying it. I mean, yes, there's only 40% in, but he's up by 4.8.
Yeah.
Did you call Wisconsin and Michigan for Trump, Kevin?
What's that?
Did you call Wisconsin and Michigan for Trump? I can't remember.
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't?
I think Kevin said they'll get the Sun Belt right across, and then hoping that some of the blue wall.
Oh, are you asking me what my prediction was?
Your prediction, yeah.
Yes. My prediction is that Trump takes all 7 swing states, and then he wins 312 to 226.
Very cool.
All right.
That's my prediction.
I like those
right
numbers.
Right now they just gave him North Carolina. He's up in Georgia. He's up in Arizona, just barely. He's up in Pennsylvania. He's up in Michigan, and he's up in Wisconsin. And he's down everywhere else. He's down in or Alaska. Oh, well, Alaska, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Of course, I gave it to him. But he's going to lose Hawaii, and he's going to lose Minnesota as well. And so it's really the 2nd district of Nebraska. Steve, can you go on to the Nebraska Secretary of State site and see if there's any results there for current results for Nebraska too?
Okay.
That'd be awesome. All right. So, so everything right now, Bob, is going according to what I predicted.
Very good.
So I think you're right, Shane. I think that I'm better than predicting than those people that are on those networks.
Yeah, because they're good at talking about other stuff, but unless you really crunch the numbers and look at it, it's not that they're false teachers or any of that crazy stuff, but they're kind of reacting to the numbers. Really, they're reacting to it. Whereas your video called it right at the beginning, which is interesting. It'd be interesting to go back to your video again and just say, "Here's what it is." And I'm gonna probably go on my channel and maybe talk about
maybe tomorrow afternoon or something.
Yeah, it'd be a good little chance to review.
Yeah, why don't you invite me on tomorrow afternoon, and then I'll bring my spreadsheet because it'll be filled out with the actual things, and we can see how I did.
For sure, because I want to say without knowing anything, on Sunday morning I had to do a quick little video, and it was only 5 minutes. and I said, I'm pretty sure I said I was predicting a landslide for Trump because I wanted to just get it out there so that I can come back and watch it later.
All right.
So
So
probably won't
Trump,
be a landslide, but
no, but so Trump is not at 230. Okay. People keep on saying 230. I don't know whoever said that, but Trump is at 232 and Harris is at 211.
yeah.
Okay. So Virginia has been given to Harris. That put her up to 211. She's 83% in, and she's up by a little bit less than 4%. Last election, Biden won Virginia quite handily, actually. He won by, what is that? Wow. He won by 9.4. Is that the aggregator, or is that that's the final result? Biden won by 9.4 last election in Virginia. And right now, Harris is only up by 3.9. So,
Wow.
yeah. But no, it was never 230. I don't know whoever said that, but it's 232 to 211.
It's funny. I'm just watching.
What about, okay. Oh, and by the way, I just noticed this, and take a look.
Yep.
Republicans have officially taken the Senate.
Whoa.
All right.
51. And we'll take a look at the other races that are continuing to go on. McCormick is ahead by 2 points with 81% in. That would be another flip. That would bring him to 52. If Rogers hangs on, he's up by 3.5 with 40% in. If he hangs on, that'll be at 53. If Hovde hangs on, he's up by 1.8 with 71% in. That'd be 54. And then Tester is going to lose. She's going to win. So that'd be 55. Right now, if it stays this way, Republicans get 55 seats in the Senate.
Did you want Nevada?
No, I wanted
So they
Nebraska.
definitely won the. So they definitely won the Senate. You said
Nebraska.
I got Nebraska.
Hold on. Nebraska 2nd District.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Specifically the 2nd District. Yes, they officially, take a look. They officially have the Senate.
All right.
51 to 42. Okay. 51 to 42. And there's also 3 independents that caucus with the Democrats. So it's technically 51 to 45 with 6. So 51 to 45 with 4 still outstanding. And here are the 4 right here. Pennsylvania, Republican ahead. Michigan, Republican ahead. Wisconsin, Republican ahead. Montana. Can't quite see that, so I'll move it down a little bit. Montana, Republican ahead.
All right.
So they win all 4 of those. It's 55-45. We're going to take a look at the House. Somebody asked about the House. What's going on inside the House? The House right now is at 168 to 120. The Republicans are up 2 seats. They flipped 3, and the Democrats flipped 1. We will be going into House races because House races take the longest of anything. They can go on for weeks, literally. But we'll take a look at House races later on. If this thing is called, Bob and Steve, and who knows, maybe even Shane will take off. I don't know. But I am going to go through those for anybody who cares to look at the House races, because there's about 50 of them that are tight. Maybe some of them won't be tight, but there'll probably be a good 10 to 20 that will. So we'll take a look at that. Pelosi is on. What is she talking about? Nebraska 2nd, Steve. Did you get that?
Yeah. Oh,
I have to
I
take
just
off,
got
Bill.
Nebraska.
No, Steve. Nebraska 2nd District specifically. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Nebraska 2nd District specifically, because Nebraska is a no-brainer. That's going to Trump. That's obvious. But here we are. That's the House. It's going to take a while to get there. House is always last. Here's your Senate again, 51-42, but really it's 51-45 because 3 independents caucus with the Democrats. Republicans ahead in all 4 states that have not yet been decided. Could go as high as 55-45. All right. For the presidential election, Trump is at 232. Just 38 away. 38 away from the presidency. 38 away. Trump needs basically, what is that? What would that be? 38 away would give, this would be 36. That's not enough. I'm sorry, that's 46. That would wait, no, that's 36. That would not be enough if he just got Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada, but he's going to win Georgia. Trump is up by 2.3% there with 93% in. So he's going to get those 16, which means he's going to be at 248, which means he needs 22 more. 22 more. And 22 is, well, can't do just Arizona and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania and Nevada would do it. Arizona and Nevada would not. Any other combination, though, except for Wisconsin, Minnesota, that would not. But Minnesota is, I just don't see that going for Trump. Harris is up by 8.2 with half the vote in. I don't think that's going to go for Trump. So really it comes down to getting a couple. I mean, he's going to get Georgia. He's going to need 22 more. Pennsylvania would give him 19. In Arizona, give him 11, or even actually right now, Michigan's looking pretty good, except we just don't really know where most of the vote's still outstanding, but he's up by 5 points in Michigan. He's up by almost 4 points in Wisconsin, 3.85. I mean, he's up by 3.88 as well in Pennsylvania. I think that George is going to get called here pretty soon. Because he's up by 2.3 and there's only 93, there's only less than 7% of the vote coming in. So I don't think that, I think that's going to get called pretty quickly here. Arizona is really slowed down, Bob. That's really kind of disturbing, to be honest with you. All right. Well, it's almost midnight and Hawaii is going to close here in 3 minutes, but we already know the outcome of that. Kamala Harris is going to get 4 electoral votes as soon as the polls close. But Arizona, Bob, they stopped. They stopped reporting.
Here we go. They got to cheat, get all their extra votes in from the illegals. Bunch of illegals went there.
In Michigan, they've not counted Wayne County, are largely populated and hugely Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a look into that. So Wayne County, I guess that would be over here. Yes, the Detroit area. Only 14.85% have come in, and Harris has got a 62 to 36 lead. Let's just extrapolate that out here. So we've got 140,000 votes that have come in, and that's 14% it says. So 140,000 votes, and that's 14%. So that's that's pretty easy. That'd be 1 million. That'd be 1 million total votes. And Harris was, if she continues to get 62%, that would give her a lead over Trump of 260,000 votes in that one county alone. Let's zoom out and see what that would affect it. By 260,000 votes. Right now, Trump is only up by 140,000 votes. So, yeah, that would put her over the top of him right now. But there's still also a lot of other counties that Trump is actually going to win. So, yes, I agree with you that this is kind of a false lead right now in a way, because Wayne County is only at 14.85% and the state is actually at 44.5%. It's the reason why Trump has such a big lead. But we'll have to see if this 62-36 split does anything. Steve, if you can pull up on a different page, if you could pull up Wayne County's 2020 election results, we'd be able to see how it performed last time and then compare it. All right, let's see what you got here. This is no, Steve. This is not president you need to see it. You need to look at it for president.
Okay.
It's the presidential contest in the 2nd district of Nebraska, not representative, not state representative. Or actually, this is actually the House of Representatives. It's president. Contest results president. All right. Anyway, back to this. But if you can check out Wayne County, then that can give us an idea of where we were in 2020, and then where we're going to be going. What's currently going on there. Just kind of like what we did with Fulton County. And by the way, it's been a while since we took a look at Fulton County. So let's go ahead and just take a look at Fulton, because remember that benchmark there was what, 72.6%? Was that what it was? Do you remember that number? So I think it was like somewhere around there, 72.6.
New York Times has something.
What's that?
New York Times has something on the Nebraska one.
Okay, let's pull it up. Remember, it was 72.6, and now it's at 71.89. So Trump is doing slightly better in Georgia than what he did in 2020. Do you have it pulled up? Okay, there we go. Nebraska 2nd District presidential election results. Harris is up with 80% of the votes in. Harris is up 53.6 to 45.2. That is going to Harris. So, yep. Okay, so now we know what we're in for. We know exactly what we're in for. Since Harris is taking the 2nd District of Nebraska, that means that Trump needs to not only sweep the Sun Belt, he needs to take one of the Rust Belt, or he can take 2 of the Rust Belt and not have take Nevada. But that's where we're at, because with her taking that district, if Trump wins the Sun Belt and she wins the Rust Belt, it's a 270 to 268 victory for Harris.
Well, was that county in Michigan you wanted?
Wayne. Yeah, so that's huge right there. That is pretty big. The fact that that 2nd district went to Harris, and that senator in Nebraska said that he would not support winner take all, that gets split, and looks like that they've just given it to her at the exact same time where I said they would. Fox News calls Hawaii. Fox News calls Nebraska District 2 for Kamala Harris. Yep. So there it is. Again, if Trump takes Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, and Harris takes Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, Harris wins 270 to 268. So just keep that in mind. Right now, though, Trump is up by 3.7% there in Pennsylvania. 3.7. We can take a look and see how much the vote has come in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, 70.52. In Allegheny, 93%. So she's not going to get much more help from Allegheny. So that's a 74. That's a tiny place. That one is, that's not much help to her. That is no help to her. That's really not much help to her. Philadelphia has got three tenths still to come in. 7/10 have been counted. So she's up by 300,000 there, over 7/10. So yeah, she's going to get another, what is that going to be? Like another 160,000, 150,000. So she's going to gain about 150 there. She's going to gain, she's going to gain some there. Was she up by 90? So that's another, it's not much. It's maybe about another 40, maybe 30, about 40 probably. So 40 and what was that? 200 and something. Yeah. So not much there, not much there. Okay. She's going to gain probably around 300,000 or so, off of just those 3 counties. But there's probably other counties here where Trump is going to gain some as well. A lot of these though are reported 98 in. Here's one. Here's Somerset. Trump's going to gain some from that. A lot of these are at 98 though. These red. Oh, here's one. Trump's going to gain not very much from that one because it's so tight. Trump is going to gain some from here, but the county's pretty small. Trump's not going to gain much from there because the vote's already in. That one is, I mean, look how close that county is. Less than 400 votes.
Am I looking for 2020 results for Wayne County?
Yes, you are.
And it has to be presidential, right?
Absolutely.
I'm having a really hard time finding this.
You need to go to the Michigan State Secretary of State site. Are you not on Michigan's site?
I'll look for it.
Whenever you're looking for a previous election results, go to the state site, and then they'll have election results there. That's the best place to find it. All right, so Pennsylvania is actually looking pretty tight because there's still some votes to come in from Philadelphia. So I think this lead is probably going to dwindle just some. I don't think all the way, because he's up by, what is he up by? 170,000 votes. It's gonna get tighter. I can tell you that right now. And Michigan certainly is going to get tighter because of Wayne County. So, but I do want to see though, how are things breaking from the last time, because Wayne County this time is going 62-36. So I'm curious to see what it broke last time. Nothing new has been called yet here in the presidential. It's still 232 to 216. We still have Fox has called the swing state of North Carolina. 6 more swing states exist. Minnesota is the only reason why it hasn't been called yet is because they're very slow. They've only reported 55%. So that's the only reason why they haven't called that. In the Senate, we went through that. Republicans are going to win the Senate. They're already at 51 to 40 to 45, 46 actually. Actually, Mazie Hirono just declared her here in Hawaii. So yeah. So basically, if the Republicans win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and they're up in Pennsylvania right now by 1.2%, up in Michigan by 3.7%, up in Wisconsin by 2.2%, and up in Montana. Montana is pretty much a sure thing. That is a sure thing. So Republicans are going to have at least 52, and they could go to 55 depending on the Rust Belt. In the House, It's currently 175 to 134. As you can see, a lot of seats still need to get decided on that. Right now, the Republicans have flipped 3 seats and the Democrats have flipped 2. So the Republicans right now are a net +1. Before this election, they were at 221 to 214. So they would be at 222 to 213 if everything else, if there's no more flips. Let's go to the Senate. Josh Hawley is that was called long ago. I don't know who just called Hawley, but Hawley was called. Let's see when Hawley was called. Hawley was called an hour and 49 minutes ago. Hawley was called an hour and 49 minutes ago. All right. So, yep.
I can't find it. I can't find it.
All right. So be it. So way it goes. 232 to 216 currently. And again, if they give Minnesota to Kamala Harris, she has 226. My prediction was that he would win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, and that would be 312 to 226. But we still have a ways to go. They're getting there. We're at 2.9% for Trump there. We're at 2.3% for Trump there. In Michigan, again, they're very slow there. Less than half the votes in. Trump's up by 6%. In Wisconsin, he's up by almost 4% with 77% in. Arizona gave us another 0.13%. Trump's up by 0.5% there. And Nevada has simply refused to count the votes tonight. Someone says, Kevin, I don't think he'll take Michigan. Can he win without it? Yes, he can win without it if he takes either Pennsylvania or Wisconsin and takes Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Actually, he doesn't need Nevada in order to win if he takes Pennsylvania. He also doesn't need Nevada if he takes Wisconsin by itself. So, in other words, right here, you can see he's already at 232. He's going to get 3 from Alaska for sure. So that's 235. He's going to get Georgia. So that's 251. And if he takes Wisconsin, that's 261. And if he takes Arizona, then that's 272. So if he takes Georgia, Wisconsin, and Arizona, that's a winner. So this is like not taking Michigan. Okay. So he's got 235. That's 251. And then Pennsylvania gives him 270. Okay. So all he needs left is Alaska, and he's going to take that for 235. 16 more brings him at 251, and then Pennsylvania brings him at 270. So if he just takes Pennsylvania and Georgia, the race is over. If she wins all the rest of them, she'll get 268. So yes, there's plenty of ways. Nevada is counting, someone said. Maybe they are counting, but they are not reporting. So Michigan, if he doesn't win Michigan, there are plenty of paths there. Georgia and Pennsylvania. That's all he needs. Georgia and Pennsylvania. Or he's gonna get Georgia. Let's just say Georgia's gone for some reason. Well, if he doesn't get Georgia, then he's probably not going to get Arizona. And he's probably not going to get Nevada. So then he would have to take Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Those are basically all the all the things. Don't freak out. Okay. We don't have any fear or freakouts. If Kamala Harris wins the presidency, our faith is still intact. We're going to be fine. Maybe, so don't worry. Don't freak out. Okay. It's going to be fine. Either way, it's fine. All right. Somebody just found Wayne County. Biden got 68.12%.
Oh, thank you.
I'll look myself. I'll find it in a few seconds, but just 1 minute. Wayne County, Biden got 68%. Harris is getting 62% right now. So I guess I don't really even need to look since it's way off. But there's only 14% counted so far, so you can't really tell from that. But if it does stick like that, she is not doing as well as Biden did in Detroit and in Wayne County. So we'll see. I mean, it's very possible that that Trump could take Michigan. But even if he doesn't, there's a lot of paths for Trump to win without Michigan. Someone said that counts have started coming in for Nevada. Let me go ahead and refresh this. Maybe it's just Fox doesn't have it for Nevada and somebody in other places do. Yeah. So far, nothing for Nevada.
Kevin, I'm going to answer a question if you don't mind.
Please do.
Luke, you asked, what's the name there? Luke, was it? See if I can find your question. Somebody asked about Israel and Iran. I just did a video on it. It's the last video I made last weekend. I'm going to check that out.
Sounds good. Let me see. What we got here? Yeah, I don't know. Constant companion, you need to provide a source. When you start saying something like that, you need to provide a source. So I'm not going to report on that or say anything about that unless you actually have a source that you can point me to. But just by saying something, it's not enough. All right. Let's take a look here. We're still at 232 to 216. In Pennsylvania, Trump leads by 2.8% with 85.54% of the vote in. In Georgia, 93% of the vote in. Trump leads by 2.3%. In Michigan, let me just pull this down just slightly. There we go. In Michigan, he leads by, now he's actually by 6.4% in Michigan, but less than half of the votes been counted. In Wisconsin, he leads by almost about 3.9% with 77% in. Harris leads Trump by 5 in Minnesota with 57% in. In Arizona with 50.47 in, Trump leads by about 0.6. And in Nevada, they have not reported anything to Fox. So that's really where we're at. We can take a look at the Senate real quick. The Senate, away. McCormick is still winning, leading by 1. Rogers is leading by 4.7 with about half the vote in. Hovde is leading by 2.13. And Sheehy is leading Tester, but hardly any of the votes come in. Rosen and Brown, there's nothing going on there. And we'll take a look at the Lake Gallego. Kerry Lake is down by 6.25 with 50% in. And it does seem like things have slowed down quite a bit in terms of their reporting. We saw this last time. It was around this time at 12:30 Eastern time is when actually everything stopped. So this was 4 years ago. The video is still on this channel. at 12:30 a.m. Bob's back. Look who's back. Bob is back. He's back again. And so we are back again after 4 years. Bob, at 12:30 in the morning, 4 years ago, almost to the day here, we I think it's almost to the day. We saw all the polls stop, all the reports stop coming in.
Yep. Because at this point now, they know how many Republican votes have been tallied.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're going to try to do what they're got to do to be able to get enough Democrat votes fraudulently and cheat, so that way they can win these states. So your numbers are probably right. The only factor is now, Kevin, is how much will they be able to cheat like they did last time, and how much will they be able to get away with? I mean, you can't really gauge that. You know,
can anyone corroborate that on Fox News that 10 minutes ago they announced that Kamala Harris is on her way to Trump headquarters to give a speech? Can anyone say that they saw that on Fox News? Because that's what somebody said in the chat, that Kamala Harris is on her way to concede the election and she's on her way to Trump headquarters. Why would she be on her way to Trump headquarters? That really doesn't make any sense.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that that's fact.
That's not true. They haven't even, because last time this happened, you see, did Hillary Clinton concede before?
Okay, someone said I have Fox on nothing. Okay, yes. Did Hillary concede what?
Did she conceded before the election was over, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, she conceded before the networks even had Trump at 270 on their screens. Trump was sitting
too close, man. This is too.
Trump was sitting at 250 or something like that on their screens, and then they reported that Hillary Clinton called Trump and conceded, and that's when they upped their thing and gave him, I think they gave him Pennsylvania at that point and brought him over 270.
Yeah, I can't believe that. You know, I can't believe this is even this close. So everything is still working. I haven't seen the map here again since I was had to leave for a little bit. So, but everything is still right on track. What you were predicting, though, right?
Yeah. So 1 second. The person said that she wasn't. She said that she left for Trump headquarters. Can anybody that have been watching Fox corroborate that Fox said that she was leaving her party to go to Trump headquarters? One person's not enough. I need two witnesses. Go. What was your question again? Oh, is it really following my prediction? 100% it is right now. 100% is following my prediction. Every single state so far has gone exactly what I thought it was going to go. I predicted that Minnesota would go to Harris, and it looks like it probably will. I predicted that Wisconsin's going to go to Trump. It looks like it's going to. I predicted that Michigan's going to go to Trump. It looks like it's going to. I predicted that Pennsylvania was going to go to Trump. That's a strong possibility. I predicted that Georgia was going to go to Trump. That looks like that's happening. I predicted that Arizona was going to go to Trump. He's winning there. And Nevada, I have no idea, but I did predict that was going to go to Trump. So far, if everything ended right now, it would be exactly what I said, 312 to 226.
So basically, everything is left on the map here. The only thing left that Harris is going to get is Minnesota.
Yep. And that would bring her to 226, and then Trump gets everything else to go to 312.
That's what we're looking at now.
That's what we're looking at.
All right.
But you know what? I mean, they've stopped. They haven't stopped completely. But you notice here, 85.66 in. Trump is up by 2.67. I'm sorry, 2.73. He's up here by 2.75% by 85.66. But basically what's happened is that it's really slowed down a lot coming in. Now, Trump is up by 6.4% now in Michigan, but we need to look at Wayne County, and Wayne County is finally starting to come in at 22.59. But look at that, Steve. 58% for Harris last time, 68% for Biden. Okay? It is looking very, very likely that Trump is going to win Michigan, which means that he's most likely going to win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well. It looks like, yeah, the only thing that's really kind of up for grabs, I think, is just over here in Arizona and in Nevada. No idea. But it does look like it. I mean, Georgia just hasn't moved for some reason. Georgia is still sitting at 93.13. I don't know why they haven't moved, but they haven't moved. We did get a little bit more in Pennsylvania. Now it's up to 86.12, and Trump is up by 2.8.
All right.
I don't know what to say, but I mean, I don't want to say anything, to be honest with you, because we did this we did this 4 years ago, and no, not going to do that again. We did not call it 4 years ago, by the way. We did not. We actually never called it, Bob. Remember? We just couldn't. We couldn't because everything stopped. So we'll see. But it is looking very, very promising, and it is right on track with my prediction. Yeah. So tomorrow night I'm going to go on to Shane's, and I have my spreadsheet here. I'm going to stop the screen, and I'm going to present what I presented earlier today. And that is pulling this thing up, clicking on present, going and presenting it. And this spreadsheet right here, Bob, is something I worked on for quite a while. This is the presidential tab. It I was showing everybody like what happened in 2016, how off the polls were.
You're not sharing anything.
Okay, one moment. How's that?
There we go.
I always have to click share because I always bring it up and then I have to go down and click share. It's just the way this StreamYard is. I mean, nothing I can do about it. All right. Well, anyway, except remember every time, or you tell me. But but you notice, Bob, all these were blue. Like for Clinton, all these were blue for Biden, and then down here for Harris versus Trump, you got a whole bunch of red in these polls here. So for the first time, people were actually polling at the end of the election cycle and saying Trump had a chance to win the popular vote. So down here are all the aggregates and the final results and the errors from all those aggregate polls. And then over here was my formulas and what I ultimately came up with. And then over here is where I'm going to be actually adding in all the final results. And then I can see what the aggregate error was and then what my prediction error was and see who's better. And then over here is the Senate. I got the same deal going on here. I have the Senate my prediction was 49 to 43 with 9 toss-ups. So that was my prediction. The aggregate is 51 to 49. So they're basically saying that the Republicans are going to lose all those seats. Well, they're not. They actually said that they were going to lose, that the Republican was going to lose Ohio. If I recall, yep, right here. 1 Republican, 1 Democrat. That's what the aggregate said. And I said, they've already got 1 Republican in there. I'm not going to put anything in the Democrat. I'm going to leave it as a toss-up. And guess what happened? Boom. 2 Republicans. So they were wrong on that. And I knew, and I had a feeling, that tonight's going to be a good night. So that's what I thought that was going to happen, but I didn't know for sure. But I did not take their word for it that we were going to have a Democrat senator in Ohio. So yeah, so that's my Senate tab, and I have the change here. So I already had West Virginia going R+1. I already had Montana going to R+1. So I already knew that we were flipping 2. I just had others in toss-ups, and I had to wait and see what actually happened. In the House, this was a monster, man, to do, because it's just like all these seats and just all these toss-ups. I mean, there's a lot of toss-ups going on here. 22 toss-ups in my prediction. They have 6 in their prediction. It's a tight match either way, but it looks like the Republicans could take it right now. Of course, it's 221 to 214. And then over here, all these close races. All these close races. Tirab versus Craig, Zinke versus Turnell, for all these different states, the closest races in those states. I'm tracking every single one of those. So as soon as we get there, we'll see. But yeah, there's a lot in California, a lot of close races in California. Governor, there was really only 2. New Hampshire, I thought the Republican governor was going to win, and he did. And I thought the Democrat was going to win in North Carolina, and he did as well. So I guess I can take out the trash, or take out the color. There we go. And then, and Steve, here's Wisconsin. Look at this. This is a surprise. This is the first time I'm showing Steve. In Wisconsin, I did a deep dive, man. I did a deep dive, and I went way deep into each county. The most populous 63% of the population counties, and I took a look at it. And I did some calculations on a formula, and I figured out what Trump would need to win by county and the margin in order to actually win the election. So I'm going to be able to check that out a little bit later to see how we're doing and if Trump actually is on track to win. So I just thought that that
Cool.
probably would interest you. It's really interesting. It's called a tipping point. It's called a tipping point formula. So basically, for each of these counties, if the Democrat wins more than 39.1% advantage over the Republican, then they have a fairly good chance to win the election. Same thing for Dane if they're like over 51.8. Same thing for the Republican. If they're more than that and consistently, then they have a pretty good chance to win the election. I think it's pretty interesting. I wanted to do it for like all the battleground states, but I just I ran out of time. Yep, there was just no way. All right, let's add this thing back here to stage. We're going to go ahead and present the screen so we can see what's going on. Again, nothing has changed. I'm going to go ahead and add it to stage. Nothing has changed. 232 to 216. Bob, tell Kevin that Georgia went to Trump. Well, unfortunately, I don't know who called that, but it's not been called yet. So I'm not going to call a state that hasn't been called.
I'm asking you to refresh it.
You saw me do it.
All right.
Again, okay. No, Georgia has not been called. Okay. So now I know that one is absolutely the next one to go. It's just a matter of time. The question is when. But nobody has. Few people are saying Georgia. Who called it? Who called Georgia? Who in particular? Like which news agency called it?
There you go. Mm-hmm.
That's the key. Who called Georgia? If you're like some guy on his laptop called Georgia, I don't really care about that. I'm a guy on a laptop and I'm not calling Georgia. So no, I don't think so. Is everything at a standstill at the moment? Well, no, not really. It's not at a standstill. It's just that it's slowed down a lot. You can see that 86.
Oh, they said NBC News.
Yeah. NBC News is fake news. Reported 86.06 now, and Trump is up by 2.82. So yes, it went from 2.80 to 2.82, but very, very little amount of votes actually just came in. So it's slowed down a lot. Now Trump is almost up by 6 points in Michigan, 5.99, and he's also up by 3.93 in Wisconsin with 82% in. Georgia has still not been called. It's still sitting at 93.13, and Trump has got a lead of 2.31%. And Arizona, we've only gotten 0.5% in the last 2 hours. Okay. I hope you understand what I just said. We've only got 0.5% from Arizona in the last 2 hours.
What's Arizona up to?
Yeah, thank you.
What are they up to over there now?
And by the way, we've never received anything from Nevada yet.
Cheaters.
So Alaska is going to be closing up their polls in about 25 minutes. So who's leading? I will show you who's leading. Trump right now is leading the Electoral College vote 232 to 216, and he's leading the popular vote by 4.5 million votes.
All right, Kevin, I pulled up NBC News. They definitely have Georgia in red. I shared it if you want to see it.
Yeah, okay, let's pull it up so we can show some fake news. Now listen, we've already said that Trump is going to win Georgia. We can see that. But yeah, Trump. Somebody says Trump's leading at 240. No, Trump doesn't have 240. With Georgia, he will have 248. 248 with Georgia. So right now, though, Georgia has not been called. It's only been called apparently on NBC. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and refresh just to show you that no, it has not been called yet over here. So we're not going to call that, but yes, as Steve is showing, NBC has called it for Trump. And so what do they have the Electoral College at now? Probably go scroll to the top, Steve.
I don't.
Just scroll to the top. Yep.
Oh, 189, 246.
189. Okay. All right. So they have it at 186 to 249, which means that 189 is that's 27 points less, which means that they did not call what? They haven't called. What haven't they called for Kamala? Go back down to the map. I mean, that doesn't add up. That doesn't add up. That map right there doesn't add up to 189 for her. It's more. It's more. I mean, I don't know what they're doing over there in NBC. They can't add, but no, that's not. I don't know what they're doing. Anyway, we're not going to look at that junk anymore. But listen, I do believe that ultimately, they will. Fox will call it for Trump. Let's go ahead and add that to stage. So here we are. Just FYI, everybody, I'm not cheating here. I'm actually just reporting what they're reporting. It's 232 to 216. NBC has faulty math in regards to Kamala Harris for sure. Having her at 189 makes absolutely no sense. I mean, especially with the map that they have on there. So whatever, doesn't matter. NBC, don't ever trust NBC. Don't trust them.
Never trust mainstream media.
I mean, literally, they are low IQ individuals over there. Just straight up, they are. They really don't know what's going on. All right. Did anyone ever corroborate the fact that Fox said that that Kamala Harris was going to go to Trump headquarters? Did anyone ever say that? Did anyone ever say that? Yes, that's what happened. Because isn't anyone watching Fox? All right, so yeah, so it sounds like a couple. My friends said they did not say that. Yep. Fox says exactly what I have right here: 216 to 232. And so nobody is saying that Fox said, except for one person said that Kamala Harris is going to Trump HQ. So I think that you might have misunderstood, because it doesn't sound like anybody else actually heard that. It looks like other news stations have called Georgia for Trump as well. Yeah, exactly. Why would she? That would be weird. I agree. That's fine. Yeah, I'm glad you're watching us. That's great. I appreciate that. I'm not watching Fox either. I'm actually not watching. I'm watching Steve and Bob look down at their. I'm watching them watch Fox.
Watching them watch Fox. We watch Fox, so Kevin doesn't have to.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like Mark Price. I watch CNN, so you don't have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like other news networks have called Georgia for Trump as well. Sky News has called Georgia for Trump. They're Australian. They're good, but they're Australian. But look, I'm not saying that he's not going to win Georgia. It looks like he is, but I'm not going to call it until Fox actually calls it. Not that Fox is the greatest of the great. It's just that they, of the major news networks, they're the most fair, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't care if I'm wrong or not. If you think I'm wrong, when I've watched Fox and I watched MSDNC and I watched Clown News Network, I think that of those three, Fox is the most fair. I mean, Fox did not say that Trump said that Liz Cheney needed to be put in front of a firing squad, but the other two networks did. So, all right. So let's see here. B&O News reporting Trump wins Georgia. Okay. All right. Well, there's quite a few news networks that RSBN, the Right Side Broadcasting Network, is also. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Senate real quick here and see. We're gonna go to the Senate. Does everyone see that? Yep. Good. All right. Nobody's saying anything. I hope it's okay. Pennsylvania Senate, the Republican is still up by 1.1% with about 14% to go. In Michigan, Rogers is up by 4.8% with about 44% to go. Hovde is up by 2.2% with about 17% to go. And Sheehy, it's always meant Montana's just way up there in the north, isn't it? Sheehy is up by 20 points with the entire thing to go. It's 83%. So again, Republicans hold the lead in every single one of those Senate races. Okay, so I guess somebody announced it at Mar-a-Lago. Oh, well, then it must be true if it's at Mar-a-Lago. I'm kidding you, Aaron. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. I think Trump is at Mar-a-Lago, so why should Harris go to Trump Tower? Yeah, I think that the person who saw it was just really confused. So I don't believe there's any kind of truth there. I was watching Mar-a-Lago channel and someone posted in comments that Harris, yeah, that's just people posting hopium, really not less copium, but more hopium. Can she please concede so I can go to sleep? You know, I wanted to be.
People probably post stuff like that just so they could hear somebody repeat it. They like to see how far it's repeat.
Right, and then it becomes a fact, right?
Yeah,
exactly. It's just like, it's just like all the things that they did about taking Trump out of context. I mean, it's like, if you say it long enough, well, then there you go. MSNBC is not showing a Harris win in New Mexico. Yeah, I don't believe that I'm showing a Harris win yet. Oh, there is a New Mexico win. Yeah, So yes, that one was called. How long ago was that one called? That was called actually a little while ago. Yeah, 11:39. So about an hour ago, that was called for Harris. She's up by about 4.6%. With about 13 to go. So yeah, Trump really doesn't have much of a chance left there. I don't know why MSDNC is not calling it for her, but so be it. Let's see here. Trump is arriving on stage and Harris has a bad mascara run. Can anyone corroborate that Trump is arriving on stage? What channel is he on? What channel is he on? Does anyone know?
I don't know anything.
Channel? Rise? What's Rise? Anybody know what that channel is?
A YouTube channel.
A YouTube channel called Rise?
Yes. That's what they're saying.
Okay, let me look. I'm going to go to the Rise channel live.
To address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
There you go. That was the announcement there.
So you're okay, but hold on a second. That guy was actually not the person speaking.
Okay, I think he's about to start.
Because
There's
this
some
is
music playing at the Trump HQ, which I can't obviously play, but yeah, they said that there's going to be no speech at the Harris one, I guess.
yeah, so they were playing what was spoken at the Harris speech, at the Harris party,
Looks like they've all gone home.
and they were showing the Trump one here. So they did just like what Hillary did, by the way. They came out and said, Kamala Harris will not be coming out tonight. You need to go home.
So we've got some music starting to play at the Trump HQ. So his arrival onto the stage must be very soon now. Obviously, we can't play that either. Yeah, it looks like she didn't make a speech.
So this is very reminiscent to 2016, isn't it? Very
Sounded good to me. They sent her home. She has no reason to speak tonight because perhaps she lost. So
Well, so the question is, what's going to happen? What is going to happen after this? Are they going to do? And Steve, you asked me, what are they going to do? Are they going to do the Hillary and have her concede, or are they going to do the? We're not going to concede. We are going to fight this until. Basically until the Supreme Court says that Trump has to go in, or I get to go in. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. But this is very, very, very. This is almost identical to 2016. Kamala Harris is not going. She's not going to come out tonight. She'll speak to you tomorrow. I want you guys to know we're going to fight and fight for every single vote.
Slightly
have a good night.
more of the results come in.
Wow.
And the Georgia ones have come in a little bit more, and currently 94% reported and 50.9% Donald Trump. Pennsylvania 50.8%, and so yeah, they've a little bit more for Donald Trump, slightly more come in, and he's still in the lead. So.
Yeah, so right now, 248, Georgia has been called. by Fox. So Trump was up by 2.4% with about 5.5% to come in. So that would have been really like, just every vote, 80% of the votes or 90% of the votes to come in would have been for Harris. So they called it. So that's official now. Georgia has been flipped back. That is the first flip of the night. So can you guys still hear him or no?
No, it's all muffled.
Okay, I'm the only one who can hear him. Okay. I got him on our tab, that's why. That's the first flip of the night. Georgia is the first state of the night to flip, and it's flipped from blue to red.
Good.
All right, so let's take a look. So we're at 248 to 216, which means Trump only needs 22 electoral votes. 22. Pennsylvania and Nevada gives it to him. Pennsylvania and Arizona. Pennsylvania and Michigan. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan and Arizona. Wisconsin and Arizona. Does not. Wisconsin and Arizona leaves him at 269. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? Like, if Trump wins Wisconsin and wins Arizona, but doesn't win the other ones, it ends up in a tie. I think that's interesting. All right, so let's see where we're at. Pennsylvania is sitting at 87.74%, and Trump is up by 2.64. In Michigan, 58% is in, and Trump is up by 6.3. In Wisconsin, 84% is in, and Trump is up by 4.2. Harris is up by only 2.6 now in Minnesota. In Nevada, no one's counting anything there. They're still at the tables. In Arizona, they have not reported anything new. Wow. That's Bob. I mean, Arizona is just a disaster. What are they doing there?
Maricopa County.
Maricopa. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Maricopa County. Remember Ellie Marzulli always said that? Maricopa County.
Yep. That's what they're doing.
I'm telling you right now, we got to take a look at Philadelphia is what we have to do. We got to go in. We got to dig in. We got to look at Philadelphia and see where we're at. Here's Philadelphia. Harris at 78.13. Reported is 78% is reported. Trump's up by 220,000. %50.86% for Trump in Georgia. As I said before, you can't win an election against somebody who's got 50.01% or more of the vote. He's got 51.24 in Pennsylvania right now. He's got 52.15 in Michigan and 51.37 in Wisconsin. He's almost got 50% exactly in Arizona. Wow. Oh, that's right. That's right. There is Alaska, isn't there? Alaska still needs to go, which is 3 points, which is going to bring him to 251. So actually all he needs is Pennsylvania or a combination of two others, except for Arizona and Nevada. If he does Michigan, Nevada, that's fine. But any other combination is fine, except for just Michigan, Nevada. But that's kind of unlikely. But anyway, Pennsylvania is always the key. I don't know. Looks like we're on track to actually get to 312. Except for Nevada, I have no idea. All right, let's take a look and see what
How many
Let's
is for
see what we
Nevada?
got here.
6.
Nevada
6?
6. Yeah, Nevada 6.
How about that? Number 6. How about that? Wonder what? Actually, think about that. Number 6.
And to walk off.
What kind of play on the mark of the beast is
Not gonna-
that? You know, they're not
Not
reporting.
going to happen tonight. And
So we're going to watch Trump when he speaks here at the headquarters. Apparently, Harris doesn't want to go on to Rogan, nor does she want to make a speech on election night. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, but she'll go on call her daddy, but she won't go on Rogan, nor will she make a speech.
we've got another update from the New York Times there. 95% chance of victory. Donald Trump gone up to 95%. 95% victory.
Wow.
Chance of victory.
So we're going to watch here until who's that talking? That's the person from this channel called Rise. And apparently he's a born again Christian. That's what I've been told. I'd have no idea. So if he says something offensive, he's going to get axed, and I'm going to apologize. Steve, your thoughts?
It looks hopeful. That's all I'm going to say.
Bob, what are you thinking?
I think we're right on the money.
It can't be much longer
I am
until
so
the
cynical
results
to these
fully
guys.
come in from Georgia, surely by now.
Because I think they're going to cheat. I
94%
just don't trust
has
nothing
come in,
that
and
they're
that's a
saying
really
right now.
key.
Not until he absolutely wins tonight. Well, I will not stop using the word cheat and fraud because we're seeing this happening right now in Nevada. Of course, Nevada only represents 6 electoral votes.
True.
So if it represents like 10 to 15, but it's not a heavy hitter.
It's only good in combination with Michigan, really.
So I'm waiting to see some
Hey.
last minute.
We got some results from Nevada. The first time all night, 3.5% in, and Trump is winning
What'd
by
I tell you?
45 points.
What'd I tell you? He kicked their butt there,
you
man.
You said it.
They were trying
That's
to hide it
hilarious.
all night long.
That is so funny. Yeah, so about 8 minutes ago, Georgia was called for Trump. So we're sitting at 248 to 216.
Bunch of
He's
crooks.
going to win Alaska. Alaska is actually going to be closing up polls here in 4 minutes. So Trump's going to go to 251, and then he'll just need Pennsylvania or 2 others, except for Nevada, except with Michigan. And then he will win the presidency with 270 or more electoral votes. Take a look at the counties here. We'll just go to the counties. You can see here that, look at that. You see a lot of red there?
I see a ton of red.
Almost the entire nation
Yep.
is sitting in the red. And then if we go to the House, that's even more apparent there. Here's the House, right? Check this out.
More red the
Here's
better.
the House. Here's the House. Look at this.
Yeah, it's all red. That's good.
All right, so right now the House is sitting at 182 to 150. 3 flips over here, 2 flips over here, so a net gain of 1 for the Republicans, which would put them up by 8. Let's go back to this.
In Georgia, 94%. So that's kind of these swings, that these key states that people are waiting for: Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, especially. And Nevada is 5% reporting. That's a key race state as well. That's 4% come in. That's starting to come in. Nevada now that we saw them bringing the boxes of votes in a bit ago, but that's now starting to be reported. So Trump is ahead 71.5%.
We saw them delivering the boxes of votes from the truck.
Starting to come in a minute. Nevada there.
I think we know how that
Donald
went.
Trump ahead, but only 4% in. So they're just releasing that information.
All right. Let's take a look real quick at the Senate. We're going to go ahead and refresh this and take a look at the Senate. All right. So here's the Pennsylvania one. So McCormick is still up with 11% to go. McCormick is up by 1.7. In Michigan with a 40% still to go. Rogers is still up by 4.6. Hovde in Wisconsin is looking real good there, Steve. 15% left to go, and he's up by 2.5. And in Montana, Sheehy is walking away with it with 20% reported. Brown is actually up in Nevada over the first 18. That would be another pickup if that happened. That would take the Senate to 56 if it all works out the way it currently is right now. In Arizona, only half are reported, and Kerry Lake is down by a little bit over 6. So that's where we stand right now with the Senate. You know, I got to tell you, a 56-44 Republican Senate. To be honest with you, I don't remember the last time they had 50. Did we get 56 in 2012? I don't remember.
And how's the House doing again?
56. What was your question?
How's the House doing again?
Oh, yeah. Let's go to the House. So back to the House. The last time we looked, it was a one flip or 3 flip and a +1 for the Republicans. It's still that way. 3 flip, 2 flip for the Democrats.
You're not sharing.
+1. I'm not sharing?
No.
Hold on. Hold on. How's that?
Yep.
How's this?
Yeah.
Good. All right, we're back on it. See this? 3 flipped here on the Republican side, 2 flipped here on the Democrat side, +1 seat for the Republicans. So they're at right now, they'd be at +8.
Check on Trump in Wisconsin,
Yeah.
please.
Check on Trump in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yep. So Trump is up by 4.2 with 15% more to go.
That's pretty good.
That's what we want to hear.
Yeah. So he's ahead in Pennsylvania by 3.4 with 10% to go. He's ahead in Michigan by 6.3 with 40% to go. He's ahead in Wisconsin by 4.2 with 15% to go. He's down in Minnesota by 2.4 with 35 to go. In Nevada, they've all, look at that. Nevada, they basically just put it all in. They're just like, here's all the votes. They've now gone from 0 reporting to 75% reporting in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
Trump is up by 3.3%, Bob, in Nevada.
Yep. Just give it to Trump. Bunch
In
of cheaters.
Arizona, they've gone from 50 to 50.88 in the last 2 hours. So nothing's going on in Arizona. The Secretary of State there has decided to take a nap. Pretty sickening. Yeah, back to this tab. Again, nothing's going on here. Trump has not come out. Kamala Harris is not going to Trump headquarters. Kamala Harris has put a lid on it, just like Joe Biden did every day after 3:00 in the afternoon. He put a lid on it and got some ice cream. So that's what Kamala Harris has done. She said that she is not going to speak tonight, just like Hillary Clinton didn't 4 years ago. They said they were going to fight,
Yeah.
just like they did 4 years
So
ago.
yeah, he may be wait. That's a very good point. He may be waiting for that result to come in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, of course he's waiting for that, because as soon
I
as he
don't know
gets
how much longer
Pennsylvania,
that's going to take. It's at 90%, so it could be in soon. Nevada is 75%.
John Darby. What
Nevada
does John
is
Darby
now
have to do with this?
75% of
John
the
Darby,
result
by the way,
is
I'm
in Nevada. So
go through
3/4 of it
here
is
so
in,
we don't
and Trump
go
is
through
at
it.
50.
Let me just tell you something about John Darby. John Darby did not invent the pre-tribulation rapture. Okay, just FYI. John Darby didn't invent it. Actually, the person who invented it was God, and God showed Paul a mystery that had never been revealed in that way before. So, just FYI.
I also believe it's in the Old Testament. So
There's plenty of stuff in the Old Testament, but it wasn't necessarily revealed until
agreed.
Paul
Agreed.
showed the mystery. Let me show you a mystery, right? Let me reveal something to you that it's been revealed to me. So yeah.
Now that our eyes are open, we can see it in the Old Testament, but it was not revealed.
Yes. Very good, very good. Now that our eyes are open, we can see it all over the place in the Old Testament, in the Book of Solomon, that's non-canonical, in a whole Enoch, Book of Enoch. I mean, a whole bunch of places you can see the rapture. Especially like that one that's like hide away in the pavilion for a while until the nation has passed. Right?
Isaiah.
And then the hidden ones. Who are the hidden ones? Oh, that's good. Bible's full of
the hidden
mysteries.
ones were the two witnesses.
So yes, first century Christians believe in the pre-tribulation rapture because Paul wrote to them and told them, and while he was there, he told them about it. And that's why he said, "Hey, don't believe these letters, these false letters that tell you that the day of the Lord and Christ's second coming is coming, because that cannot happen until the Antichrist is revealed. And before that happens, the restrainer has to get removed. Who's restraining? Who's been a restraining force for 2,000 years?
Yeah, exactly.
And for those
Body
who
of
believe that
Christ.
the Holy Spirit is going to get removed from the earth, no. Because if the Holy Spirit is removed and we're not, then what? The Holy Spirit's removed out of us? What happens to us?
Mm-hmm. The current
We're
guard
left
is
without a
removed.
lifeboat? What
Yeah.
about all the tribulation saints? They don't get the Holy Spirit to help them, guide them? I guess they're just on their own. Is that the way it works?
I have a
And
video
if
on
the
it,
Holy
folks.
Spirit leaves without us, then what? Steve, are you just going to be Holy Spiritless? It's going to be great? Come on now. Logic, people. It's also God. It's also God's character as well.
Yeah.
God's character is to give people blessings. Jesus said it. Blessed are those who believe and not seen. All right. Enough of rapture talk. Let's go ahead
So,
and share
even
this
though it's such
magic
a
with
high
you.
watch time tomorrow.
Yeah. Right after Kamala's speech.
Yeah, couldn't.
What does it mean by that removal? Well, what does it mean by that removal? That's where Paul talks about it in 1 Thessalonians 4, chapter.
Maybe quicker
4,
than
verse
some of us
15 through
thought,
17.
even still. So
He talks about a
we
removal.
may actually find out tonight. It seems
He says that the dead in
possible.
Christ will rise first, and then we who are
May
alive
find
will,
out at least
remain,
what it
will be
seems
caught up
very
together
likely
with
to
them in
be.
the clouds and be with the Lord forever.
Oh, here we go.
Wherefore,
Here
comfort each
we
other
go.
with these words. Don't ever forget
Just
that.
jumped up on the New York Times
1 Thessalonians
forecast.
4:18.
Chance of winning, very likely Trump.
All right.
Greater than 95% chance of victory.
I don't
That's
want
just
to
gone up
smile
on the
too much,
New York
but I'm
Times
telling you, this is
to
looking
over
pretty darn good.
95%, greater than 90%.
All right, let's take a look at the results here and how things are going in Pennsylvania. 90.3% is in, and Trump is up by 3.4%. In Michigan, 61.22 is in, and he's still up by 6.4%. In Wisconsin, 86% is in, and he's up by 4.2%. In Minnesota, again, nothing's changed there since the last time we saw it. Nothing's changed in Nevada, and Arizona gave us a 0.2% more. Thanks, Arizona. Appreciate that. Good job.
Yeah, thanks for weighing in.
Yeah, thanks for that 0.02%.
Alaska down
Thanks for
here
the
is
16
starting to
votes.
come in,
Right.
and Alaska has
Took them 20
started
minutes
to
to
go
count
red
16
there.
votes. You know, Bob. It takes them a
15%
little bit over a minute
reported.
to vote.
Donald Trump, 55.7%
Apparently, they're
at the
looking at
moment.
the hanging chads. I don't know what they're
And
doing in Arizona.
As we said, Georgia has gone red here. Nevada still at 75% reported,
Yeah, actually, we can
50.9% lead.
Actually,
for
we can
Donald
take a look at Georgia and see what that's ultimately come in at. So we're just a little bit under 95%, and Trump's got a 2.4% lead. And we kind of called it there, Steve. Early on, we looked at Fulton County, and we saw that Kamala was falling short by about 2%. And that it looked like it was going to be a shift between 2 and 3%. Remember, last election, Biden won by 0.36, I think it was, 0.36, and now Trump is up by 2.3. So that's between 2 and 3. So we called that one really early and saw what it looked like was going to happen. So let's take a look at Wayne County again, because that was the person in chat who said that. Is very astute. We should absolutely look at Wayne County. Wayne County is coming in about 10% lower than what Biden got 4 years ago. That's going to really hurt. You know what? It looks like Trump. I mean, I know it's not much in already, but it looks like Trump has a very, very good chance to win Michigan. A very good chance. In Pennsylvania,
All those Muslims chimed in. All the Muslims came together and say, "Hey, got to vote for Trump."
Yeah. So consider that, Bob. Who would you call a person who is endorsed by the Orthodox Jews and Muslims at the same time?
Yeah. How about that? Huh.
How
about that?
Made me think. Steve, what do you think about that?
Well, somebody was asking about Trump is needed for Israel. I think Trump is needed for Israel more than America does. America's going to fall, but God has plans for Israel. That's what I think.
Okay, great.
Right.
But what do you think about Trump being endorsed by both Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews, and Muslims?
God uses people to bring his will, and sometimes I've been praying for Israel's enemies to turn their hearts to receive the God of Israel as being true. I believe Islam will end soon during the Ezekiel 38 war, and I think God is turning their hearts slowly.
Okay, but who was the last person that was endorsed by both Muslims and Jews?
I don't know the answer to that.
Has there ever been a person?
I don't think there's ever been somebody that does.
I'm just thinking
the Antichrist is going to be the second one to do it.
Yeah, that's true, Bob.
Yeah. Well, we know. Yeah. So we know the first, but we don't know who the second one is because the second one hasn't been revealed yet until after the rapture. Jimmy Carter? Obama? No. Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews did absolutely not endorse Obama. No, that is incorrect. That is absolutely incorrect. It wasn't even close to liking him, actually.
I agree with that.
You did not get along with Obama at all. Obama said that the what did he say? He said do you remember that quote he said, Bob, about the sweetest sound he ever heard?
Was it Obama?
Yeah, the sweetest sound that he ever heard.
Didn't
I
Obama
didn't-
give Iran all that money?
Let me see what. Yeah, he gave Iran just
So
billions
Israel
of
would
dollars. They
hate
flew over in a
that.
plane. Yeah,
Israel would
No,
hate that.
he gave them billions of dollars. He flew it over in a plane.
Yeah. Israel's not going to like that.
No. Obama's not. No. The sweetest sound I know is the Muslim call to prayer. Quote unquote Barack Hussein Obama. The Muslim call to prayer. So no, Obama, Jews did not. They rejected him. Now the secular Jews, they could care. Of course they're gonna do that. They'll fine with that. But not the actual Jews. All right.
Secular Jews are turning themselves around.
Well, they're getting there because they're seeing that their side is now siding with terrorists.
Mhm.
And so some of them are actually going, wait a minute, that's not quite cool. So, yeah. But actually, there's quite a few Jews that are secular that are saying there shouldn't be an Israel. So what are you going to do about those Jews?
Bad apples.
Again,
Dates at the moment. Yeah. So the New York Times is greater than 95% chance of a Trump victory.
all right. Well, a bunch of hopium going on in that channel, but I think it's probably kind of justified at this point. But we're still waiting for Trump. And I think that what he's waiting for is this right here to get called. If Pennsylvania doesn't get called, then he's waiting on Michigan, and that's going to take forever because they're not going to call that at all today. Okay, it's 62%. That's not going to go. Wisconsin is kind of stalled out here at 86%, and Arizona's sitting at 51. Nevada's not enough to give it to them. You know what they're doing, Bob? They are absolutely slow rolling this. They do not want it called tonight. Notice
I
that
wonder
in
why.
every single one of those states, I think, except for, I don't know, in Wisconsin, do you have a Democrat or Republican Secretary of State?
I don't know.
Okay. In Pennsylvania, it's Democrat. In Michigan, it's Democrat. In Arizona, it's Democrat. In Nevada, it's Democrat. And in Minnesota, it's Democrat. They're slow rolling this. Okay, they're slow rolling it right now. They are not releasing. They have them. They have the votes. They can continue to count them, but they are not doing it. And let's take a look at Texas. 14.53, 14.5. Texas, 14.5. My prediction for Texas was 13.4. So the aggregate had it at 7%. He won against Biden by 5.8%. I predicted be a 7 point a 7 point 5.8 7.6% shift to the right in Texas, and I was wrong. It wasn't a 7.8 shift. It went from 5.8 to 14.4. I mean, it was almost a 9-point shift in Texas to the right. All due to the border. All due to the border. In Florida, Trump is going to win by 13.3%, somewhere around there. 14.3.
I found the
14.3.
Secretary of State of Wisconsin. It's a
14.3,
woman named
and by
Sarah.
the way, I predicted Trump to win Florida by 14.7. and he's going to win it by 14.3 or possibly even a little bit more. And he won in 2020 by 3.3. Okay, 3.3, and I predicted 14, and it looks like he's going to win it by 14. So, yep, 14.3. All right. So, what did you want to look at? Wisconsin again?
Oh, I just said she's a Democrat. Her name is
okay.
Sarah.
There you go.
There's the problem.
Godlewski.
All right. So every single one of the states that is still open are all Secretary of State's Democrats. Coincidence?
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
So Alaska, if they continue to bring some in, then they just need to get probably 50% or higher, and then they'll call it for Trump, and then that will give him 251, and then it depends on which state's going to crack first. If all of them are talking on the phone Fox has just called Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Fox just called Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes.
There it is.
Is going to do it as soon as Alaska is called. Let me just refresh this. I just saw it turn red we all saw it. It was on. I had it up. Yep, he's at 267. 3 from Alaska brings him to 270. He's up by 4.8 million in a popular vote.
Yeah,
They
Wisconsin.
just called Pennsylvania.
And they're going to call Wisconsin probably really soon.
The dominoes are going to fall. Kamala Harris is going to concede tonight, and Donald Trump is going to make a speech. Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States again.
You see, folks, even with Trump in office, something's got to change with America. It's going to be the rapture.
Let's do a toast, all right?
It's the road to
2024. Hey, you know what? I got his presidency.
Trump was going to do 2 terms.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I got to tell my wife the good news.
This is amazing.
He's going to come on stage.
Wow. Now all he needs. Now we need to keep the House.
They're just showing that he's
bills can
to win
start rolling, and then Elon can start doing all those things, and we can get spending down, and we could even get income tax abolished. Wouldn't that be great? How about we just ditch income tax completely? How about that?
We're gonna be out of here.
Well, you don't know that, Steve. You can't say that with 100% confidence.
That we're not going to get out of here?
Yeah, he's well on his way
with
to
100% confidence.
President.
Yeah, we're going to be out of here someday, but you can't say it's going to be tomorrow or the next month.
No, absolutely not. I'm not.
You've already tried that about last year when you said it's going to happen the next 3 months. So that didn't work out. We don't know.
Seems like it, folks. Seems like Donald Trump has won the U.S. election 2024. Seems very likely now.
That's what we know. It seems very likely that Trump has won the election. What is normal? It ain't going back to normal. What's normal? Normal is actually that we're in the end times here, and we're seeing the blurred lines between the beginning of sorrows and the tribulation.
Seems like it, doesn't
That's
it?
normal for us now. That's what we're seeing. Bob and I have been talking about blurred lines for years, and we are absolutely seeing those blurred lines. But everyone's going to be following him like the Pied Piper.
Electoral votes away. That's what they're saying on there.
I don't see that happening.
Trump's at 247.
I'll tell you one thing.
Harris
Any
at
Democrat who voted
214.
for Harris is not going to be following Trump like the Pied Piper.
270 to win.
That's for sure. And
they're calling that
people know that he is flawed.
To win.
We get that. Everybody knows that he's flawed.
Pennsylvania.
No one thinks that he's the Messiah.
Seeming,
not one person does.
Seeming like
I've
more
never seen anybody bow down and worship Donald Trump, nor tell anybody to. Okay, so let's be honest here, and let's call it for what it is. Donald Trump is a populist. He likes low taxes. He likes business is what he likes. He likes business.
Yeah, let's get some justice
So-
in there too now. Let's not forget about some justice here, man. Time for
Well,
justice.
yeah.
A lot of
Kevin,
bad
on
people
March
we're going to be doing a lot of bad stuff to a lot of bad people.
Yeah.
on March
no,
15th, 2020, I made a video called "Normalcy is Ending."
Yeah, so 91% of votes are in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump is on 51.2% in Pennsylvania. 91% of votes
Called it. He's getting
are
all the
in,
swing
and
states.
So Alaska has not been called yet.
they've projected that Trump will win Pennsylvania at the Trump HQ.
Alaska has not been called yet. Michigan is far off. Wisconsin's not budging. They're just sitting there on it. I think that Harris is probably going to win Minnesota ultimately. So that really doesn't matter. Arizona's never going to get done. Although Trump has gone over 50% for the first time, 50-01. Harris has no chance to win if Trump stays at 50-01.
So he hasn't come on stage yet.
Now that is looking
he
very
waiting
promising
Arizona
for
to
Trump
be
as well.
officially
He's up by
called, is he, or,
3.44% with
do you think he'll come out
25% to
then?
go. Alaska's still sitting at 25.99. We just need three more. And that'll do it. We're still sitting at 25.99 there. Georgia is at 94.38 with, he's still up.
Yeah,
like
that was Fox
4.
News calling
And,
Pennsylvania for Trump
North
there.
Carolina is also sitting at 2 point. Actually, that would be 3.2.
Someone
90
says they called Alaska.
Who did?
Michael says Alaska wins it.
Who did?
It says it in the. They didn't say who. It was in the chat.
It says Alaska wins it. Someone says Alaska was called, but who called it? You can't just say Alaska was called. Alaska was called by source. Always use a source when you say something. Otherwise, you're just another screaming in the wind, you know. Can I kill the video audio? Well, sure, I can. There you go. The video is what we're gonna watch when Trump goes there and says something. RSBN said it was called. Yeah, well, Fox News? No. Nope. No. Look. Here's Fox News. Here's Alaska. Not called. Okay? No. Fox News did not call it. Don't come in here in the chat also and say lies, okay? That's not going to work. All right? Don't lie and say Fox News did when it's actually sitting right in front of you saying that it's not. All right? Come on now. Let's have some integrity here. 267 to 216. Who's going to be the one to do it? Who's going to look at? We've got ourselves. We have not called the election yet here, by the way, Shane. The reason why we have not called it yet is because it is sitting at 267 to 216. Okay.
It's close, isn't it?
Yes, it is very close, and it looks like Alaska is absolutely going to go to Trump. I mean, if it didn't, there would be major shenanigans going on there.
I wish I was on when Pennsylvania switched. I just happened to be watching you on YouTube, and I'm like, oh man, it just switched. I missed that.
So
this is
it looks
history.
like the first people to call the election is the Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Where's your map?
That's
I don't see
one,
anything.
and they're like the most right of the networks. Of all networks, they are the most right. So we just got to wait.
Wow.
So
Man,
anyway,
that's a lot.
Canada. Well, how's it going in Canada tonight?
It's good. It's funny. Like we're so jealous of you guys. We're so envious of you guys. Like, I don't know if you guys fully appreciate yet what you guys have. We don't have a good leader. He has zero interest in God or anything. He doesn't want to work with Christians. Nothing. They want to shut us down. All this kind of stuff. You have a president that people can pray over him and he can say things like, no, if you are a man, you cannot go into a woman's sport. You cannot go into a woman's locker room. Like, we don't have that leadership.
But
You
had
guys
the
have it. I don't know
opportunity.
if you
But
fully
you had the
appreciate it.
opportunity to vote somebody in that did, and you chose Trudeau.
Yeah, that's on us. 100% it is.
So why?
100%.
So you can't be envious of something that you've chose the opposite of.
Well, I did. Yeah, I hear what you're
Not
saying,
you
but
personally,
Canada,
but-
yeah, Canada voted in the Liberal Party, and the Liberals actually have to get him out. We can't vote Trudeau out. There's nothing we can do. They have to get rid of their own guy, and it would be like you. It would be like the Republicans saying, you know what, Trump did all this for us. We're going to vote him out. It'll never happen. That's what we're facing in Canada, and that's why I say, like, I think Canadians, the ones that are more conservative, are envious because you guys have a real chance now to do something powerful in the US. And I'm not just talking war. I'm talking about you guys can actually make a difference.
Well, we still have to. A 10-year-old girl 4 years ago said that she had a dream where the rapture happened and Trump was president. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
My brother's
good for that
sister's
girl.
cousin's friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's interesting though is that Trump is not president right now.
Right. Not till December or
Trump is not going
January
to-
or whatever.
Trump is not going to be president tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He could be.
But
Yep.
but
Trump
being a
is not gonna be
president elect,
president
he has power
until
now,
the-
guys.
What's that?
People listen to him now.
Yeah.
It's almost like he is president, but it's like he walks around with power already.
Yeah.
People, the country and the world just listens to him now. They don't
Yeah.
even remember what happened last time. They told Barack Obama, "Shut up, moron!" And he was the president at the time. They wouldn't listen to him. They called him a weakling and kicked him out everywhere.
Just remember what Israel's going to do once they get that Trump's made it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. There's
Mm.
there's some Jews right there on they're at the Trump party there. I think, well, I saw Tucker Carlson show up. But I'm guessing Trump's going to do his speech pretty quick. I would think Kamala would do it as well, right? Just to say, "Hey, I'm done. Get out of there." You
No.
think she's going to wait till tomorrow?
They
Yeah,
already
she's
announced
done.
that she is not going to be doing a
Okay.
speech tonight
Done.
and send everybody home.
Yeah, that's fair. They just got their butts kicked. So I get it. I would do the
As soon
same.
as hold on, as soon as they said that, Bob, I was like, this is just like Hillary.
And I
Yeah.
asked,
This is
I asked
just
Kevin what
like
he thought would have happened
2016.
there.
She did
Yep.
call though, right? She did call Trump.
It was
Hillary.
identical. It's 20. She hasn't called Trump yet. She hasn't called Trump yet, but she said no. She went to bed, but I don't believe that's true. I believe that yes, we know Fox News called Pennsylvania. It's sitting up on the screen right now. You can see that it's at 267.
Okay, here's a side farmer's bet, Kevin.
Newsmax
if-
is the second most right network, and they
if-
just called it for Trump. Yeah, she
if
might
Trump
be crying,
comes on-
sure, but she's
if-
1 second, please. She's going to call up Trump as soon as a few more networks call it.
Yeah,
And then
that's
she'll
what
call
I
him
was
up just like Hillary did and concede.
Yep.
And then tomorrow she'll come out in her purple dress and make
Yeah.
a speech.
I agree. Yeah, I was just gonna say by the time Trump has to do his speech, if the networks call it and all this stuff, I think she's gonna do her little thing and call him, and then he'll just say, "Yeah, we got that phone call. Kamala called us. She conceded
And
or
they'll be-
whatever."
Ooh, and they'll be like,
Done.
easy, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
okay.
easy. Yeah,
Don't
no,
worry,
she's
she's gonna
right.
go
They did it
that's the end
right.
of the history. She's out of here.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, she's done. So, and you'll never hear from her again.
We're waiting
And
for
you know,
3
she didn't
more
even wanna
electoral
win.
votes.
It's not even like Hillary, who really wanted to win. I think she was just like, you know how she's getting drunk all the time?
Yeah.
She was just forced to. They took her and said, "Here, do this for us." Okay, I
Yeah.
think she's probably glad this is over with.
I think
Yeah.
so too. It's a bit of a relief.
Yeah, she's like,
Remember
man,
when she put out the picture of herself as a child and said, "Future President of the United States, happy birthday to the future President of the United States"?
Oh man, too early.
That didn't age well.
No.
yeah, that could not have been the case. If that was been the case, then why were you hoeing around so much with all those celebrities and stuff like that? I was like, yeah, the future president of the United States doesn't act that way.
Do they ever learn? 8 years ago, she called Trump supporters, or half of Trump supporters, I put them into a basket of deplorables. Biden
Yep.
says the only floating garbage I see are Trump supporters.
Supporters. Yep.
They don't learn, do they?
No. No. And
Well-
I feel there's a couple of people that I think are going to be running for the hills after tonight, and that's Diddy and all his celebrity friends. They're running for the hills. Oprah's going to be running as well. She said some
Well-
nasty things to Trump.
Yeah, that's
You know,
Biden's running too, man. We're going after Biden. You can't let that guy get away, man.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Go after
Bob.
him and his whole family, man. Let's put them all in jail.
Bob, I don't see that happening. I see Trump saying, "Just let that guy go to the old folks'
Yeah,
home and
right.
eat some ice cream."
Yeah.
Now, whether or not it's actually just
Too
or
bad.
right, but I'm just going
That's
off
what
of like
happened,
what Trump said about Hillary, which is I
Yeah.
can't imagine
could've went
putting Hillary,
Yeah.
a former president's wife, in jail. I just can't imagine that.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy is not as vindictive as Democrats are. Democrats would do it all day long. They are doing it. Remember,
Yeah.
Trump still needs to go to sentencing next month or later on this month.
Yeah.
He's got sentencing later on this month. They could sentence him to jail.
He could still serve in jail, which is interesting, but
He could
yeah.
absolutely start in jail and then pardon himself and then he's out.
How crazy is that, man? That would just be over
If I
the
were him,
top,
I wouldn't
man.
go to jail because we've seen what happens to people in jail. They get all of a sudden,
yeah.
oh, camera's turned off. What happened here?
Yeah, mystery.
Oh my. Oh my, we had 2 temps in here today. Wow. Interesting.
That's so bad.
Hey, that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened though.
I don't
And we
think
know
he'll
who
go
we're
to
talking about, right? You know who I'm talking about. The guy who went to jail,
Mm-hmm.
who said he wasn't going to commit suicide.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he have a tattoo of it?
I don't know if the guy had
Oh.
a tattoo, but he's very old and had white hair and he had an island.
Oh, Epstein.
Yeah, how subtle can you be, Shane?
I know. Very sorry. Very subtle. I'm trying to find that page with the map because they had an error all of a sudden. I think Fox is trying to update all their stuff because the whole world is looking at this website to try and see the numbers, and it just
3%.
crashed. I think.
He's up by 3% in Pennsylvania. 3%. With
Trump
only
is soon.
67% to go, so there was just no way she was going to get there.
Trump is coming
Michigan,
out.
it's forever. Trump's coming out right now?
Not yet. They're saying very soon.
Okay. Yeah, well, they've been saying that for an hour, so relax. Michigan, Wisconsin is 4.3, but again, they're not releasing anymore. 87.89.
You gotta
They're
feel
all,
sweet.
you know what, Bob? They're all in cahoots with each other.
You think?
I'm not. Who I think. I mean, come on, Bob. Wisconsin's been sitting at 87% for an hour now.
Yeah, that is weird.
Mhm. You think they're trying to get all their illegal immigrants to try to come in and vote?
Oh no. Oh man.
The only illegal aliens we'd have over here are those Canadians.
What? You guys should have let me vote. I could have helped. I could have helped. Yep. No, we're envious of you guys. So take it. take hold of
You
it.
know,
Take advantage
McCormick's
of
looking
this.
real strong to defeat Casey in Pennsylvania. Rogers is looking really good so far in Michigan. Hovde is looking really good in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
He is definitely going to beat Tester. And in Nevada, Rosen and Brown are locked in a real tight one here. Only about 2,400 separate them. And Kerry Lake's having a tough time.
Do you
in
think they'll
Arizona.
call Wisconsin before Alaska?
At the rate that they're going right now, they're not going to call Wisconsin ever because they haven't moved anything. They haven't counted one extra vote or tabulated it in well over an hour.
That's crazy.
It's still sitting at 87.79 because I don't listen. You have to remember the one that puts it up next and calls it is the one that they are all going to blame. That person you'll never work again in this town.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Could you imagine? I mean, the person in Pennsylvania was like, I'm going to get out ahead of this.
Yeah, probably.
They looked at it and said, wait, if I go now, then it's below 270. So I'm going to go. And then I'll let somebody else take the fall. But everyone else is like, it's not going to be me. It's not going to be me. It's not gonna be me. Because they know that they're done. They won't ever have a job again. They're going to be like, you're the one who made it so that Trump could be president again. I'm saying they think of those things. They talk about those things.
Probably.
It's not coincidence. Can we just get somebody, though, to call this thing and have Trump come out, and then we'll have a shorter broadcast this time than we did last time. That is what I think that's going to be our goal.
Is either three reasons. One, they're doing a master cheat. Two, they want to delay this party here just to be annoying. All right, because they just want them to stay up all night and be tired and not enjoy the victory.
I love it.
Or three, they're getting ready for military action because they know they lost the election.
I mean,
like a nuclear attack. Who knows?
This is funny though, like what you just said, which is they're going to make all the hardworking Republicans stay up all night so that they're tired tomorrow when they have to go to work.
Why not, man? They're probably what else can you do? So they're just holding on to it right now.
Oh, this is so
I
good.
keep getting an error. I keep getting an error going back to the president numbers. It won't let me do that now for some reason. It's so funny.
On which website?
The same one that you guys are on. Like I went out of it and then I went back in. And it's like, sorry.
Look, I can refresh and I'm right on it. So yeah.
Okay. Could be Canadians are not letting us in.
Maybe they're blocking it to Canada.
Yeah, could be. Well, I'm happy for you guys. Congratulations. Where's the cigars?
Nevada's actually reporting a little bit more now. Alaska's stopped.
Pennsylvania.
Do you think they would also say we're done for tonight counting and we'll just do it tomorrow?
Hold on.
Ahead in the vote count with about 200,000 votes ahead at the moment.
So apparently he's on the site. He's on a Google site that has not called it for Pennsylvania yet. I guess Google themselves has not. So maybe Bob, somebody forgot that they weren't going to concede this.
Yep.
Google does not have Pennsylvania going to Trump right now.
Who cares what Google thinks?
Interesting. And Google obviously owns YouTube.
They also haven't given him. They also haven't given him Maine either. Maine's district. That's quite interesting, actually. By not giving them Maine's district, if they give him Pennsylvania and they give him Alaska, he'll only have 269.
That is interesting.
But you know what? You can't trust Google.
No.
They are right on the coast of California, and they are one of the most liberal, woke left companies in the entire world. So this guy right here is doing this broadcast here. It's 6:43 in the morning where he is. He stayed up all night to do this.
Wow, that's dedication.
Yeah.
People, Lizzie Moss.
Google is using
and
Associated Press. Well, Associated
Steve.
Press is just about as woke as they are. So
Mhm.
Okay, David, the mod is from the UK as well.
go woke, go broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this guy's in the UK. See, so he's doing it all night. Maybe Alaska will call it tonight. Yeah, usually Alaska does call it, but it's really late when they call it. Really late, like 3, 4 in the morning.
Thank you, Trish.
Eastern. So we
Really
may have
appreciate
another
that.
hour.
Thank you.
So
I'm glad
it's
you're
not-
enjoying the
Listen,
live stream
if
and the
Arizona,
live shows.
Nevada, Minnesota was just called for Kamala Harris.
Give the video a like if you wouldn't mind. If you haven't already, it really helps.
Minnesota has just been called for Kamala Harris. That
Minnesota.
brings her to 226. I'm sorry, Minnesota has just been called for Kamala Harris. Minnesota and 10 electoral votes has just been called for Kamala Harris, bringing her to 226. Trump is still sitting at 267. Minnesota is 75.63% in, and Harris is up by 3.1. I suppose we could take a look into it and see where the outstanding
Oh,
votes
they
are.
called Minnesota.
What's that?
They called Minnesota?
I just said that. Yes. Are you listening?
Wow. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Ramsey.
Hey guys, they just called Minnesota. I'm just kidding. I'm
I'm
kidding.
gonna kick you. I'm gonna kick you.
Bob, what do you think?
You're too late for that.
That's funny. Yeah, I think they called Minnesota.
Bob, I'm gonna destroy you.
Kevin's just screaming inside.
Yeah.
That's funny. He's just in, Kevin.
Hey, wait,
Hold
guys,
on. Minnesota's just been.
Minnesota's just been called for Kamala Harris. I mean, literally like 13 minutes ago it was called. 226 to 267. Oh, there it is. We just saw it move. 277.
Oh wow!
electoral
We were
votes.
here. We saw it.
We were all.
We
We
saw
just
it.
saw
Saw
it
it
go
happen.
up to 277. That would be
Bravo.
the state of
Bravo,
Wisconsin has
Americans.
been called for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has
Wisconsin.
been elected. Wisconsin
Everybody's lifting their
is the
hats
one that
now.
put him over, Steve. Congratulations to your state. Donald Trump has just been elected the 47th president of the United States.
Wow. They should be getting the news anytime here on Google.
I'm watching them right now and live.
They don't know yet.
No,
Oh, they
don't
know.
know yet. Here's the video.
Well, here it comes.
Yeah.
What's
Here
happening
it comes. Now they know.
Do they?
Oh, there it
through you
Yeah,
pointing
it's starting
towards
to
it
share.
and showing
Not
it,
yet.
and that's what we really hope to do here is to have a place where we
No,
are
they don't know yet.
independent and just showing events for how they are.
They don't know yet,
without
but
any massive
Wisconsin has just put
agenda.
Yeah, I
Trump
just
over
saw
the top.
277 on their
And,
screen.
I hope that's
227
refreshing
to
somewhat in
220,
terms of the
277 to
style and
226.
the journalistic.
Fox just
side of
announced that
things,
Donald
and,
Trump has won the
Yep, they
presidency.
got the
I do
news.
think this is the future in terms of
And it looks like that they're starting to get the
independent
news there.
reporting
They got the
and
news.
Yeah.
Oh, let's
Yeah,
see.
there it is.
live news and things like that. I
Wow.
think that people. Oh, here we go.
Man,
There it
oh,
is.
man.
Fox
Yeah,
News
looks
is
like there's
projecting
stuff
that
going
Trump
around.
has
Got it.
been elected for the 47th president.
Wow. Look at
Fox
that.
News has projected that he has
Wow.
won. the election.
Wow.
Donald Trump has won the 2024 election.
Wisconsin
My
did it.
goodness.
And Steve's state put him over the top.
Much celebrations going on in the Trump HQ after
Indiana was the
that
first
came up
state
on the
to be
screen
called
that the
for Donald
Fox
Trump
News
tonight.
do believe that Trump
And that's
Indiana
Bob's
was the
state.
first
won
state.
the
It
election.
does
Wisconsin
come
was
in
the one that
electoral
put him over
votes
the
comes from
2024,
Indiana.
so that's
11, 1-1.
unfolding now live at the Trump
11.
HQ,
And then Steve's
where we're
state is
seeing
10,
a lot of
so 11,
people
10.
celebrating
And
what
that
they
and that
think
guy at McDonald's
may
is now going to
be
be really, really
a
angry.
Trump win.
Exactly. So we're gonna look at Trump here, and I don't know when he's gonna come out.
I think probably pretty soon, right?
I would think within the next 5 minutes, probably.
Yeah, I would think
Start
so.
cleaning
So
up
maybe
Washington,
this
man.
is a good time to actually
Wrap up.
play that video. What do you guys
Thank you,
think?
Yeah,
WR.
yeah.
I appreciate your
All right, let's play the video.
I appreciate your support for the live show there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to do a short video today. There was an incident happened at work, and I definitely need to share about it. I think it has significance in what's going on in the world today. I had an employee show up to the front counter. I work at the Golden Arches, okay? Obviously, many of you heard Donald Trump went to McDonald's last weekend. It made the news. Well, I had a customer get his food from another employee because I just showed up front because I just finished my break. And the guy grabbed his food and he looked at me and says, "Oh, wait a second. I just remembered I don't want to eat at McDonald's." I said, "There's something wrong, sir?" He says, "Oh, yes. Trump was at McDonald's and I don't want to eat at McDonald's anymore. I'd like a refund." What? "Yeah, I'd like to have a refund." I said, "Didn't you start drinking that drink?" "Oh, I just had a sip." And so I told myself, well, even though I don't think it's true, Kamala Harris had claimed that she had worked at McDonald's. That's one of the reasons why Trump did this, because he knew it wasn't true. And I said to him, even though it might not be true, I said, Kamala Harris says she worked at McDonald's. He gave some kind of excuse, quietly excusing it or explaining it, and he still wanted to have his refund. So I went and got a manager and told her what was going on, kind of under my breath, what's happening, because I couldn't believe it. And she goes over there, "Oh, excuse me, what do you need?" He says, then he looked like he understood he's causing a problem for a ridiculous reason. He says, "Oh, this is going to be the last time. Never mind." He took his food and left. So he was actually making a decision to never go to McDonald's again because Trump had visited McDonald's. And he made a comment. He says, "Oh, this one thing he said about Harris." He says, he put his big fat butt out the window, but he used a slang curse word instead. So my point is, people are so deluded, on the left especially, that I feel that if he does become president, it's going to cause a lot of grief. I'm not going to do a teaching here because I already did it. If you want to see my video on the Great Delusion, you can find it here. I was talking to friend Kevin, that people are just so deluded. They're so deranged in their head. People hate Trump so much that they can't think correctly. This was just an example that actually happened at work today. So I thought that'd be interesting. Some folks might enjoy this story. And by the way, because it is about political video, short kind of.
All right. Yeah, that was very interesting story of a person who went into McDonald's and forgot that, oh, I'm not going to eat here anymore after they've ordered their food, right? How does someone go into a McDonald's and forget that they're not going to eat there anymore. Obviously, the person was trying to make a point and then made a scene. And when the manager came, he was really embarrassed, I guess, at that point, wasn't he?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right. Well, I'm going to watch this little show here. But
Yep,
congrats, you American fellows. Good job. Thanks for
But-
allowing me to come on here tonight, Kevin. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
90
Thanks for coming on. We appreciate having you on.
Still
We,
currently showing that Nevada
being
just
envious
that
of
Donald
the
Trump's in the
United
lead,
States political
78%.
system and democracy.
reported.
Our form of democracy, federal
But
constitutional
it was
federal republic,
it was Fox News, wasn't it, that
again,
projected that
proves to be resilient.
Pennsylvania would go to Trump.
There you go.
It's still on
Awesome.
Associated
God
Press
bless
as
you guys.
94%
Have a good night.
reported.
Good night.
Hey, good night, brother.
God bless.
Extremely close
Yeah.
there.
Good night.
However,
And that would be how many would that be?
we're not necessarily out of the woods.
19 electoral votes, and Trump is currently on
We're not necessarily out of
248.
the woods. I think that
And
Trump is
you've got
waiting
these
for
other
Harris
states just
to
coming in, and Trump
concede,
is in the
but
lead in all of these.
Google. She's looking
All
at
of
she's looking at
these.
Google right now. She's like, I still got a chance. We're also not out of the woods in regards to his sentencing, nor are we out of the woods in regards to January 6th.
It seems like the New York Times may have got it right. Quite early on, the New York Times was projecting this, so that was quite a while ago. They may well have got that right.
Well, that's not something you hear every day.
Thank you to Wolf Fame.
Sure.
Appreciate
It
your
looks like the New York Times
support
got it
of the
right.
live
Wow.
show and the live feeds. Really
Yes,
kind
Trump
of you.
did win Georgia.
Super chat. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Trump won Georgia. We missed you on Kevin on tonight's Uptime. Yeah, well, I've been doing this for almost 8 hours, 7 hours, 54 minutes, and 53 seconds. So, yeah,
It's like a whole work
might-
shift.
I
8
might have.
hours.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, and but no, I appreciate you missing me there. But I'm sure it was just fine without me. I mean, in reality, the Uptime doesn't need me on the panel any week. To be honest with you, you guys
Don't need
have.
me either.
Yeah, well, they have plenty of people.
Yeah.
The Uptime panel has grown into this gigantic thing. So, yeah, no, they really. I mean, Uptime would be fine without Bob and I both. I mean, actually, and it's not like we're
Yep.
going to go we don't want to leave anytime soon. But without Bob and I, Uptime would survive. Let's put it that way. It'd be just fine. Do I need I would need a washroom break? Why? Am I looking dirty?
Yeah, we've got Trump at 248 now. Yeah, on the live results, 67.3 million votes, and Kamala Harris on 214 with 62.3 million votes, and just a few more states left.
Do I look dirty? I mean, look, we only do this once every 4 years. And Steve,
Yeah, I've seen some famous people on the top left screen there.
I'm thinking that maybe we don't have another election that we're here for.
You're going to see a king. We're going to see him rule and reign.
I have a feeling we may not. Yeah, we may not
Yeah, the Fox has
be around here.
A lot of interesting
Cool,
stuff's
yeah,
going to start
Fox has
happening.
said that
Imagine the
Trump
big
is
mass
the winner.
deportation we're going to kick off here, man. Start rounding all these people up and sending them back.
That would really change the economy.
just
of the
waiting
United
for
States
these
in
last
such a great
ones to
way.
Yeah.
At the
trickle
same
in.
Wait to
time,
see it.
opening up all the
And I
drilling and
believe
stuff
that's
like
what
that.
Donald Trump is waiting
Really,
for.
folks,
to
once
come
again,
out
I
on
think the big
stage,
thing we're
but
gonna
it's
see
very,
first is
very- it
Israel
must be very,
run on
very
this.
close now because
I think that's going to be the big
I
thing
mean,
that's going to happen first.
Fox has
Israel.
called it already
Do
as a
what?
win for
And Israel
Donald
doing
Trump,
what?
and
I think they're going to hit Iran.
projected that Pennsylvania will be taken by Trump.
You think they're going to
and
wait until Trump goes
He
into
certainly
office?
is in the lead there.
I think now that
51% he has,
there's a
and
lame duck
it's
president,
just
I think they're going to
a
go
little
for
bit
it.
left for the
That's
votes.
my
to come in.
guess.
Not
I
much
don't have a-
longer though. It's at
I don't have nothing from
94%.
God on
What?
I'm
They're
just
going to wait until
complete.
Trump or no?
I don't think so. Why would they wait?
Iran's a hazard.
Well, I mean, the current administration's not going to look favorably upon that at all.
No, but they're not going to care. Israel wants its own best interest finally.
So you think that Israel wants to finish this job with Iran before Trump comes into office, so that Trump can still say he has no wars, no new wars?
Well, Trump did tell them he wants those wars done at a certain time. I don't know what date he gave them, but
very quickly, soon, as soon as possible.
Yeah.
It's already gonna be over, but by the time I get into office, it'll be done.
Yeah.
Thank you,
That's
WR. That's very kind of you to help with the super chat there with keep the live shows going and keep us on the air with what we're able to bring here. I mean, this is really exciting, isn't it? That we're able to get the licenses for these live shots, and it really gives us a lot of options to be able to cover different events in the world as they unfold. So it's all right. It's a great.
Enough of that. Nothing's really going on right now, but we will go back to it when something starts going on. That guy's just rambling. But
yeah.
In the meantime, I'm just going to call Putin. I'm going to call Zelensky. I'm going to tell him to stop. And then I'm going to have Biden come on the phone and say, don't. The don't thing didn't work very well, did it? I mean, who's going to listen to Biden, Bob? Who would listen to Biden and say don't, and you're like, ooh, I'm scared?
Kamala Harris is just as dumb. She's dumber than Biden. Biden's a rambling idiot, and she can't even put any words together. She can't even make any sense. They're both idiots. I still can't believe there are this many people here voted for her. Unbelievable.
They need our prayers.
It shouldn't even been close.
I mean, Bob, they
unbelievable
are
how dumb people are in this country.
They're very deluded. Yeah. All right, so we're looking at Wisconsin, 88.7% in only, but it's been called because Trump's got a 4-point lead there. So with only 12 points to go, Trump's got a 4-point lead. That would be just an insane turnaround. 2.93% in Pennsylvania with about 5% left to go. That just was never going to happen. Kamala Harris would have had to win like 75% of the vote. Michigan, it's just, again, still really slow. 70% is in, and Trump is up over 6 points, 6.4. Nevada, Trump is up by 4.4 with 78% in. It certainly looks like he's going to flip it, but we should really take a look at this and see if Clark County, what Clark County's done. Wow. It's almost tied there in Clark County in Las Vegas. That's huge for Trump. I mean, yeah, he's got Nevada. That's not going to go to Harris. He's going to win that. Arizona's going to take till the rest of the century, I think, to count him up. But Trump has gone up by 0.07 since the last time we talked, and Alaska just refuses to report anything more. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. All right, let's take a look at the Senate, because this Senate really is in, right now we have 2 flip seats, like I said it was going to happen, but it's actually not the same ones. I said with Virginia and Montana with a possibility of the others. But in fact, Ohio is confirmed as flipped, and it has almost a 4-point victory. In Michigan, Rogers is up still with about 30% to go. He's up by 4.7%. Hovde is looking real good with 11% to go. He's still up by 2.7. Sheehy is up. That's just going to keep on going up. Brown is, wow, really close there. It's just separated by a couple thousand votes. I think that Kerry Lake is still having a tough time in Arizona. Looking at the House, but basically what this says is if they win here, and here, the Republicans will have 56 in the Senate, The Democrats will have 44.
So we won the House and the Senate.
Well, hold on. We don't know about the House yet. Here's the House. The House has still yet to get decided. So 189 to 163, and we need 218. 3 has flipped on both sides. So now there's actually a net zero change, net zero. 3 flipped Republican to Democrat, 3 Democrat to Republican, which is pretty much what I thought was going to happen, that we're not going to see much of a change in the House of Representatives at all. As a matter of fact, it might be just exactly what it was. So this term right now. So we'll see. But right now, that's the way it's going. We'll take one last look at the governors. The disaster that occurred here in North Carolina with Robinson just getting absolutely bombed by Stein, one of the worst Republican governor candidates in the history of politics, just got smoked by 15 points almost. I mean, Trump won the state, and then the guy who's running for governor is a Republican, loses by 15. Boy. Notice the nice Republicans up here, both in Vermont and in New Hampshire. Both Republican governors went up there. So you know how they like it up there. They're like the Republican governors. They like, you know why? Because they always lower the state tax and stuff like that. They like that up there. All right, so that's where we're at. We go back to the House here. We have 189 to 163. We're not out of the woods there yet, because if Trump, Trump looks like he's going to win here. The Republicans are definitely taking the Senate, but if the Democrats win the House, then what do we do? What do you do, Bob? If the Democrats win the House and Trump's the president and the Senate is the Republicans, nothing gets passed.
I know.
Yeah. Nothing gets passed. No immigration, no nothing. Nothing.
We need control of the House. We need control of it.
Yes.
Big change has to come, but 47 judgment and law and justice. So we have to win the House. So that way we get, put an end to this Democrat shenanigans.
Right.
I think you told me, Kevin, I have to agree with you that Trump is getting busy with his pen.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? Someone just said it. Karen's smart. She's basically saying what Obama said. It's like, how are you going to do this? Oh, well, I've got a pen and a phone.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And the Democrats were absolutely fine with that. But if Trump said, I have a pen and a phone, oh, man, that guy would be, it's Hitler, dictator, Stalin, Mussolini, Mao Zedong, I mean, everybody, all of them, all wrapped up into one. You got a pen and a phone, you're a dictator. He's the worst of the worst, yes. So you could say the exact same line, too. And I think that he should. He should say, I have a pen and a phone, and see what they say. Just shine the light on the hypocrisy to the nth degree. But yeah, so it would require basically Trump to go nuts with executive orders and then fight it out with the Supreme Court. And then, of course, if the DOJ really didn't get involved, just let them do it, then they would say, like they always say, oh, the Attorney General is Donald Trump's right-hand man. It's going to be a spectacle to watch. Let's put it that way. Looks like everybody's left the building except for me. All right. Well, you know what? Everybody's in chat though.
I'm here. Yeah,
there you are. All right. That's all right. You don't have to come back. You need to come back. You don't have to come back like right that second. You know what I'm saying? It's like I feel comfortable with the people in chat. We're all good. Oh, there you are. You're back. Okay. So 277 to 226 right now. Google, however, has not called Pennsylvania. So Google is still holding out at 248 to 214. I don't know how they get 214. Oh, I do know how they get to 214. Google is so dumb that they actually don't have any of the districts factored in to their map. They don't have Maine and they don't have Nebraska. So they're missing 2 electoral votes from Kamala, and they're missing 3 electoral votes from Trump because they don't have it built in. They forgot. They outsourced it to India. Who doesn't know anything about districts? Bob, can you imagine that? Let me show you real quick. Share this tab instead. Harris 214, Trump 248. Look, there's no districts. That's why Trump is down by that much. And that's why Harris is down by 2. Oh, man. I mean, really, Google, are you serious? That's the best you can do. That's the best you can do is have this map without the districts and never be able to have the correct tally. Wow. Good job, Google. You guys are fantastic. You know what you're doing. How much money does Google have, Bob?
Almost as much money as a pope, probably.
And they can't even program something on a website to be accurate. I mean,
Google owns YouTube, right?
It favors a deep state Democrat party.
yes,
So they like
Google
to
owns
cheat.
YouTube.
So Google's
Trying to
probably going
cheat.
to watch your video and then probably hire you. See?
I wouldn't work there. I would never work there. I wouldn't work there for
They're
all the
just
money.
waiting for what. So where are we
That's
at
like
now?
selling your soul, isn't it?
Yeah. I hear you.
Don't you think, Bob? I mean, would you ever take a job there?
Bow your knee for money? Absolutely not.
He's out of here. Yeah, I don't think so. I would not do it because you know why? Because I would go there, Bob, and I would be disgusted every single day. I'd be disgusted at what I see. Would you ever take a job there, Bob?
Where? Google?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. I wouldn't even be a contractor for them. So what are we waiting on now? Just
We want to see Trump. Yeah, why are we waiting? We don't know. Trump is probably waiting for that phone call.
Hold on a second. Somebody's asking if we can take a look at what percentage of votes went for Trump in Western North Carolina, Yancey County. So let's take a look. We'll go down to North Carolina. All right. And then we'll zoom in. And then it says on the western side here, Yancey County. Let's take a look and see. There it was. All right, let's zoom up a little bit. I think it's right around here. Yeah, there you go. With pretty much every single vote counted, Trump has won basically 2/3 to 1/3. So out of every three people that voted, Trump got 2 of the votes. All right. So we're still waiting. Why have they stopped counting in Pennsylvania? Well, Pennsylvania told people that it was going to take a week for them to do it. So why have they stopped? They probably went home.
So now we got to watch and see if they're going to try to cheat.
So yeah, because last time we signed off at 1 a.m. Central, which was 13 minutes ago. That's when we signed off last time. So we've actually gone 8 hours and 12 minutes so far. This is long. This is getting to be longer than last time. So they're saying that something looks like something's going to be happening soon.
They can't just sit there and not.
Adjusting.
It's election night. You stay up all night and count. Worthless workers. Stay up all night and do your
Is the-
job.
I'm in agreement
January
with
the
you
20th.
that, you know what I was thinking yesterday is I was thinking that they should make it not a federal holiday, but a national holiday for everybody except for federal workers. Like there's all these federal holidays that federal workers get off that people in private companies do not. How about we make election day exactly the opposite?
Yeah.
Anybody who's not working in the federal government gets to take the day off to be able to vote. And all the people in the federal government serve the people as they are elected to do so, and then basically take care of the election. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea. I think that would work. Just every
Send the
year,
idea
because
to
that would
Trump.
give no excuse to anybody not to be able to vote. Because if you're a federal worker, you can vote right there, so you don't need to go anywhere. But if you're a private, in private or unemployed or retired, you have the day off. You have the entire day off. You don't have to worry about this and that. Make it a holiday, but not for federal workers because they need to be there at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not like that guy this morning who got out of bed at 7 o'clock and thought, oh, maybe today I'll go to work. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I want a federal holiday for it. You people like it? Kevin for president? No, I don't want to be president. Some people always say that. Kevin, I'm like, no, I'm not even close. I couldn't possibly even consider. Oh, so this guy's been doing it for 12 hours, he said. 12 hours. So I look at I'm a lightweight compared to that guy. You got Steve, you too. You're a lightweight. I mean, we've only done it for 8 hours. And by the way, that guy right now, it's 7:15 in the morning in the UK. And he's smacking himself in the face because you can hear it. He's going like that. He says, be nice to have a lay down soon, wouldn't it? All right, we got to listen to him complain.
But it does look like something is going to happen on the stage very soon. We've had a lot of people coming on and setting it up, so there should be some activity. He's testing the microphone, sorting everything out, and
Dems are going to Plan B. What's Plan B?
Strini says, "Was that the sound of your bones creaking?" I
Plan,
hope so.
see, plan B is Plan A will be they'll win the election fair and square. Everybody show up,
Right.
but that didn't happen.
No.
So Plan B will be to stuff the ballots, bring in illegal immigrants. You got to increase the ballots in order to
Here
beat
we
Trump
go.
in the
He's doing a
states.
sound check on the
If that
stage.
fails, Plan C will be hold them up in court. Plan D will be January 6th. Plan E was a Plan
Nikki
D.
H says
Plan E,
she's back because
martial law.
Associated Press is still giving Kamala a chance.
Plan F, nuclear war.
Indeed, it says the AP hasn't called this race.
They're just waiting to see if they could beat them fair and square,
Yeah.
even
Who
though
is
they still
M-
cheated a lot.
Who is
Maybe that's why
MGT?
Trump hasn't come on stage yet.
So News Nation, The Hill, New York Post, they have all declared Trump the winner.
Wow.
News Nation, The Hill, and the New York Post, and Fox, of course. Have
Yeah, I
declared
think he's the winner, man. I
Trump
think
the
he
winner.
won.
What else?
Even
Who
though
else?
Google doesn't want to update their stuff right now, maybe they got better sources than we do. They're not using Google.
Well, yeah, Google is using AP actually,
Yeah.
but their coders on their website have forgotten to do the districts, so they're just quite foolish.
So basically, if Trump goes up there and speaks, says, "I'm the winner," good job,
You see,
guys.
he doesn't necessarily want to do that, does he? He doesn't want to go up there right now and do that. He wants to wait for probably a couple more to actually.
Constance says Kamala must concede to make it official.
Right.
Well, she went home and had an early bath earlier, so I'm not sure if she's still around.
An early bath.
All the people at her rally just were told to
Go home.
basically go home till the morning.
Like 8
so
years
they all
ago.
flocked off from the rally, and
Yeah, I do think that Trump's waiting to at least have somebody from the left side
she has a
declare
phone.
himself the winner.
Constance
See, Bob,
says.
the only people that have declared themselves have been either center
What
or
to
right.
tweet? Is she going to tweet?
Well, aren't we about 40 minutes away from 3 a.m. Eastern time?
We are absolutely 40 minutes away from 3 a.m. Eastern time. Yes.
Yep. And that's when they that's when they did it. When it was, they did something at 3 a.m. The devil's hours, because these all people, they all worship the devil. So let's see what they got lined up.
You think the trucks are en route?
Well, what? No, it's not tweet. It's X now.
Yeah.
Xed. Is that what you say now? Xed.
I'm looking. So we're looking at these. Nevada is really. I mean, they're all really kind of just stalled out, haven't they? There's really not a lot of new results that are coming in here. Pennsylvania, sitting at 95. Michigan sitting at 71.5%, with Trump up 6.27%. Finally, Wisconsin's edging towards 90. 78% in Nevada, and Trump's got a pretty decent lead, 4.7. Arizona, Trump is up. He's going. Remember, we saw him at 50.01, finally cracked that, and actually now he's just moving up and up. It does appear as though he's probably got all these states, and Alaska is. Oh, they have actually reported a whole bunch more. They're sitting at 50%. I think maybe Alaska is going to be the one that
Tips
really
it.
puts it over the top. If it's not enough with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, then Alaska, you don't even need Wisconsin at that point. I think probably you'll see some left-leaning places go, okay, we're gonna call it too. I think that's what Trump's waiting for. Because look, is there something to be said about legitimacy? Okay.
Yeah.
There's something to be said about legitimacy. And if he comes out too early, just right to center, they'll say Trump stole it.
Oh, good point.
If you get from the left, the center, and the right, then all of a sudden you've got legitimacy. And you're like, look, everybody has recognized that I won. I mean, and who knows? Maybe he is just waiting for Kamala to call him. And maybe she's probably talking to advisors. What should I do?
Well, we saw them setting up the stage anyway, so I hope.
I mean, if someone says,
hopefully
"Oh,
Trump's
Fox
gonna
News
come out
called,"
very
you think
soon. It's
Kamala's
getting
gonna,
quite
okay,
late.
fine.
It's 2:22
No,
in the
you're
morning
like, I don't
on
care
the
what
East
Fox says.
Coast.
What has MSDNC said? What has MSDNC said, by the way? Do we know? I'm looking right now to see what MSNBC says. Trump cracks blue wall with Pennsylvania win.
So the Trump HQ, that's in West Palm Beach, Florida, right? Well, the place we're seeing on the screen, that's in West Palm Beach, Florida.
All right. So it does look like, let me see here. And block. Yeah, you can find. Reload it. All right, let's take a look.
Yeah,
Here's MSNBC.com. Trump cracks blue wall with Pennsylvania win. Donald Trump to speak to supporters soon. However, with Pennsylvania win, that doesn't say that Trump has won the election, does it?
No.
They don't. Because they haven't given him Wisconsin yet over here. That's why. Too close to call. They haven't given him Wisconsin yet. So MSNBC has not declared him the winner.
To all you guys leaving, we understand it's real late. Thanks for staying with us.
Some people are taking off. All right. Do it at your own peril. We learned 4 years ago not to, or 4 years ago not to do that. But hey, it's your prerogative. Everybody's got their own, limit. Our limit was reached last year when we weren't getting anything. This one though is a little different. We are still getting returns coming in. And the fact that they actually, some people actually have Trump over 270. That did not happen last time. So this is different. It's interesting. It's very interesting to see how this is going to all play out. So we're not going anywhere.
We have somebody here from Alaska.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's only 10:30 there. Yeah, Cindy. Can you go to the office and tell them to count the votes?
She's probably busy counting them herself.
Sound when the music's finished. They're just announcing Trump on the stage. He's about to come on. There he is.
Oh,
There we go.
Got some music playing.
He's not putting the audio on because of copyright, which is great.
Cut into the audio when the music stops. When he starts speaking, I can't play the music because it's copyright.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. She's awful for leaving like that. Again, they never learn. 8 years ago, Hillary did the exact same thing.
Trump won Pennsylvania.
How about the Democrats just keep on nominating? Well, actually, they didn't even nominate Harris. Let's be honest. They just installed her. How about they keep on making the candidate a woman?
He's not started yet.
Just straight up. Just every time they just do
Big entourage coming on the stage
and then take their chances every time. I think that's probably the best way to go.
Barron.
Every time they put a woman up as a candidate for president, they lose. They're 0 for 2. And when they put as the vice president, they're 1 for 1.
I'm proud to be an American playing
1-1.
The music.
1 for 2, 1-1. Because Geraldine Ferraro, that didn't work out well. All right, stop playing the music and let's hear him. Oh, look how happy Melania is. She's ecstatic, isn't she? How about we just focus on...
Still playing the music. Just shortly, we'll be starting to speak.
Will the U.S. ever have a woman president? Maybe after the rapture. Maybe after the rapture. What do you think, Steve?
I think we might have a female queen.
There you go. Not a president, but a queen. Yeah. Dude, look how tall that guy is. Barron Trump. Look at him. Who's the guy next to him? Is that like the guy looks like he's 2 foot tall. Barron Trump, I think, is 6'9". Crazy. He should be playing basketball. Okay. Trump's got a pretty tall family, though. I think Eric's like 6'4", 6'5".
Thank you very much. Wow.
Yeah, Barron Trump is something else.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a
Keep him
movement
safe,
like
Lord.
nobody's ever seen before.
Amen.
And
look how Laura.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to
help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible.
Lost audio.
What, did we lose the
I
audio?
want to thank the American.
Oh, now we got it. Now it's gone again.
Did your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you. And with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country.
It froze.
No, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just
Can't
want
hear
to
you, Kevin.
thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children.
He's just thinking. Everybody thinks their children are.
That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
What a help.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, I actually like Vince more than Trump, I think.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like it. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks good. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
It's a good idea. Say a few words, Katie. Katie Vance, right here. You're Katie Vance, Vice President. Vice President-elect.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Against all odds, wasn't it? Everybody against him.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I had a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
And we love the family, and we're going to have a.
He was not a
Trumper.
Years,
and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to We have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th
I don't know who this
president.
is.
And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me. Do you mind if I use your? Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, "This is the roughest sport I've ever seen," but I began to like it, and he loved it. And nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. No wars. They said, you will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what
And that's the ball game.
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
There we go. There was the speech, Trump at the Trump HQ.
So are they gonna play some music? Is he gonna? Yep, there he goes. A little tiny dance. I think that maybe he's a little tired. He may just be a little bit tired.
Pennsylvania has been called as for Trump, and seems very likely. So there we go.
Well, good job, guys.
Thank you. Thank you
go
for
to sleep
joining us
now.
tonight. We'll leave that there.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks for coming on again. And if we're still here in 4 years, we'll do it again. I don't think we're going to make it that far, but you never know. You never know what God's plan is. But thanks for being here, and I enjoyed doing this again with you. So
This is fun, man. I liked it. It was very interesting.
I think it was a better one than 4 years ago. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, this much better platform.
So got some resolution. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, God bless you, brothers. I'll just see you soon then, I guess. Talk to you soon.
All right, brother.
All right. Take care, guys.
Take care. All right. So we are actually not going to go off. I mean, I'm not going to go off. Steve, I don't know if you want to go off, but that we still don't know what the House is going to be at this point. So that really actually is extremely important, because if the House doesn't go to the Republicans, Donald Trump's not going to be able to do a lot of the things that he said that he wanted to do. The Democrats will just stop him and will not the Democrats, if they take the House, they will decide which bills to put up. And then if the Senate does one of their things, they'll come over and then they'll just sit. The Democrats be like, we're not going to take any Republican bills from the Senate. They'll just sit on it, just like the Democrats did in the Senate right now with the Republican House. So it's extremely important to see what's going to happen with the House. So for those who want to take off, thank you for joining us, and have a great night. All right. So Steve, what's your plan? Are you gonna stay on for a little longer, or are you you're muted, by the way? Yeah, I got you.
Sorry.
There you go.
I want to respond to some comments in the chat, if
please.
I might.
There've been quite a few comments during that speech. So
right, folks, I know some of you are concerned that Trump won't get raptured. Some people say he's not born again, some people saying he's not saved. I'm going to give you my opinion, because nobody knows except him, and God knows. In my opinion, he's saved but not born again. And I recommend, if you haven't seen my video on the difference between believing and being saved, being saved and being born again, see my video on that. Many people don't know that difference. Some people need to understand that truth. There's a difference between being saved and being born again. In my opinion, he's not born again, but I believe he's saved. Again, only Christ knows. That's all I want to say in that. You got to put it in God's hands, because Paul tells us in Romans, do not say who goes up and do not say who goes down. It's foolish for us to say such things.
Yeah, because we are not the judge of that. So you gotta be careful about, saying whether or not, in saying that, oh no, he's not saved. And by doing that, you basically become the judge of salvation. And there is only one judge of salvation. And that's God the Father, actually.
Yeah.
And so the only question, and and a lot of people are saying that, okay, but hold on a second. I have never heard him confess accepted Jesus Christ as his Savior. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he hasn't.
Correct. We haven't heard everything he said.
So we don't know whether or not he has accepted Jesus as his Savior or not. So when somebody's Texas Dream says, when somebody does not accept Jesus, or I can't say that he is the Lord's son, then that is enough, says enough for me. But the problem with that is that now you have basically extrapolated something and then judged him based off of something he did not say.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be very careful about that. But at the same time, you know them by their fruits.
Yep.
He has fruits that go both ways.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a difficult thing. And when someone's not born again, they're going to produce bad fruit more often than someone who is. So, you know, it really is a tough thing. But you also have to remember that we did not vote for a savior tonight. Okay. The country did not vote for a savior. The country voted for a leader. And that's what the country is, is meant to do, to have a president who is the leader of the country and sets the direction and so forth of the country. And this is not a theocracy here. We don't run a theocracy. We actually have freedom of religion. So there is, and also a lot of people were saying, why didn't he say something about how bad the government did here and this? This was his unifying speech. This was his attempt to bring the country together. And that's what, actually president-elects do on their speech. They try to reach out to everybody and say, look, I'm not against you. I'm with you. We're all in this together. Now, of course, that's really difficult in this polarizing time, but you don't want to bring up those type of, bad feelings and stuff during that kind of speech. So, that's really ultimately what I got out of that. And it was a very conventional speech, especially for him. He stuck to certain points and it was pretty short for him. It sounded a lot like his 2016 speech, to be honest with you. So we'll see what happens here. But look, he's been surrounded by some unborn again Christians, that way, non-born again Christians. He's been surrounded by Catholics and as well. And so you gotta just think about how much not very good doctrine he's ever heard, right? I mean, so you have to give him a little grace on that. But let's put it this way: if he is not saved and the rapture occurs, he will absolutely know why he was not taken. There will be no mistake, no ambiguity. He will know those who were taken, and he'll know the ones who were left behind, and he will know the difference between those people. And he will ultimately, in my opinion, will choose to accept Christ as his Savior. Because when you're that close to it, and you have other people around that did, and they're gone, he will know that there was a difference between what they believed and what he believed. I'm not saying that is going to happen. I'm just saying that if he is not saved and not taken in the rapture, then he will. Then I believe that he will come around after the rapture very, very quickly.
Yep. Kevin and I both agree that there's going to be a great revival, and people like Trump will probably be likely saved.
Right. Yeah. So someone says Catholic is not Christian. In some respects, that statement would be true. Yes. In a lot of ways, like if you say the Catholic Church itself and what it teaches salvation is, that is not biblical.
I was Catholic, guys. I know some of you probably don't know my story. I left the Air Force to become a Catholic monk. I met God on a mountain, got filled with the Holy Spirit, and became born again. Yes, I did leave the Catholic Church, but I remained in the Catholic Church while being born again for several months.
However, there are Christians in the Catholic Church.
Yes.
They have rejected that part, that heresy part.
Yep.
And they say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that I have to work myself throughout my life in order to achieve salvation. They reject praying to Mary. They reject, meaningless prayers. They reject rosary beads. They reject all those things, but they are still in the church, and God has them there for a reason. Just like in any church, for example, the Episcopal Church. Can you say that the Episcopal Church is Christian? You could point to many people in the and their leadership in the Episcopal Church and say, actually, they don't preach a gospel that's in the Bible. What about the prosperity gospel churches? Do they preach a gospel that's in the Bible? So it's not just Catholics, okay? And every single denomination and religion, even including Islam, has Christians within it. They call themselves Muslims, but they actually believe in Jesus Christ because they don't want to get their throat cut, and they don't have to get their throat cut today, right? That's not that doesn't have to happen today. Now, in the future, if they decide that they're Muslim, they don't believe in Christ today, and then down the road, the Antichrist during the tribulation says, "Worship me," and the false prophet says, "You need to worship the Antichrist and take the mark, or you get yourself beheaded." Those people will be beheaded. You see, so there are people that are Christian now that are in those religions, and they are kind of like a little remnant everywhere you go, and God uses them because they talk to other people, and they say, "Look, I came out of this. I'm still in it with you, but this is really the truth." Right. And we all know what the truth is. The truth is Jesus himself. So listen, God uses people all over in many different ways.
Yep.
So,
hey guys, I'm not going to be able to answer all your Bible questions tonight. This is not for that, but I have videos on the rapture and being born again. Come to my channel and check it out, guys, if you have not.
Okay.
And
So yes, hold on. So yes, of course, it's all about the blood of Jesus Christ. Of course, because without the shedding of innocent blood and Jesus's pure sacrifice for the remission of sins, none of us are saved. Okay? Without Jesus's work on the cross, none of us are saved. It was a one-time, it is finished deal that he died on the cross in propitiation for our sins, so that there's a blood sacrifice that God requires for the remission of sin. God requires a perfect sacrifice in order to have sins washed away. And if you believe that the Lord Jesus Christ did that for you on the cross, and don't stop there, and that he rose again on the third day, that's extremely important.
There's my channel, guys.
Paul says that if you do not believe that Jesus Christ God raised him from the dead, then you have believed in vain. What's the point? If Jesus died and that was the end of it, there's no conquering of death. There is no such thing as eternal life after that. So when Jesus Christ rose from the dead, he gave us the ability to also be glorified in the future because he was the first fruits. He was the first fruits of the resurrection, and you want to be part of the first resurrection. Blessed are those who are part of the first resurrection, for they will have eternal life. So, yes, of course, all about the blood of Jesus Christ, because without the blood of Jesus Christ, there is no sacrifice. All right, Steve, they got it. All right, enough. All right. So, Steve, what is your channel? It's right there. Okay. Yeah. YouTube.
Can you put up my name?
At Steve L. Okay. Can I put up your name? How do I do that? No.
They say they got it. You can look right here. So above my shoulder.
All right. Cool. Can I put your name up? Kick from the studio. Edit your name. Here's your name. Display the name. Save. Yes. Now how do I display it? Brand. Banners. Wait, what's going on with brand? Let's see. Background music. No, absolutely not. Banners, comments, private chat. You know, I used to be able to see it. Layouts. Hold on. What's this?
They said they found it. They subscribed.
All right. I'm actually trying to find something, but you know, I just don't see it anymore. I used to be able to pull it up and put it down, and it used to be something over here on the side, but
yeah, Bob went to bed.
Yeah. All right. And Rick said that Bob looked depressed, but I didn't see Bob
He
looking
was just
depressed.
tired. He was tired.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, also, listen, is not the nation's pastor. Okay. Trump is not the nation's spiritual leader. He's not. He's not ever well, he might be in the future, but he's not today.
No.
So, but you know what? We have the Holy Spirit. We don't need Trump in order to guide us to salvation. Okay. We're not voting for a pastor. We voted for a leader, and many people obviously believed that Trump was a better leader for the world stage and what's going on. Yes, Steve L, correct. And instead of Kamala Harris, that's really what it came down to, is that people looked at her and said, I don't really trust her to be the leader of the free world. I don't know what she really stands for. She just said that basically Trump is worse than me, and people judged that and said, for the majority of people said, no, I don't believe you. So that's really ultimately what happened tonight, and I think that it was a good speech, and we'll see what happens. I mean, he may not ever even make it to the White House. We don't know what's going to happen here over the next few months. If everything's normal, then sure, but I don't know if it's normal. Maybe we should go ahead and read and bring this question up, Steve, because I think you have a video about this as well.
I do.
Yeah, I would recommend you guys go into Steve's channel, because
I have a video on that question.
A lot of the questions that I'm seeing in chat, he actually has made videos specifically on it. Yes. How many videos do you have on your site?
670 or something like that.
Yeah, 670 videos. So if you've thought about a topic, most likely it's sitting over there and on his site, and you'd be able to check it out. All right. Do we have any other questions that maybe Steve hasn't answered in a video? I doubt it, because you pretty much answer them all. I'm going to take a look just back through the chat and see if anybody here has actually posted any other question. Yes, there is. And we won't know the heart, but Kevin, you agree? I already talked about the blood. Steve, will saved people go in the rapture or just the born again?
I can answer it quickly, but I have videos on it. You need to be born again. That's what I believe. I know there's people who disagree with me.
Yeah, I think again, that is, that's something. I mean, look, it says we who are alive and remain will be caught up. And so you're going to have to define the we there. And but Paul was mainly talking to people who were Holy Spirit filled, who were born again. He was talking to that church, and some of them weren't. And he would tell them, hey, you guys need to, change some things here. You guys need to do this and that. So it appears like that is the case. But again, in terms of the rapture, harpazo, for example, that word is a very unique word. There's nothing else like it. It's basically that something or some entity has control over snatching away or taking by force something else. And that thing that's being taken has absolutely no control over it whatsoever. The person can't say, no, you can't rapture me. No, you can't take me. And also can't say, you must take me. So only God decides. Okay. And Jesus actually said in his prayer in John that I want you to bring my people to me. And that's exactly what's going to happen when you consider it. We're going to be taken up into the clouds to be with him forever. So whomever Jesus wants, he will ask the Father, And I would say the Father is going to say yes to every single one of those requests. Jesus is not going to go to the Father and say, I want this person, and God's going to say no, because Jesus and the Father are one. In other words, they are in agreement. So if Jesus knows you and you know Jesus, you have a very good, if not 100% chance of going into the rapture. Okay? So it's very important that you have a personal relationship with Jesus.
Amen.
It's much more important that Jesus knows you than you know Jesus. Because if Jesus doesn't know you, then he will say, depart from me, I never knew you. You do not want to hear that. You want to hear, well done, good and faithful servant. That's what you want to hear. So it's very important that you have a relationship with Jesus Christ. And by doing that, you've accepted the Holy Spirit into you, and you want to be more like him, you see, because he is the gold standard. And so you want to strive to do it. Will you ever get there in this human form? No, you will not. But that's not required for you to be. You don't have to be that perfect. You don't have to be to that standard in order to be raptured. And you certainly don't need to be that to be saved. So it's a very important thing in regards to baptism. I see people talking about baptism. Baptism is not required to be saved, nor is baptism required in order to be born again. Baptism is a physical thing, and
It's a
born
type
again,
of confession.
it's a type of confession. It's a type of outward showing that you have accepted it and that you're receiving it. But
And yes, I have a video on it.
Yes, of course. But you do not need to be baptized in order to be saved or born again.
Or get raptured.
Get raptured, because being born again is a spiritual thing. It is not a physical thing. After being born again, things change that you do physically. And maybe one of those things is to be baptized. Absolutely. However, being born again, just like what what was it? Nicodemus asked. Was it Nicodemus?
Yeah.
Asked him, hey, do I need to go back into my mother's womb? That's a physical thing, right? No. That's not what you have to do. You have to open up your heart. You have to let the Holy Spirit come into you and change you. Change you. The old man has been put away. The new man has come. This sounds like another episode of Iron Sharpens Iron, brother.
Yeah. I don't want to spend a night preaching on this. You guys can find that stuff at my channel, and I will answer questions at the bottom of my videos.
Was the thief on the cross born again or just saved? Only God knows. Only God knows. Did he just, in other words, on the surface level, did he just say, oh, this guy's done nothing wrong? You are the Christ. Obviously, you're perfect. I recognize that. And Jesus is like, okay, so you believe that I am the Messiah. Jesus hadn't died yet, right? So it's a little different there because Jesus actually hadn't done the sacrifice yet. However, you don't get judged and not saved based on, oh, well, Jesus, because then there would be nobody saved before Jesus. But what those people, what were they judged on? They were judged on their faith. They were judged on their faith, and that their faith would be like a Messiah would come one day to save us. And guess what? That guy was on the cross, recognized that the Messiah had come, that the Messiah was there. And so he is the thief on the cross is an Old Testament saint. He's an Old Testament saint because Jesus had not died yet. They killed those thieves before Jesus died because they said, we need to break those people's legs. We need to break those people's legs. And then they didn't break Jesus's leg. They stuck him with a spear, didn't they? So look, here's the key. Will I continue those good episodes I did with Iron Sharp? No, we have no plans right now to do future ones because we've covered everything within those. If you've already watched them all, watch them again. They're that good. They are very good. But anyway, the key here is that we don't really need to be judging that. We don't need to be judging someone's salvation or
No.
born again status.
No.
As a matter of fact, the Bible says, work out your own salvation. It doesn't say to work out somebody else's. It never says to work out somebody else's, actually.
Yeah. I
It says
think,
to
again,
work
it's
out your
Romans 9 or Romans 10 where it says, do not say who goes up, do not say who goes down. Just take a look at that. I think it's in Romans 9 or 10.
That's right. So I would say, just like the disciples who were saying, am I going to be on the right or am I going to be on the left or this and that? Jesus said, what is it to you? You know, what's it to you if this guy actually lives until I come again? You know, it's nothing. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
You can pray for them. You can preach to them.
You can pray. If your brother is in error, you can try to correct him. Absolutely. 100%. If he starts preaching heresy, you'd be like, hold on a second here, brother. You're going off the deep end. And you're called to do that. You're supposed to do that. That's what we do as brothers. That's what iron sharpens iron. That's what it's all about. But talking about somebody's, if they're saved or born again or going in the rapture,
that's not for us.
What is it to you? I know, I get it that you want it to happen and this and that, but you're not going to be able to force anything on that. Okay. All right. You're not going to be able to decide who goes in the rapture or not. All right. All you can do is be a good witness. Do not be a stumbling block. Don't be the barrier for that person to not be born again. That's really what the Bible tells you. Not to force this guy to be born again, but don't give him an excuse by looking at you and saying, that's born again? That stinks. You don't want to be that. That's called the evil servant.
Mm-hmm.
And you're providing stumbling blocks to those other people, and those other people can then be dissuaded. So what you really need to do is focus on yourself, focus on your walk, focus on your relationship with Jesus Christ, and focus every day on being more like him and less like what you were before. All right. Anything else?
Before I go, because I'm not going to stay a real long time, I'd like to see the map of the presidential stuff, and I'd like to see the map of the senators before I go.
Please define a personal relationship for those who know while I bring that up. Steve.
All right.
Please define a personal relationship for those who don't know while I bring this thing up. You want to see what again?
I want to see the presidential numbers before I go, and also like to see the senator numbers before I go. And yes, I'll tell you how I became born again. I had a really bad time when I was in the military. I was a Catholic. I was living in sin, and I was such a bad state. I actually wanted to die, not to the point where I actually committed suicide, but I thought of it. But I wanted to be saved. So I'd actually go on walks and I'd pray to Jesus to be with me in my walks. That's how I started my whole ministry, Walk in the Spirit. Because I did these walks out on hiking trails, and I asked Jesus to come with me in these walks. I started praying and getting to know him and praying for him to be in my life and to help me in my life, for him to be there in my life. And I came to know Christ that way. That's how I became born again. So knowing Christ, having him have a part in your life to lead and guide you, and trusting in him. That's what a personal relationship is for me.
All right, Steve. Here you are. This is the count where it's at right now on Fox. 277 to 226. And Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska have not been called by Fox. Here's what it is on CNN. Trump is at 266. They have not called a whole bunch of states. So CNN has not declared him the winner yet. NBC News has also not declared him the winner yet. He's at 266. ABC News has also not declared him the winner yet. That's at 266. So it appears as though MSNBC has also not called the winner yet. So it looks like only Fox of the major ones have called Donald Trump the winner.
Guys, we did do a video on the size of New Jerusalem. We actually have a iron sharpens iron video on that.
Yeah, that's correct. We did. I mean, yeah, a lot of these questions are there. And answered in the Iron Sharpens Iron. Caesar, I don't know if you've watched any of those, but you have a lot of questions right now that are all answered pretty much within those videos. So it's about 10 hours plus the live, I think was what, an hour or two, something. So you got about 11 hours in front of you. Kevin, do you think the lawsuits will start? It depends.
She gave up.
It depends. I've not heard that she's conceded the race.
That's true. We haven't heard.
Last time Trump actually said that Hillary called to concede. This time he did not say that. So I'm not sure if Kamala has actually called him to concede. So will the lawsuit start? I don't think that this election is actually over. I don't think a winner has been properly declared, personally. I mean, just because one site, Fox, said it doesn't mean that he does it. Now, of course, even if all news agencies declare somebody the winner, doesn't mean that they are. What really matters is the certification from each state. So that's all that really matters. And actually, that's really decided ultimately by Congress reading it out on the 6th of January. So we will not know until the 6th of January who actually the president is, but most of the time you have a 99-point-some% chance that you know. In this case right now, I would think that Trump's probably got about a 90% chance of being declared the winner of the election, but I would put his chances of actually getting into the White House much less than 90%. Because but yes, I think that they will try to stop him from going there. It's very possible that when they sentence him and put him in jail, that they will attempt to not certify the vote on January 6th in order to, and say that he is ineligible. So in that case, it's never happened before. So it'd be unprecedented, and it's possible that in that instance, they may say, okay, JD Vance is the president, but I don't even know if that would fly. They may put the Speaker of the House in there. What I thought was kind of interesting as well is like Elon Musk wants to do all these things about taking out $2 trillion of the budget and so forth. Why not just make Elon Musk the Speaker of the House? You don't have to be in the House to be the Speaker of the House. He could run that show over there and just do it. The problem is he couldn't become president. He's not a natural born citizen. So they would have to skip over him, and then it would go to the Senate pro tem leader, which is going to be a senator, a Republican. And I think that I'm not sure. I think it might be. I don't know who that would be on the Republican side. Somebody very old, very old. So it could get really messy. There's a lot of things. Like we could go down this road for 10 hours if we wanted to, and we don't. So there's all kinds of different things. We just really don't know. The question really all comes down to, and I've said this to Steve multiple times, how threatened are the Democrats really feel? How do they really feel? Do they really think that their actual lives are in danger? and that if Trump gets into the White House, that they're going to be killed pretty much immediately. If they think that, they're going to do whatever it takes in order to stop him. If it was just a bunch of smoke and mirrors and they were just saying it for effect, then they'll probably just let him in, and then they'll make the transition very difficult for him. And then it all depends on whether or not the Republicans control the House. If the Republicans control the House, the Democrats really have almost no control. They won't have the Senate. And if they don't control the House, they really don't have much control whatsoever. As the Republicans united, then they'll just pass bills, and the Democrats won't be able to do anything. So if they get the House, though, then it becomes a lot more difficult for Trump to govern, because then he'll have to do the pen and the phone and the executive orders, and the Democrats will call him a dictator every step of the way. So it could get really ugly. Also, the left, it depends. It depends on when this thing is actually called. When is CNN going to call it? When is NBC going to call it? When is ABC going to call it? Are they going to say this was a fair election, those people, and say that, yes, Trump legitimately won, stand down? We don't know right now. So there's a lot of ifs, a lot of possibilities, and a lot of rabbit holes we could go down. And I don't think that that's going to get us anywhere at this point. So we'll just have to wait. As Trump said, we'll just have to wait and see.
Good night, Jason.
All right. Has Alaska, Michigan turned in their votes? All right. So let's take a look. Let's take a look again at where we stand. Fox has called it 277 to 266 by giving Trump both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is sitting at 96%, and Trump is up by 2.7%. So, in other words, for Kamala to actually make that up, 2% over 4%, Kamala would have to win. It's 2.8%. So Kamala would have to win, 3.4%, and Trump would have to win 0.06% or 0.6%. That's obviously not going to happen. That's the reason why they called it, because the rest of the votes that are going to come in, it's not going to go 3.4% to Kamala and 0.6% to Trump. That's just not going to happen. In regards to Michigan, they're currently up to 79.73%, and Trump is up by a whopping 6.8%. But there's still quite a few votes to be counted. And if we take a look at the actual place, Wayne County, which is Detroit, is breaking 11 points to the right of what it broke just 4 years ago. Joe Biden won that district by 68 to 32%, or 68 to 30, I think it was, with two others. So Harris is way underperforming Joe Biden in the Detroit area, mainly because Trump has said he is going to bring car manufacturing back, and that is where the cars are made. So that is the reason why he's doing so well there. It does look like Michigan is going to go to Trump actually pretty easily. So the only reason why that hasn't been called is because they've been so slow in getting them in. In regards to Wisconsin, Wisconsin has 92.3% in, and Trump is up 51-22 to 47. So he's got about a 3.9% lead with about 7.7% of the vote left. So for Kamala Harris to actually overcome that, she would have to take 5.5%, and then Trump would take 2.2%, and that would be a 3.3% difference. But that still wouldn't bring it there. So that's the reason why Wisconsin was called. Just like Pennsylvania, there's just not enough votes for her to actually get there. even if and they're not going to break all for her. So it's just not possible. Just real quick, we'll look at a couple of states here while we're at it. We'll look at New York real quick. So Harris is only going to take it by about possibly even less than 11 points. In New Jersey, take a look how close this is. Trump is only down by less than 5% in New Jersey. All right, less than 5% in New Jersey. In Maine, Harris got that pretty easily. In New Hampshire, she's only beating Trump by about 3. In Virginia, it was about 5 points. In North Carolina, Trump is going to take that by about 3.4. In Georgia, Trump is taking that by 2.2, 2.3. In Florida, Trump took that by 13.2. And in Texas, he took it even bigger, 14.4. All right. Those are on that coast. So let's go to Arizona. Arizona is extremely slow. They've only reported 2.36% in the last 4 hours. Okay. So they reported 50% fairly quickly, but then they just kind of stopped. So 50.4 to 48.64. He's up by just under 2. And the last one, the battleground states, is Nevada. And Trump is up by almost 5 points there with 81% in. You take a look at California, about half of it's in, and Harris is only winning by about 19 points. And I say only 19, but California is notorious for going well over 20% to the Democrat, and that just did not happen this time. For Alaska, 58.82 in. Trump is winning by 16. As soon as there's some more votes that come in on that and it gets over 60, it's probably just going to get called at that point. So that's really where we stand right now in terms of that. We'll take one last look really at the popular vote, because this is pretty telling. Right now, Trump is up in the popular vote by 5.2 million votes. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. All right, so that's where we stand there. But that was pretty big, obviously, to to see that Trump did so well in the popular vote in a lot of those states where normally they're just really not very good at it. Like you would see 10, 12, 20 points possibly in like New Jersey, but you're talking about less than 5% now. So there's a lot of people that, even though he didn't win the state, still voted for him. And that's why he's such ahead so far in the popular vote. And since California is not going to the Democrat by 25 points, it does really appear that Trump's going to win the popular vote, which I predicted he would at 0.84. He may even go higher than that. We will see. For the Senate, as I said earlier, the Senate was going to flip regardless. The question is which states were going to flip. West Virginia was definitely going to flip. Montana was definitely going to flip. But Ohio was maybe it's going to flip, and it flipped. So we already have that called. And so the Republicans have control of the House, 51 to 46. There are 3 independents that caucus with the Democrats. In regards to what's currently still going on is this extremely close race here between McCormick and Bob Casey, where you've got a Democrat incumbent in Pennsylvania that Trump has already won that state and is definitely helping McCormick try to get over the line. There's only about 4% of the vote left. and McCormick's only up by 1. So, but that looks actually pretty promising for McCormick. That would be a huge, huge win to take Casey out there. And that would bring it to 52 Republican senators. Michigan, Rogers is looking really good right now. He's up by about almost 5 points, and he's got 20% of the vote left. That's looking extremely positive, and it looks like Trump definitely looks like he's going to win that state as well. So it looks like an action. And here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin's actually put in quite a bit, like another 4% since we last looked at it. And Hovde is still up by 2.2% with only about 7.2% to go. It's not much. So it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep for Trump and the senators, and that the Rust Belt is going to go completely red. So it's going to be really tough to call it a blue wall anymore. I would call that a red wall. One more thing I wanted to do before we continue on with the Senate is I wanted to take a look real quick at Iowa, because Iowa was a big freak out from that ridiculous woman who gave the poll that said that Harris was going to win by 3. Trump, there's about a little bit less than 5% of the vote left, and Trump is up by 14. Okay. So as I said, when we first came on, there's going to be no issue with him winning Iowa. And I projected that he would win Iowa by 15.2. 15.2. I projected Iowa, and right now it's sitting at 14 even with 5% left to go. He may just get to 15.2 or between 14 and 15. So I'm going to be much closer than that woman who got paid $1 million to do a poll that said Kamala Harris was going to win by 3. I don't. Fail upwards is the Democrat way. Here's Montana. Again, she's going to win. It's just a matter of time. And so it's another Republican that's going to win. So 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. It's going to be 55, 45 at the minimum. Carrie Lake is most likely not going to win, but it's possible. But it looks like she's not going to win. This is the close one, though. As you can see here, it's only separated by 2,300 votes. And it's got about 7.5 points, 7.7 to go. So, the incumbent could lose there as well, which means that the Republicans could be looking at a 56-40. What would that be? 51, 52, 3, 4, 5, 56. 56, 40, 44, basically. So we'll see if that's the case. It's hard to tell whether or not that's actually going to happen. But that's where we're at with the Senate. The Republicans definitely have won the Senate easily and could actually have a pretty dominating factor in the Senate. Taking a look at the House.
Well, Kevin, I'm going to call it a night.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Now I have to debate whether am I going to download this and put it on my channel.
I would say no. I don't think it's worth it. You can just have them come over to the live here.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Good night, everybody. It was fun. See you, Kevin. Talk to you later.
Good night. All right. So it's just us in chat and me here, and then we'll take a look at the House. The House is really the important thing at this point, because it does appear as though Trump has won the presidency. The Senate is a lock for the Republicans. They've already got that. But now it's down to the House. And it looks like both sides have flipped some seats. 3 flips over here, 3 flips over there, which means it's a dead even. And going into the House, it was 221 Republicans and 214 Democrats. So they had a 7-seat advantage. So if they keep that and keep it going like it is, then they will retain the House. This is not a red wave in for the House for that, but it is a red wave for the Senate. A lot of really good Republican senatorial candidates, along with Donald Trump, and the enthusiasm regarding him going back into office matched up with the year that where many more Democrats and incumbent Democrats were having to get reelected. So as you can see, it just was kind of like a perfect storm for the Senate for this to line up, and that the Republicans were in a very good spot in order to capitalize, and looks like they've done so in a very, very big way. So no, we have not took the House and the Senate. The Senate for sure. The House, again, like I just showed, is up for grabs. It's 193 to 172. So there's plenty more seats that still have to get done. That's 365. So there's still 70 seats that haven't been decided. Who will confirm the election in 2025? On January 6th, the Senate and the House will come together and they will certify the election. Their vice president will read the certifications from each state, and that will be a final certification of who is president and who's vice president. Any other questions? All right, I think that depends. If you guys want to keep on going and wait and see how this shapes up, I have no problem continuing onward. I am going to take a break though. Take a look at Maine. Okay, yeah. So Maine has been called in the president or what? For president? Maine president? How can she confirm herself and it be legal? Yeah. So because the vice president has the duty within the Constitution in order to certify the election. So she is acting as the vice president at that time and doing her duty in order to certify whomever she is provided with by the state, by either the secretary of the state or by the governor of the state, with a signed seal of the electors that the state has chosen. So it is absolutely legal to certify your own win. If we went to war, yeah, that's just hypothetical. That's hypothetical. If we went to war before the inauguration, could they stay in power? Technically, no, they can't. Even the Constitution says that there's inauguration day on the 20th of January, 21st if it's on a Sunday. All right, people want to keep on rolling. All right, let's keep on rolling then. So the official results will be given on January 6th. That is correct. That's when the election is certified. All right. And it is January 6th every time because that's said in the Constitution. All right. Let's take a look at Maine. Was it Maine, the state of Maine for president? The state of Maine for president has Harris up by almost 9 points with about 28% still remaining, but it's been called for Harris. For Golden, okay, for Golden. Let me take a look for Golden in Maine. Let's take a look at that. That would be a House seat. Terrio, is it Terrio versus Golden? That's what we're looking for. And that's in Maine 2. Is that correct? Maine 2. All right. Let's take a look at Maine 2, the House. we'll go down here. Let's see here. Maine 2. Is Maine 2 one of the hot ones? No, it's not. That's okay, though. We'll just go ahead and filter. Select a state. We'll go to Maine. And we'll go to Maine 2. All right, so right now, in Maine 2, 71.5% in, and Golden is winning by about 2 points. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not happy about that. But just FYI, in my predictions for Maine 2, it's a toss-up. It's an R+6 electorate, but the polls showed that the Democrat would win by 2.7. But that doesn't mean that the Democrat's going to win by 2.7. It just means that the polls show that. Since it's a toss-up with an R+6, it's possible that the Republican could win this. So basically Maine 2 is the bigger part of the state. Yeah, it's close. It's close. I mean, this right here is a lost cause for Republicans, but this up here is more rural, and Republicans do better in the rural areas. So there's still chance that Golden is kicked out and Theriot is in. That would be a huge pickup for the Republicans for sure. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. That's cool. Hey, Michael Pels is in here. Do you want to come on here, Michael, or are you too tired to come on live? Because I'm by myself at this point, and thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, this is my second time doing this. Did it 4 years ago, so I'm getting better at it. Let's put it that way. Oh, he's getting ready to do something? Okay. All right, cool. So does anyone else have any questions or want to see anything? Because if not, then probably what I'll do is, if Michael wants to come on. No, Michael's not going to come on. Okay. I was going to say if Michael can come on, I can go take a break and he can talk, but that's fine. So I'm just going to step away for a little bit. I'm sure I'm probably going to lose a bunch of you, but that's all right. But I do need to take a little bit of a break, probably not more than about 10, 15 minutes. But, it's almost 3:00 and I've been doing this live for almost 10 hours straight now. So I just need a slight break and then I'll be back, because I'm not going to go turn this off, and I'm not going to stop this video until, well, either one of two things happens. One is that we find out who's going to win the House, or two, we know that we're not going to know who wins the House. So as soon as that happens, then we'll shut this thing down. But for right now, it's about 10 hours into it, and I need to get something to eat. I'm feeling a little low energy for sure. I need something to drink. I need something to eat. And I need to get my energy level back up. So that's what I'm going to do. And I hope you guys enjoyed this so far. I think it's been a very interesting night. Let's put it that way. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to leave this up here. I'm actually going to leave it up, not on this page, but I'm going to leave it up on this page here, so that if any of these states actually turn, you'll be able to see them at that time. Okay, so I'm going to put that up just like that. And thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I'll be back. Yeah, I haven't had dinner or anything. I mean, I got on at 5:00, and I mean, Yeah, so it's actually coming up to 3 here. Yeah, so it's been what 10 hours. So I really do need to get something to eat. Okay, I'll be back. God bless. All right. We're back. I was looking through, I got a bunch of emails and all kinds of stuff that I looked through here. Sorry about to a few people if they ever watch this. Derek, yeah, you're right. I never did send you the link. I'm sorry about that. And then to Rick, who was doing his own live stream, he sent the email and asked me to come on to that, but obviously I couldn't. I guess he was in the chat here, but I just really couldn't get around to going through all that to get him in here. So I'm sorry about that, but hope you accept my apology. Anyway, so we're back here. It doesn't appear as though any state has it's actually been called yet by Fox here, still sitting at 277 to 226. Pennsylvania only has 4% remaining, and Trump is up by 2.6% there. So that was the right call to make. Again, Michigan is a little slow. The lead's gone down to about 3.9%. The question is where are those votes coming in from? Looks like Wayne County still has about half to go, which would be about 140,000 or so in favor of Harris. That one's those are pretty much done. All the blue ones, this one's got some, but she only was up by 6. So that's another maybe 5,000. And over here is about 140. 150 maybe. So maybe 150,000. Yeah, that's 99% as well. That's 99% as well. So maybe about 150,000. And right now, Trump is up by 200, about 190,000. So yeah, that's not going to be enough for her to get there. So Michigan is going to go to Trump. And let's see here. Arizona, again, only 53.35 in. So we won't know about Arizona for quite some time. We can try to see then where they're at. I mean, pretty much everybody's there's some. Here's a 67. That's only a 30%, 28%, 14 only percent. But look how small. I mean, it's just like. And plus, that's barely blue anyway. So she's really not going to gain any votes there. 67%, which is more than the average. So she's not going to gain that much vote there. Maricopa is almost even. So she's not really going to gain much there. Pima is where she's probably going to gain some. So looks like she's probably going to gain about 55,000 there. She could gain another 15,000 there, so that's maybe 70,000. That's really not going to make any difference. That 2/3, and she's up by 12. So yeah, another $4,000 there. Yeah, so I mean, we're looking at about 75,000, and then Trump is also going to gain some. Especially here, he's going to gain some more there. So yeah, it looks like maybe about 50, 55, 60,000 at the most. And Trump is actually up by about 50,000. So this one is going to come down to the wire. Now Trump is going to gain some more. So I think Trump is barely going to eke out Arizona. It's going to be pretty close, but it looks like he's actually going to be able to eke it out based off of what's still remaining. Clark County is where Las Vegas is, and that is the majority of the vote in the state, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I think that with 91% in, and he's got a 4.8% lead, he is going to win Nevada. And in Alaska, he is going to win Alaska fairly easily as well. So it does appear as though he's going to end up with 312 to 226, which is what I've been saying for the last 3 months, that the result is going to be 312 to 226. So it looks like I'm going to be able to call this right on the number. So that's kind of cool. How do I, again, how long do you plan on staying live? Is there a goal? Yes, I stated that goal before the break, and the goal is that I'm going to stay on until we know who wins the House, or if we know that we're not going to know who wins the House. So as soon as that happens, then I will sign off, and that'll be the end of it. So I just wanted to go through the presidential stuff to see where we were at. And it does appear as though he's going to win the remaining 4 states and be able to get to 312 to 226. Once again, I'll bring up my spreadsheet again after I go through the House, the Senate, and then the House. And then I'll bring up the spreadsheet and show you what my prediction was, and then we'll see how close I got. But right now, Donald Trump is up by 5,100,000 votes. That's a lot to overcome to take over the popular vote for Harris. This is the only place really where she could do it. Well, these 3 states right here, basically, because pretty much like everything else is pretty much baked in at this point. Yeah, there's really not much more she's going to get. She's going to get some more from here, maybe a couple 100,000. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty, I mean, she's not going to gain much here. She's going to gain a little, maybe 50,000 or so, but this right here in California, half of it is in, and she's up by about 1.73 million. So if you add another 1.73 million onto that, onto what she has for a gain, then, and you add another, I don't know, it's not much, maybe 100,000 here, and then maybe another, maybe about 350,000 there. So we're talking about, yeah, we're talking about 172, maybe like 2.3 or 2.4 million she'll gain on him. So looks like he'll probably end up winning the popular vote by about 2.6 to 2.7 million, maybe even 2.8 when all is said and done. So yeah, 2.8 million is a pretty good size victory. Looks like there's probably going to be about 100 and, well, it looks like it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 140, 150, 160, about 150, 100, maybe about 150 million, maybe 145 million total. So 2 point something million out of 145 million is a, well, that's about a 1.7% popular vote win. So yeah, 1.7 looks like it's about that, give or take. I mean, this is just math off the top of my head, so bear with me if it's not. If it's 2.3 and you're like, you said it was 1.7, or if it's 1.1, you said it was 1.7. No, I'm just saying that roughly it's probably somewhere between 1 and 2. In regards to the Senate, I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page just to see if there's anything that's changed. McCormick's up by 1 with about 4% to go. The question is where is the vote coming from? We can't see that here in the Senate, so we'll have to figure that out. Well, as we go. Rogers is still up by 2% with about 13 to go. Hovde is up by 1.7 with about 6 to go. It's always Montana, isn't it? It's always way up there. All right. Sheehy is winning by almost 7 with 39 to go. Let's see here. Nevada. You guys don't need to see my face. right this moment. Actually, I'll just put this as full screen. There we go. Okay. Yeah, back to the Senate. Looks like she's going to probably win that one pretty easily, I would think. This one's the close one, right? So there's only 10% remaining, and it's within, 2,300 votes. So very close there. And again, it does appear as though Lake is going to have a problem winning there. But the Republicans appear to be in pretty good control of this, at least with probably 53 seats or more. So the Senate is securely in the Republicans' hands. In regards to the House, here's the main second. Let's see if anything's changed on that. If I refresh the page. So select the state, go down to Maine, go to Maine second. And yeah, no, it didn't change. So Golden is still ahead. Golden's still ahead by a little less than 2%, with about 28% still to go. So looking up here at the map, you can see there's quite a few seats that are still undecided, especially in the West. Right now, Republicans are at 194 and have flipped 4 seats and have a +1 advantage. So now at this point, if everything stayed Republican or Democrat for all these other ones that they were before, then Republicans would be up by 8 seats, which is quite a bit actually. So right now they're at 221 to 214. Yeah, so that's a flip there, one flip. So actually they'd be up by 9. So that'd be 222 to 213 if it continues. But there are some races in California where Republicans are going to have a tough time holding on to their seats. Calvert, for example, district I actually used to live in and vote. I think I voted for Calvert way back when. That guy's been in the House for, I think this is his 17th or 19th term or something like that. I mean, a long time. So I voted for him a couple of times way back when. So he's still going, and this might be the day that he doesn't get through. So we'll see. But yeah, here's another one that was supposed to be close. It looks like Valadao is doing fairly well. So there may not be as many flips as what the aggregate pollsters said, which is not a surprise. Over to the governors, as we mentioned before, Robinson just got torched in North Carolina. There's no nice way to put it. He lost by almost 15 points. Just scandal after scandal, and it was when he tried to, I saw him try to explain things, and he just did not explain them well. So maybe they were lies and smears, but he did not come back well from that. That's half the battle, is actually being able to defend yourself in the political realm. So yeah, difficult. But looks like everybody pretty much just won the way everyone thought they would. This one was the only one that was kind of borderline of which if Ayotte could beat Craig, and it looks like he has. So no real surprises there in the governor's race. I'm sorry, I wasn't sharing that. It is a little late. Bear with me. Here's the tab. I'm going to go to the governors again. So right here, Robinson really just got torched. Almost 15 points. Everybody else, like I said, was pretty much on par. Was actually on par with what everyone thought they would be. This was the only one that was kind of close. That was probably going to be one of the closest one of the night, and the Republican came through and won. yeah, this one, Democrat's going to win in Washington, of course. So that's pretty much it for the governor. And so really what we're kind of looking at, we're looking at two different things. Well, we're looking at three different things. One is the House, to see how that goes, because that's really crucial right now, since we know that the Senate is going to go to the Republicans, and possibly by a fairly decent margin. They're going to have control of the Senate, and it appears as though Trump has won the presidency. I think that he's going to win ultimately 312 to 226. So whether or not they let him in the White House is a different matter, and we're not going to discuss that right now because that'll go down a 10-hour rabbit hole. But Montana here, like I said, the Senate's going to be very, very strong for the Republicans, extremely strong. One of the strongest Senate for Republicans in quite some time, actually. So I think maybe in 2012, the Republicans did fairly well on that during that midterm, which makes sense because it was 12 years ago, which means that a whole bunch of Democrats were up for re-election. And I think that at that point, it didn't go well for the Democrats. Let me just take a look real quick and see. Let me just take a quick look. So I'm going to go and take a look here. 33 seats in the United States Senate. And actually in 2012, no, that was incorrect. So they went from 51, Democrats went from 51-47 to 53-45. So as a matter of fact, no, that was not the year that they did well. The year that they did well actually was the midterms of Obama's second term, and Republicans went from 45-53 to 54-44. Of course, two Democrats still caucused, two independents still caucused with the Democrats. So the Republicans had 54 seats in 2014. So 54. They went down to 52 in 2018. In 2016. In 2018, they went back up to 53. In 2020, they went down to 50, as we know, and then Chuck Schumer became the majority leader. And in 2022, it got worse for the Republicans. They lost that one seat in Georgia, so the Georgia runoff. So yeah, so it looks like 54 is the high water mark in 2014 to 2016. The Republicans had 54 seats at that point. Before that, though, was in 2004. In 2004, they had 55. So the election of 2004, if you recall, was the re-election of George W. Bush. And the Republicans gained 4 seats from that, and got to 55. I believe that actually is the high water mark. 55 also in 1998, which was Bill Clinton's second midterm. In 1996 was his second his first his re-election, starting of his second term. That was also 55. So it looks like Republicans have been at 55 for three terms over the last 28 years. So 6 of the 28 they had that. Before that, yeah, it's not even close to 55. So I mean, back in the 70s, the Democrats had 61 senators. Quite amazing. All right. So yes. So basically, if the Republicans are able to take, and I'll show you the Senate map here again, if they're able to, they're at 51. And if they're able to take Pennsylvania, that's 52. Michigan would be 53. Wisconsin would be 54. Montana would be 55. And this one right here, this super close race, would actually be 56. So that would give them their high water mark. But even with 55, that ties their high watermark. So they'll be in a very strong position in the Senate. All right, so back to the House here. We're going to see how long this is going to take to get us up to this. I don't know if we're going to get there tonight. I think that probably that is the goal, to figure out whether or not we can get there. So, but in order to actually figure that out, we're going to have to dig pretty deep into these House races and figure out how far off they are, and maybe take a look at them and see, if we can project how it's going to go, depending on how many votes actually have been counted. So this might be a little tedious process, but before we do that, I do want to go and bring up my spreadsheet. Before I bring up the spreadsheet, we're going to take one last look here until we go to the spread. Then when we come back, we'll look at this again. But this is the current state of the presidential election. And we still have 12% still yet to be tabulated here. And Trump's up by almost 4% in Michigan. But we already kind of looked at it and think that he's probably got it. Also in Nevada, he's probably got it there. Arizona, they're just really, the results are just not really coming in very quickly. So it is what it is. I wouldn't mind seeing somebody like, for example, CNN to get off this 266 and actually call one of these states. That would probably be pretty good for the country as well. In addition to that, NBC News. I think that possibly Wisconsin is getting to the breaking point. As you can see, only 4% remain, and Trump is up by 3.4%. So that one's a little irresponsible for them not to have called it by now. But they have an agenda, and that's just what it is. Yeah, it's Wisconsin is definitely the shoe to drop here, unless, well, actually Nevada could actually put him over the top with this map at 272. Even Alaska could put him at 269, so he's got no chance to lose. So a tie would be the only thing. So, and then ABC News as well. It's basically this in the same boat. They're just not calling it here. 96%. Yeah, Trump's up by 3%. I mean, it looks like that's probably going to be the next one. They are still updating it. Notice that they're updating it here at 4:31 in the morning. That was just 2 minutes ago. So they are still reporting additional things, and it's going to come to a time where they're going to have to make a call, and anything's going to put Donald Trump over the top at this point. Even New Hampshire. I mean, if he was to win New Hampshire, that would actually put him at 270 exactly. So yeah, the New Hampshire results here. Trump's down by 3 with 15% to go. The question is where these things are. This is 95% in. That's not really going to help Trump. That's 94%. That's not going to help Trump much. That's really, I mean, there's only 4% remaining on those. So yeah, I mean, it looks like Harris is going to take that. So I think it's just a matter of time until Wisconsin is called. We can take a closer look at Wisconsin. This is kind of a cool map. I don't know. I don't really like ABC News very much, but this is not bad. This is actually more user friendly, easier to navigate actually than the Fox one was. Yeah. Well, note to self. Trump is up here by 110,000 votes, give or take. Boy, it would be nice actually though to be able to see immediately, like have a number or something that, like even on this flyover where it says Washburn County results, what those results are on the hover. I mean, why do you have to go and click on it? I think I'd just rather have a hover, but that's fine. 95%. I mean, everything's going to be really high here. We got to look at some bigger counties. That's a tiny county. I know that. Yeah, that's really small. Yeah, I mean, let's see. We're trying to look for some bigger cities here. Here's one that's a little bit bigger. She's not going to gain much though. I mean, this one's at 99%. That's Dane County, and sure, she won that huge, but yeah, it's just not going to be enough. I don't know. I mean, I do know why, of course, they haven't called it, but it really is irresponsible of them to not have called it by now, because it's just really mathematically impossible for her to win. In Milwaukee, well, okay, so here's 74%. We still have another quarter to go, and she's up by 110. So you figure out that, and you're probably going to add another 35,000 votes or so. So she's going to gain about 35,000 there. But even throughout everything else, I mean, it's going to be kind of a wash because Trump is up in so many other counties. And like this one, for example, I mean, it's only 78%. And Trump is winning by 12 in this one. So he's going to gain some votes there. So I just really don't see how she can make up 110,000 votes. It just doesn't, it's just really not mathematically possible. Yeah. So really, that's kind of where we stand. It does appear as though Fox is the only one to call it. You are correct. So that none of them have called it yet. You got to wonder what their plan is. Here, I'll put myself back on. You got to wonder what their plan is, right? I mean, so you got to ask yourself, why haven't they called it when it's not mathematically possible for her to win? You know, I do think I'm going to say it again. I do think that there is a lot of pressure from the left to never concede this election regardless. And the first left-leaning, and these are all left-leaning. I'm sorry that for people to say, "Oh no, they're public broadcasts. They're balanced and fair." Well, they're not. Okay, they're all left-leaning. Fox is the only one that's not left-leaning, and they called it, and the other ones haven't. And you got to wonder if there is pressure on them being made by whomever that don't call it. Do not, because as soon as one calls it, they're all going to call it, and that's just how it works. So, but right now, with the way the actual votes and how many are actually out there and how much the spread is, remember what Trump said? He said it's we need to make it too big to rig. And at this point, they would have to make up votes that just don't exist, and it would throw all their numbers off. And I think it would be extremely obvious to people that that's what's happened. And so because of that, I think it's just really a matter of time at this point that when Wisconsin looks like it has the best chance to be called first, but you never know. There are other states that could come into play and get called before that, including Nevada. So see, Nevada's at 93%, and Trump is up by 4 there. Okay, so there's only 9% that have been counted here. Don't know what happened there in that county, but But anyway, that county is going for Trump 83-16. So Harris is not going to get, and every single other one of these is like Trump 77, Trump 78, Trump 77, Trump 88, 50-50, Trump 71. The only place that she can gain anything is actually from Clark County, and she's only up by 1% there. So yes, there is no way that Harris is going to win Nevada. It's just not going to happen. So Nevada could be the first domino to fall, or Wisconsin could be the first one to fall. We don't really know. But as soon as it does, then every single one of them will also just go in line. Right now, Trump's at 51.1%. I mean, if there's still going to be, like I said, from California and from Oregon and from Washington, there's still going to be like a 2.5 million net gain for her. So, it's close of whether or not he can stick around the 50%. Because right now, 47.3 plus 51.1 is 98.4. That means only 1.6% voted third party this time. That's pretty low. That's pretty low, actually. So having only a 1.6 out of there, that means that 98.4% is up for grabs. And if you do a 50%er against underneath a 98.4, you're going to get 48.4, which is 1.6% difference, which is the others. And so Trump could actually win this at 50% or 50.1 or 49.9. I think that it would be better for the country if he won 50.001 or more. But it's going to be very close. Depends on just how many voters actually came out in Washington, Oregon, and California. So, yeah, I mean, again, we just are looking at this and they're all stuck at 266 and none of them want to push them over the top except for Fox. Fox was the only one. It's kind of nice that I actually chose Fox because they were the first ones to call it, and we did see it actually happen in real time. We saw it flip over to 277 from 267. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and just take one last look at this, and then I'm going to show you the spreadsheet. I'm probably going to lose a lot of people from that because this is just numbers and it's kind of boring, but at least you can see where my thought process is and also that maybe be able to help you kind of discern these polls better in the future so that you kind of know what to expect. Because like I said, I thought that Trump was going to win the popular vote, and I also thought that he was going to win 312 to 226 for a few months now, and it appears as though I'm going to be able to get that right on the money. So it's just basically looking through the data and being able to analyze it properly. And I'm not going to go through all the machinations of that, but I'm going to show you some of my final results and then give you, some insight on how I got there. But yeah, I mean, it's slow go right now to get these things in. So let me go back over here to the stream. You want to take a look at New York? Yeah. So New York actually did fairly well for Trump, to be honest with you. I mean, he only lost by about, a little less than 11% so far. It probably will be about 11% when all's said and done, 11, maybe even 11 point something. But I mean, 11% in New York for a Republican is pretty good. And New Jersey, I mean, he's going to lose by less than 5 points. That's really good. And then here's Virginia. he's going to lose that by a little bit more than 5 points. So he's actually going to lose New Jersey by less than Virginia. That's something right there. I mean, that's kind of wild. Yeah, he cleared North Carolina, and I mean, Robinson did not help him one bit either. Probably without Robinson, he wins even bigger, I would think. But he could not help him. Robinson was just he hurt himself bad in that campaign. Georgia, again, I mean, pretty close, within a couple of points, but I mean, Trump pulled it out. Florida was just a massacre. I mean, we're talking like over 13 points here in Florida. And Texas was probably one of the biggest surprises of the night to most people. For me, I did underestimate him by about a point, but most people had him winning maybe between 5 and 8 points. I had him winning by about 14, and he's won by 14.14. So, or 1-2. So yeah, I mean, he just really ran the table in Texas. 6.26 million votes. I'm telling you, the people in Texas are just not pleased with the border policies of the Democrats whatsoever. They are not buying into these people are good people, you need to let them into your home. It just did not fly in Texas one bit. In New Mexico, it actually didn't fly much there either, because really only a 5.6% win is not very good for a Democrat in New Mexico. And you can see in Arizona, if this continues to go like this, and we looked at the different counties, she's not going to be able to make up the entire difference. And if she does, then it's going to be like just a razor thin, like a 0.1 or something like that win. But if that happens, then it won't be 312 to 226. It'll be 301 to 237. So, but yeah, and we also think he's going to get Alaska as well. So yeah, it's pretty much just a done deal. The question is just how long it takes to get there. I think that Tim Walz really didn't help her much in Minnesota, to be honest with you. She won by about 4.5%, and that's not really great, especially when your running mate is the governor there, and it just didn't. People didn't really like him that much. Even the Democrats didn't necessarily like him too much. He had a lot of baggage, and I think it was just too much to overcome. Did I see Derek's 1984 background electoral map for Reagan on the Rev 5 Live? Maybe I did. I mean, I know what it looked like. I mean, Democrats only won Minnesota and DC, so it was pretty pathetic. Walter Mondale was just not a good candidate. I remember watching that debate when I was young and just a teenager, and that was the Reagan line. Remember, he said, "I'm not going to hold my my opponent." Something like what did he say? He says, I'm not going to hold it against my opponent for not being experienced." Right? And then everybody laughed. That was the second debate. The first debate, Reagan didn't do so well, but the second debate, he said that I'm not going to hold it against my opponent for being inexperienced, young and inexperienced, or something like that, because they were always talking about Reagan's age at that point. So that was the line that actually really just, I mean, he won the election right there, just with that one line. Almost kind of like the line that Trump pulled on Hillary and said, she said something like, "Yeah, well, we're lucky that you're not in charge," or something like that. And he said, "That's right, because you'd be in jail." And that's really kind of what pushed him over the top in that election. All right, so let's remove that. And then I'll go ahead and present. Let's bring up this spreadsheet, and then you guys can see what I actually predicted. And I did show this spreadsheet at the beginning of the broadcast. And here's the spreadsheet. So I showed this at the beginning, and I'll just go over it really quickly again of what I showed. So for the president, way back in 2016, a whole bunch of polls came out, and their margin of error was off by 1.1%. Nate Silver's stuff, though, was really off, really poorly done. He was way off on the Electoral College by 85. The RCP aggregates were off by 40 for Clinton. Just pretty bad. And then for Biden, the RCP did a little bit better with the Electoral College, had it only off by 16. But the popular vote, they had it off by 2.7%. So that wasn't too great. As you can see all the polls here, some of them were pretty decent. They got it within a half a point either way. But then some of them were just trash, like the ABC, Washington Compost, and Clown News Network. They were just way, way off. So not even close. Also, Nate Silver got worse in electoral. He was off by almost 100 electoral votes. So he did pick the winner, but he was way off. And then so that brought us to 2024. And you can see the polls were way different this time. They were not all blue. They were actually even up to Trump +3. Atlas Intel was the best pollster in 2020, and they had Biden winning by 4.7. And of course, he won by 4.5. So they were only off by 2.2. I mean, they overestimated Biden by 0.2, which is very close. Now take a look at this. Atlas Intel says it's 1 this time. So if they overestimate Kamala Harris by 0.2, well, then the final result becomes 1.2 to Trump. And we just saw that it looks like it's going to be between 1 and 2. So if you take a look between 1 and 2, who actually came out on top here, it looks like Atlas did. Rasmussen was between 1 and 2 here. CNBC actually got their act together and gave a 2. Wall Street Journal overestimated Trump probably just slightly, and Fox looks like pretty much right on. So those are going to be the gold stars for the next one if we have another election. So my predictions here, right, are in blue, and you can see that how I came up with it was that there's a popular vote error every single time, as we saw. 3.0% for others, but looks like it's going to be about 1.6%. I estimated that it'd be 2.4%, so I overestimated the others as well. But with that, it comes up to Trump at plus 0.084. I'm sorry, 0.84. So what I could do here is, since you guys have seen this prediction, that's what I predicted, is that Trump at plus 0.84. I could adjust it right now and say, okay, for the others, they overestimated the others by 1.4%, and that will bring us to the 1.6, and then that brings Trump to 50.18. And see, we just talked about that it looks like it might be somewhere around 50.18. And what that would do would bring Trump to a plus 1.96. So that's if it actually holds up at 1.6, then it's at a it's 1.96. So it's between 1 and 2. So looks like I overestimated the others a little bit, but then again, in California, they may also vote third party more. Don't really know. I'm just guessing. So let's just pretend that it goes up to 1.7 overall. well, then the margin would be 50.06, just over 50%. And then Trump would win the popular vote by, what is that, 1.82? Yeah. So we'll go with that for right now. And as you can see over here in blue, this was my prediction, 312 to 226. And then we'll see what their margin of error for Harris is, because their final result without toss-ups was 287 to 251. So if it ends up like this, their margin of error will be about 25. And looking at the history, they were off by 16 and off by 40, and 25 is right smack dab in the middle. So that would be their margin of error. 538 no longer does that anymore. So they don't necessarily, I can't really go apples to apples with them, but 538 had 5.2 for others. That is way off. That's just way off. So they're going to be off by like 3.5% there. They're going to overestimate it by over 200%. So it's way up there. And giving Trump 93.4 to 80 to 6, I could actually adjust that slightly, but what's the point? It's pretty much going to be about the same. So the most likely sim that came up on 270 to win was, guess what? 312 to 226. So it looks like they might 270 to win was right here. They actually had it as a 262, 226.50 toss-up on their final map. But their most likely simulation was actually 312, 226. So they did a pretty good job at estimating it as well. So this is what I didn't really show. This is by state, and then it has the final aggregates of who was going to win. And then it also has the final results, and then shows what the error is. So you'll notice on this error column right here, that there's a whole bunch of blue. There's a little bit of red there, but as you go down, you'll see much more blue than red. So of the 56 different districts and states, remember, because Washington, D.C. Gets a vote, and also Nebraska has 3 districts, Maine has 2, so that's 6 plus 50, 56 in total. 34 of those 56 overestimated the Democrat, Biden. So, and they didn't overestimate him by a little margin, as you can see. In West Virginia, they overestimated him by 21%. In South Dakota by 13.2. I mean, so that's pretty bad. Even in Ohio, they overestimated him by 7.2. That's not very good. That's bad polling. I mean, when they come out and say, yeah, the aggregate for Iowa is Trump by 2%, and then on election night, Trump wins by 8.2%, that is not within the margin of error. Okay, that's actually 2 to 3 standard deviations outside. So it is way off. They were way off on Iowa. They just didn't really do a very good job. Take a look at Florida. They were off by 4.2. They had Biden winning. Trump won by 3.3. They always tend to do this. Texas, they had Trump winning by 1.3. He won by 5.8. So what I did is I took the aggregates of what they said this time for 2024, and these are the final aggregates right here, Trump versus Harris and the others. And I calculated, of course, from that what the difference between Trump and Harris was. And, you know, I got to tell you that it was and I also put in the error here, and the error is this formula here, which is the error that they had last time plus the others minus the percent that they would be off. That's F52, which is right here. What that number would be. So F52 is 1.7. So we just changed that to 1.7. So we're subtracting that, and then basically from there, what we do is we get the we multiply that by G52, and G52 is up here, which is the percent of those others that would go to Trump. And then what that does, it provides us with an error. Now, the reason why I said that at the beginning that this is not super scientific, because I'm treating every state identically, and you really can't do that to be super accurate. You really have to hone in and see what that electorate is, and then distribute that 120% differently for every state. Some states will only go 50% for Trump. Some states will go 200% for Trump. So, but I didn't do that. I just went straight. I just didn't really have enough time to dig into it that deep, but I thought it was deep enough so that I could actually predict somewhat accurately of what the actual result would end up with the error. And so that's when I came up with all those percentages there. And I will be calculating those. I'll be actually calculating a couple of these columns here, the aggregate error, which is going to be their error, and then my prediction error, which is here based on the actual final results. So as soon as all these states are done, I'm going to go ahead and put these things in here, and then I'll have this, and I'll probably have a live stream just to go over the final stuff so that everyone can see how close I was and how close the aggregates were. And then, of course, over here is the Electoral College for each state and then where they went. The aggregates had it here, and the aggregate total was 287 to 251. So they actually had Trump winning the election in the aggregates for the very first time ever. My model came up with 333 to 204. But again, there were states in there that I was like, that's probably not going to happen. That's probably not going to happen, that kind of thing. Like, for example, what's one of them that was like, I think Virginia, for example, came out ahead, mainly because there were so many others, 6.2% others, that it really kind of just pushed Trump right over the top and gave a 7.4% error in the polling. So I think that the pollsters actually did get a little bit better, so their error wasn't as bad as last time. So some of these are going to be, I knew that it was just going to be off. That I didn't think Trump was going to win. That's why my prediction was 312 to 226. So as you can see, it was off by 22, which is this one here in Virginia. I believe it was also New Hampshire. Yep. New Hampshire, I had Trump winning that in this thing, but I didn't think that he was actually going to get there. So that's 17. And also New Mexico was also. So those three states, it added up to 22. And I thought, you know what, he's probably not going to win those three, even though the model shows that he's going to. But that's because I knew that in those states, the others are going to break more towards the Democrat than the Republicans. So I just didn't adjust it. And if I would have, then you can see that the margins on those were very close. New Mexico, Trump by 2.4 with a 9% error. And, I knew that was not going to be that high. But I didn't really worry about it. 6% error here in New Hampshire. I didn't think that was going to happen either. And then Virginia with a 7.4. I just questioned those three and said probably not going to be. But if the polls were off by a bunch, then this actually would have happened. But it just didn't. I didn't think it was going to, and it didn't. So, but I'll put down the final stuff here, and then I can check out and see how much error there actually was, and then that will help me in case we have another election. It'll allow me to do it a little bit more accurately next time. So here in the Senate, again, I took down the aggregates and what the difference is. Here, I didn't have any error, margin of error or anything like that because, well, Senate's very difficult with margin of error. Plus, there's nothing really to compare it to because there normally isn't really a rematch. So it's kind of different every single time. But, you know, the aggregate basically had Lake losing by 4.0 in Arizona, and I have it as a toss-up. I wasn't going to just give it directly to the Democrat, so I just put it as a toss-up. Here's California, Delaware, Florida. I also put as a toss-up, but basically anything that was less than 5 points either way, I just put it as a toss-up, just to be safe, so that I wouldn't, you know, predict that. But yeah, I came up with a few toss-ups here. Yeah, Pocahontas won easily. Klobuchar won. Here's another toss-up in Michigan, and we just saw that Senate race is pretty darn close. Nevada is very, very close as well. The aggregates have the Democrat winning by 4.3, but I was not going to say the Democrat's just going to win that. Ohio was also the one, remember, that the Republican took it. They had the Democrat winning by 1. I wasn't going to go with that. Pennsylvania, they have the Democrat winning by 2.7. Right now, the Republicans ahead. I have that as a toss-up as well. Texas, the aggregates came out at 3.8, so it's less than 5, so it was a toss-up, but Cruz won easily. Here's another one, Wisconsin. The aggregates had Democrat winning by 2.1, and I put that as a toss-up. So, yeah, that's kind of where we stand. And then when I put all that in there, we'll be able to see how accurate I actually got. But I think that I actually didn't call anything wrong. Like, I didn't call a race one way and it went the other way. Everything I have here is actually in toss-up. So, yeah, I don't think I missed one race there in the Senate. I just didn't go out on a limb a few times. I just made them as toss-up. So, yeah. And then for the House, this is where the monster comes in, because the House has a lot of seats that are just either toss-ups or lean or likely. They're very close. I mean, there's a whole bunch of these as well. So I'm going to have to figure out who they are. And then I made the predictions based off that. I have a lot of toss-ups as well in the House. I've got 22 toss-ups. The aggregate was six toss-ups with 214 Republican to 215 Democrat. So that's I think that's kind of interesting, because if Republicans win all that, then they'd be at 220 to 215, which means that the Democrats would have flipped one seat, which is possible. Because California, like I was telling you, could actually flip a seat or two in the Democrats' way. But I have it down as 22 toss-ups with 220 Republicans, and probably most of these toss-ups are going to go to the Democrats because the aggregates say that the Democrats should win. But I don't necessarily always trust them, and so I just I do a lot of toss-ups for Democrats. But let's just say they did win all of them. Well, it would end up exactly the same as this if they won all 6. If the Republicans won all 6 from the aggregates and the Democrats won all the ones from my prediction, it would both end up at 220 to 215. So only time will tell of whether or not that's how it goes. This is what the current makeup is right now. 221, 214. And so I'll add all those up and I'll put all those in there, and that'll be that. And governor, as I said before, I called Republican New Hampshire and I called the Democrat in North Carolina. And then this is going to be fun too. This is the Wisconsin deep dive tipping point. So what this does, it shows the 220 finals for all these big counties here, and also has the raw vote for all those, has the percentage of what the vote was in the state, And then it has all the others from all the other counties down here. So 63% were all of the state population voting is in these counties, or 63% of the voters. And then 36.8% was outside those counties. And then what that allowed me to do is to see what percentage the Democrat and or Republican needs to have in order to be able to tie. Because last time Biden won, it was very close, extremely close. It was right here. I mean, 48.82 to 49.45. So it was only that's a 6.63%. So it doesn't take much to get to there to actually figure out what you need in order to actually have a tie. So these are all the percentage of margins that one candidate would need in order to do it. Like in this Republican county, if Trump is performing better than 38.6%, he's got a pretty good chance to win that state. And what we can do actually right now is I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Washington County and see if Trump is winning Washington County. I'm just picking one out of nowhere here, and just see in the Wisconsin map if Trump is actually winning Washington County by more than 38.6%. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that screen. We're looking at Washington and 38.6%. We'll go ahead and share this. We're going to go to this presidential one. We're going to go to Wisconsin, and we're going to try to find Washington County. Anybody here from? I wish Steve was here. He might be able to. No, I don't think he would be able to tell me. But anyway, Washington County. We're looking for Washington County. Anybody? Washington. There's Washington. All right. So Washington County, 68.71%, and the tipping point was 68.3 to 29.7. 68.3 to 29.7. So that is a difference of 38.6. And Trump is up by 38.62. So 0.02% better than a tie for that one county. Let's just take a look at the biggest county, which is Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County, the Democrat Harris needs to have a margin of 39.1 or better. All right. So let's look at Milwaukee County, 39.1 or better. All right. So Milwaukee is where over here. Yeah. 39.1. As you can see, she's only up by 31.83. So she is underperforming in Milwaukee by quite a bit, by a lot actually. And that's really what's costing her Wisconsin. That's why she lost Wisconsin. She just underperformed in Milwaukee. So as you can see, that if I did that for every single state and actually was looking at those counties and not doing like a live stream, just looking at the counties all the time, I would be able to actually predict much sooner on who's going to win the race. So yeah, I think that tipping point stuff is really kind of interesting. All right. Let's see. Do we have any new stuff going on for the House? 195 to 174. It's still 195 to 174. Republicans are up 0.1. Really what I would do right now is I would see which seats are still going and are close, and then determine if there's a chance that there could be a flip. That's really all I would be looking for. It's just flips at this point and seeing if anything can flip from a incumbent to a non-incumbent. So here's your main 02. If you're still in the chat, it appears as though that there's not much more tabulation coming in on that, because it looks like it's pretty much exactly the same as what it was before. Yeah, so here's I don't know why they have a Republican versus a Republican. Maybe, I suppose maybe in Washington they do that. So you can have a Republican versus a Republican. I know they do that in California. They started doing that, I think, about 15 years ago when they took over the state. They basically just said, oh, yeah, sure. It's just open primary. And, if it's two Democrats running against each other, so be it. So we'll probably see you in one of those. Let's see if we can find one of those. Well, looks like the Republicans are putting up a fight in pretty much every single one of these districts. That one, yeah, that one's really close. So that could be a flip for the Democrats if that continues to hold like that. This one's fairly close, but it looks like probably the Democrat incumbent's going to hang on. Looks like that is going to happen there too. Looks like the Republicans got that one pretty easy. This one's tight. This one's pretty tight. Republican could lose that. That one's not that tight. That one's really tight, actually. Republican could lose that one. But they are up. And usually when they're up, they usually stay up. Unless you start seeing a trend over time. But the results are coming in so slow that we won't be able to see that over time. So there could be a couple of flips there. This one's actually fairly close as well. That could be a flip in the Republicans' favor. That one also could be a flip in the well, I think that's the same one. Yeah, that's actually the same district, just goes down there. That one could be a flip. That one is really close, but still a lot of votes still left. That looks like the Republican's going to take that open seat. That one's looks safe. That one looks pretty safe. This one's looking precarious for the Republican. That one looks pretty safe for Republican. That one looks safe. That one's pretty safe. Let's go up a little bit here. Take a look at what's going on in Oregon. It looks like the incumbent's going to win there. Looks like it's possible that could be a flip there. Yeah, that looks all Democrat. That's going to be a Republican regardless anyway, but that's not a flip. That looks safe. That one's close, but it does look like the Democrat's going to hold on. Looks like the Republican's going to win there and there as well. But there definitely are some flips that you can see that could have. This one's really close in Iowa. Wow, look at that. That's extremely close. That one's safe. Look at this funky district. Can you imagine this? I mean, how do they draw these things? There's safe for the Democrat. That one's really close, but there's not many votes left. 99% in is 1,000 part, so probably Democrat just barely holds on there. That also looks like Democrat hold. That one's extremely close. That one's that whole district right there. Crazy. Look at how tight it gets right there. It looks like Republicans might flip one there in Pennsylvania, though. And that one as well. We could see a couple of flips in Pennsylvania to the Republicans. Looks like definitely Republican stepped up big time in Pennsylvania. This is a shame. Remember that guy Vindman, who was the guy who's Ukrainian, and he testified against the president in the impeachment trial. It looks like he's going to be part of Congress this next time as Trump as the president. So there's some theater there. Yeah, it looks like Democrats are holding on there. It looks like that might, yeah, that's the Pennsylvania 8. Looks like the Republicans easily going to keep that seat there. That was a possibility of having a flip, but it doesn't look like that's actually going to happen. North Carolina doesn't look like the Republicans going to be able to overcome over there. And I think that's probably going to do it. Yeah. So, down here in Texas, yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Gonzalez is going to win there, right on the border, very, very close to actually flipping, but doesn't appear as though that's in the cards. But I mean, Texas is extremely red at this point. Yeah, so there might be some more flips back and forth, and maybe the Democrats actually pick up maybe 2 seats or maybe even 3. If they do pick up, say, 3 seats, then that would bring it to a 218 to 217 Republican control if they flip 3. So if they flip 4, though, then it goes to 218, 217 Democrat, and that would cause a major logjam. And then anything could happen at that point. You know, somebody gets hauled in for bribery, somebody dies, special election. I mean, we could have a very volatile House going on. It's going to be interesting to see. And can the Republicans actually unify and get a Speaker of the House? That's another question. If it's 218 to 217, you need every single person on the same page. That's not easy to do. Somebody asking for something, Milwaukee. I saw TikTok, Wisconsin, 30 Zoom. Yeah. No, I read about that during the break. What happened was in one of their machines, it wasn't sealed properly. It was a human error to not seal the machine. And so they ran all those things through, but then someone said, hey, look at that machine. It's got an open thing. What's going on there? And they're like, oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, that stinks. All right, so we have to shut it up, and then we have to rerun them through. So I don't think that it was anything shady. I just think that somebody, like, when they moved the machine possibly onto where it's supposed to go or whatever, that like it ajar. But then someone said, wait, it's supposed to be locked. What's going on there? But they did rerun them through, and it doesn't appear as though it's really changed anything. They also said that it probably wouldn't change even 1 vote. So I'm not really too concerned. Yeah, can you believe that Vindman is going to be in the House of Representatives? That they voted him in. I mean, crazy, huh? It's hard to believe that he's actually going to be in the House of Representatives. I mean, that guy was totally discredited. I don't get it. And remember the whistleblower? I mean, all that stuff. Oh man, what theater was going on back then? That was quite something. Trump did a speech. He came out and he claimed victory, and he actually said that the Republicans took the Senate, and he says it looks like we're also going to hold the House. He didn't say that they did, but he says it looks like they're going to. But as of right now, let's go and take a look. Trump on the brink of victory again. CNN is at 266. NBC, I'll refresh it, but they're still at 266. You can see Trump's at 51% popular vote still. California, I think, is, I don't know, I guess they went to bed. So they're not counting anymore. 266 again. Wisconsin could be the one that falls. Trump again up by 110,000, 97%. So that one definitely could be the one that tips it for everybody. Or if they go so slow that they actually get passed over, well, it's not going to be Michigan, because Michigan's actually even further behind than Wisconsin is. They're at 94%. So and Trump's got about 119,000 lead there. So that's looking pretty safe. But if they go so slow, then maybe Arizona is the slowest out of all of them. Arizona is a disaster. But if they go that slow, Nevada actually could leapfrog, and they're at 93%. If they continue to count, and it's really just this one county here that's sitting at 9%. So it's just really low. It doesn't have many people in it, but only 9%. So something went wonky there. I mean, you see this county, it's just like, it's really bad shape. But Trump is up in Nevada pretty good, and we already looked through it and said she doesn't really have to get. She's down by 57,000, and they're just not there. I mean, this is the only county that she'd get it out of, and it's only 5% left, and she's only won it by less than 8,000 votes, 7,500 votes. So she's not going to get anything more there. So yeah, Nevada is going to be this super. I mean, Nevada should have already been called. Wisconsin definitely should have already been called. Probably even Michigan, although Michigan is a little bit. It's fine not to call Michigan right now, because it could actually, if everything breaks really well for Kamala at the end, she could eke it out. But I doubt it. I think that Michigan probably. But Arizona is way too close to call right now. And the other state too is Alaska. Is that Alaska could leapfrog in front. It's very rare to have Alaska actually be the decider, which in fact it wouldn't be. It actually would only put them at 269. But as we talked about earlier, that tie he'd win in a House of Representatives vote. Because they don't just get one vote apiece per representative. They get one vote per state. So that's when the spreadsheet comes into account, and you look and see how many representatives are in each state and what party are they from. And then you can see how the states are going to vote. And right now I have in my spreadsheet under the House, I'm not going to bring it back up, but I counted how many seats or how many states would actually be under control of Republicans and or Democrats. And it appears as though, didn't I not do that for this? I thought I did. But just really quick, it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, so the Republicans would get 25 states, and then there's some ties in there. So it looks like Democrats would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 states and 10 ties. So Yeah, looks like Trump would easily win a vote there, 25 to 15 to 10. So, yeah, all he 269, so Alaska could put him there, but nobody wants a tie. That's messy. That hasn't been done in a long time. I think it was like 1878 or something like that was the last time there was a tie. Really want a tie. It doesn't really help America at all with a tie. It just gets messy. But the mess is taken care of in the Constitution. It's just probably not the greatest. You're like, boy, that really came down to the wire, and you had to go to the secondary vote and this and that. So nobody really wants that. Is there anything new that's come in? I mean, not really. This is 93 point. That's nothing new. I mean, Nevada's coming in, still coming in somewhat. But yeah, I really think that the House is going to be extremely tight. And I would say right now, I don't know which way it's going to go. But I would say that either party is probably going to be in at the most maybe 5 apart. So 220 to 215. And I don't think the Democrats are going to be at 220. I think the Democrats probably could win up to 219. But anything over 217 would just cause a massive gridlock, and Trump would have to go to executive orders and stuff, and that could get really messy. So really hoping for at least a 218 to 217. I think a 220 to 215 probably would be probably the best that we can hope for at this point. I mean, if we get to 221 and stay at 221, then we've done really well in some of those races that we looked at. All right. But yeah, I think that actually is going to do it. Because like I said, I don't think we're going to really know right now of whether or not who's going to control the House. It looks like a lot of people have stopped counting as well. So I think it's time to call it a night. And this is definitely the longest. I think this might be the longest stream I ever did. 11 and a half hours with a little break. But I enjoyed it. I hope everyone did too. And I thought that this was a very interesting night that we had together. And I had a good time. And I hope you have a great night and a great morning. And we'll see what happens tomorrow and who gets control of the House over the next couple of days. Probably it's going to take. Sometimes these House races take a while. So we'll see. And then we'll also see tomorrow, like when will the mainstream media, who will be the first to call it, and which state will it be? So that's going to be interesting to see what happens. Anyway, I'm off to bed. I'm going to get a few hours of sleep here before work. And I wish you all a good night and God bless. And yeah, so we'll see you on Uptime in 1 week if we're still here. Thank you. And God bless all of you as well. Signing off. Good night.